I'd like to hand over to Commissioner Karina Lester, please.
Thank you, Lead Commissioner. I want to kick off by acknowledging that we are on Kaurna country. As a First Nations representative sitting on this panel of commissioners, I am from the far north of South Australia, from the Yankunytjatjara lands. So I'm not from here. I do want to acknowledge and I want to pay my respects to past, present and emerging Kaurna people who have lived, and these are the unceded lands of the Kaurna people. So I want to pay that acknowledgement. I want to thank them for allowing me to do the work that I do here on Kaurna country as well. So thank you all for joining us today. We look forward to hearing from other presenters as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Karina. And we've got a full day, and I want to extend a very, very heartfelt thanks to everybody, both who made submissions and those who've come to present as well. And I'll probably say it for a good deal of the day. It is a genuine public inquiry, and it's relying on the support of the public to keep on doing this work. So I don't know whether Christopher Pyne is here. Oh, here he is. So former Australian Defence Minister, now working as a strategic advisor, lobbyist, former colleague of mine in the House of Representatives, Director for Pyne and Partners. Welcome, Christopher.
Hi, Peter. Well, thank you, Peter. It's nice to see you again. And Carmen, hello. Nice to see you again, both former parliamentary colleagues of mine, of course. And Chris Barrie, who I know from the military, of course, and your public profile since you left. I don't know Karina and Leanne, although I know your faces, so I feel like we've met around the track, so it's nice to be here. And I should say from the outset that, look, I'm pretty aware of the views of a lot of the people who are going to give you evidence. And I thought, twice about appearing, because I thought, well, there's a lot of preconceptions, possibly on the panel, certainly amongst the people who will present to you. But I do believe in the public discourse, and I also believe in the battle of ideas. And while I'm sure there are plenty of people who won't agree with my assessment of AUKUS, I think it's worthwhile you having those different perceptions. Otherwise, you're just going to keep hearing the same thing over and over again from people who don't like AUKUS or don't like the United States or whatever their positions might be, and I think that's not much of a public inquiry. So I did stay in Adelaide. I was supposed to be somewhere else, and I thought, well, I'll stay here and I'll come along and speak to you. And of course, I like you, Carmen and Peter. I do like Peter and Carmen. I was your shadow minister, in fact, while you were the Minister for Education for a period of time. So I actually think there is a time in politics when you can have battles of ideas without disliking people. I hope we one day get back to that and don't repeat the terrible tribulations in the United States at the moment. But anyway, to my evidence, because I think I've got about 20 minutes, and then there might be Q&A or not, depending how you feel.
Yeah, no, we'd love to ask questions.
I think the thing is, in order to discuss AUKUS, you really need to understand how it came about in the first place. And that's because of the changes to our geostrategic situation, particularly in the last 10, 11 years, since the mid-2010s. And that's been driven by two very significant changes, which I'd like to unpack a little bit. The first of those is about a dozen years ago, which is the change in China's attitude to the United States and their view that they would challenge the United States in the Indo-Pacific. And the second is more recent, which of course is the second iteration of the Trump administration and President Trump's views about multilateralism. But turning to the first, so China in the mid-2010s altered its view about its place in the Indo-Pacific, or perhaps reignited its view about itself as a world power. China had always been a world power, and perfectly understandably so. But from the advent of the end of the Second World War to the end of Deng Xiaoping and the rise of President Xi, it was in a rebuilding phase after the 100 years of humiliation from the West, from the colonial powers, after the Opium Wars back in the early 19th century. And as you probably all know, Deng Xiaoping used to say to the Chinese, bide your strength and hide your strength and bide your time. And that has been the case for many decades in China, and it has served them well. And ironically, the international rules-based order has entirely rebuilt China's economy and its standard of living, lifting hundreds of millions of people out of poverty, and that is a good thing. And President Xi I feel has not entirely turned his back on Deng's view, but it's quite clear since the mid-2010s that China is challenging the United States' hegemony in the Indo-Pacific, and that obviously has very significant impacts for Australia's geostrategic position in the Indo-Pacific, and this is being manifested by a number of things. One is the rejection by China of the international rules-based order, not in its entirety, but enough to give it room to challenge the US. And most of us realise, I think especially people in the audience, that the international rules-based order is a Western construct. It was created by us after the Second World War. It's a good thing. Things like Bretton Woods, World Health Organization, World Trade Organization, United Nations, these are all the creations of the victors of the war, of which the West was the victor, and as a consequence, we created the international rules-based order. And it served us all very well, and it served China very well. But it's not a Chinese construct. So one can understand that because China is a world power, they feel that they don't have to necessarily agree with all the aspects of the international rules-based order. So that's the first thing, this is how it's manifested itself in the last 10 years. The second thing is the construction of China's own rival network to the United States. So for most of the post-war period, almost all the money in the world has been in the hands of the West. And the West lends that money to people to grow, to develop ports or airports or armies or hospitals or whatever it might be. And most countries who wanted to grow, even dictatorships or kleptocracies, would take themselves off to the West, whether it was in Europe or the United States, and borrow money and use that money to do what they wanted in their own nations. Most of it sometimes was bad, most of it was good, and we created quite a good world economy as a consequence. But the West had the money. What China has done is created a rival network through things like the Belt and Road Initiative or the BRICS group of countries, which, while it stands for Brazil, Russia, India and China, is in fact a much larger network now of many countries that have taken advantage of the Belt and Road Initiative or taking advantage of Chinese investment in their countries. And so we're seeing a lot of Chinese activity in Africa, less so in the South Pacific, but that gets a lot of coverage here in the Australian press, in South America, Central America. And this is a rival network to the United States, which is part of China's reaction to challenging the West. It's not stupid and it's interesting, but it's certainly a manifestation of them changing their attitude. But the third thing is the thing that's most important to Australia, and that is that China now has a blue water navy. So a blue water navy means a navy that can go far beyond the coasts of China. China's navy until the last dozen years, I'm sure Admiral Barrie knows more about it than I do, but was designed to protect the coastline of China, keep its people in China in various degrees, threaten Taiwan, etc. But it wasn't a blue water navy. It couldn't threaten the United States or its allies beyond the Chinese coast. A blue water navy means it can go far out into all around the globe, in fact, as it does, north into the Arctic Ocean, south into the South Pacific, the Pacific Ocean, the Indian Ocean, and we're seeing that in the circumnavigation of Australia, testing of ballistic missiles in the South Pacific. China's blue water navy is the most significant change to Australia's strategic military position since the Second World War, because for the first time ever, China, if there was a war, and I'm not suggesting there will be one, but if there was a war, for the first time ever, China would be able to cut Australia off from the United States if they chose to do so, and if the West couldn't stop them, because it now has a blue water navy. So if you cast your mind back to the Second World War, of course, one of the most important battles was the Battle of the Coral Sea, which the Allies won against Japan. But if the Allies had lost the war at the Battle of the Coral Sea, that would have definitely imperiled Australia's ability to remain free of, at that stage, the Japanese threat, because the Americans would not have been able to supply us with the weapons and munitions, etc., that we needed to defeat the Japanese in the Second World War. So similarly, now that China has a blue water navy, this is a very significant threat to Australia if there was a war, which I'm not suggesting there would be. And that dynamic of China's blue water navy has made a very significant difference to the way the United States views Australia and the necessity for Australia to have sovereign defence capability, to be resilient, and to be able to arm itself in the event that it was on its own. So that's the first most significant change in the last 10 years. The second, of course, is the advent of Donald Trump in his second presidential iteration, which is quite different to the first. In the first, he was not nearly as independent-minded as he is today, and he surrounded himself with people like Jim Mattis, who was the Secretary of Defence when I was the Minister, and people who had their own mind clearly. And now the second Trump administration, as he won't run again, of course, he is doing what he wants to do, and he doesn't support multilateralism. Now, the United States has supported multilateralism in various degrees for most of its post-war history, but a very significant change, of course, and you're old enough to remember, is the end of the Vietnam War in the mid-1970s. And Peter, we might have been on different sides in that particular war. I think so. But the Vietnam War ended in the United States' defeat. This is the first time the United States had ever been defeated in a military conflagration in its entire history. This was a massive blow to US psyche. And the second thing that happened in the mid-1970s was the catastrophic removal of Nixon. I don't think it was catastrophic because Nixon was removed, obviously he should be removed, but it was a catastrophe from the point of view of the United States' view of itself, that its president was removed because of criminal activity, which the Americans have a very different view of Australians about their politicians. They do revere their president, in a way that Australians don't revere our prime ministers. We are much more sceptical, but the Americans are not. So this was a huge blow to prestige of the United States, the Nixon denouement, and of course the defeat in the Vietnam War. Since that time, the Americans have been very multilateralist. Every president and administration has been a multilateralist administration. Even George W. Bush in Iraq, 1 and 2, in Afghanistan, they wanted other countries, their allies, to be part of those wars because they wanted, even if it was just the flag, they wanted to be able to say that it was the West, not just the United States. So even the most militaristic, if you like, administrations have still been multilateralist. Trump does not care about that. He's not in the least bit interested in multilateralism. It has no interest to him whatsoever. So that is a massive change to the way the United States is looking at the globe, and hence, of course, we're seeing the war in Iran, which was a war of the United States and Israel. Apparently Australia and the NATO allies are being criticised for not taking part in this war, despite the fact that we weren't actually invited to at any point. His endless criticisms of NATO, which obviously indicate his frustration with NATO's, what he sees as a lack of commitment to the alliance, his unilateral actions in Venezuela, and there are other good examples of of that. But that is also a massive change to Australia's geostrategic situation, and both the China example and the US example have meant that we've had to rethink our position and how we're going to react to these changes. And that is the reason for AUKUS. So our policymakers, our government decided back in the early 2020s, I retired in 2019, but AUKUS came about as a reaction to China and then the United States more recently, but particularly because of China's change to its view of itself in the Indo-Pacific, which I don't criticise China for, but it is a change. So AUKUS came about driven by the Australian government in consultation with the United States, and then bringing in the United Kingdom as a technology transfer, but particularly a build-up of Australia's sovereignty and resilience in a military sense. And the difference between AUKUS and all the other treaties and agreements and discussions and conferences that we've all seen over the years in our political careers, the difference in this and all the others is that the US is as engaged in the success of AUKUS as Australia and the UK. Whereas previously most of these things have been driven by Australia, and the US has said, yep, that sounds good to us, we'll do it. AUKUS is as much a positive and a strong proposal that America wants to see succeed in Washington as it is in Canberra or in London. It's about Australia's sovereignty, and it's obviously about defence spending. But the US view to the Australians is, because of the changes in China's position, because of the Blue Water Navy, you will need to have your own capability and your own sovereign ability to defend yourself. Up until now, Australia has been the United States' second best customer for military hardware after Saudi Arabia. Now, some people might not think that's a good thing, but it's meant that we have the most interoperable military with the United States of any country in the world, more so than even the United Kingdom. And this has been a big part, as Admiral Barrie will remember from his own time, a big part of our strategic plan was to be interoperable with the United States. However, being a good customer means we keep getting sent things here from the United States, which is, I think, great. But if we can't get them because the Coral Sea is cut off from us, then we have to be able to make them ourselves. And that's why you're seeing investments in missiles and vehicles and underwater vessels and unmanned aerial vessels like the MQ-28 and the maintenance, repair, overhaul and upgrade of the Joint Strike Fighter or the F-35, which I heard you mentioning before, Peter, and shipbuilding and submarine building and munitions factories. It's all because we need those things to be able to make them ourselves if we find ourselves on our own in the worst case scenario. My next point is AUKUS is not just a submarine procurement. It is obviously a submarine procurement, the Virginia-class submarines, 3 of them, and then building our own SSN AUKUS with the UK and the US, particularly with the UK at Barrow-in-Furness and at Osborne, which is great for South Australia. But it's not just a submarine procurement. And the media coverage of AUKUS is very much about the submarine procurement. But it's a lot more than the submarine procurement. And from a strategic point of view, it's not something that's ever really discussed in the public, but it's one of the most important aspects of it. AUKUS is also a new United States submarine base in the Indian Ocean. The US doesn't have a submarine base in the Indian Ocean. A submarine base in your city, Carmen, at HMAS Sterling. In the Second World War, HMAS Sterling hosted 140 submarines. It was one of the biggest submarine bases on the globe because the Dutch, the British, the Americans, the Australians based their submarines at HMAS Sterling. It's actually a fabulous submarine base. And it's been great for Australia, of course, with our Collins class. But for the Americans, being able to have a submarine base in the Indian Ocean is a massive strategic advantage. We have, as you know, the Marine Rotational Force Darwin, MRFD. There's about 2,500 Marines on rotation at MRFD. Of course, we have Pine Gap, which I'm sure you've all visited before, as probably protesters, in your case, Peter. We have Harold E. Holt, which we operate with the United States, but it's more Australian than it is American, which Pine Gap is more American than it is Australian. And we'll have Submarine Rotational Force West, SRFW. So effectively, while it's not called a base, it will effectively be a US, UK, Australia submarine base. Now, many people might not think that's a good thing, but from an AUKUS point of view, it is a very important part of AUKUS for the United States because they want a submarine base in the Indian Ocean for obvious strategic purposes. It's also a fourth modern submarine yard to build submarines. So we have, the West has, well, the AUKUS countries have Barrow-in-Furness in the UK, it has Groton in Connecticut, and it has Newport News in Virginia, and it has Osborne. We haven't built a Collins-class submarine here for many years. Osborne's been maintenance and repair, overhaul and upgrade base for yard for submarines, and of course builds things like the air warfare destroyers and now the Hunter-class anti-submarine warfare frigates. But it will be a fourth modern, the most modern, and one of the busiest submarine yards on the globe, and it's the fourth one for these three countries. So that is an enormous increase in capability to build submarines for the three AUKUS countries. So that is a big and important part of AUKUS, often overlooked. And the third thing that's usually overlooked is that there is no maintenance, repair, overhaul and upgrade capability for submarines in the Southern Hemisphere. And this will give the Americans, ourselves of course, and the British, the ability to MROU submarines in the Southern Hemisphere for the first time since the Second World War, a very significant strategic capability, which is why the Chinese are very anti-AUKUS. They obviously recognise it as a submarine procurement program, but they see the strategic importance of another yard, MROU capability, and an Indian Ocean submarine base. And then beyond Pillar 1, beyond the submarine side, what's always overlooked is Pillar 2. But yet Pillar 2 is very, very significant because Pillar 2, and because of the changes the Congress, the House of Commons, and the Australian Parliament have made to our rules around the export and the transference of technology and intellectual property and trade rules that control the missiles like ITARs, etc., the international trade rules around regulations of armaments. Because we've changed those guardrails between our three countries, it is the most seamless and significant transfer of technology, military technology, between three countries on the globe that exists today. It could only really be done by Australia, UK and the US, because we're effectively like three siblings who all work in the same business. That's how I see it anyway. And we might not always agree with each other like siblings don't, but we are very much from the same root as obviously the United States, and Australia came out of Great Britain, modern Australia, of course, modern Australia and modern United States, not taking into account the previous inhabitants of Australia and the United States, both Native Americans and of course Indigenous Australians. But putting that to one side, we are three Anglo-Celtic nations in a modern sense, with now multicultural, which is seemingly now a controversial word, multicultural, but I'm happy to embrace it. But no three countries could do that like Australia, UK and US can in transferring technology. And the subject headings, of course, for Pillar 2 are cyber, AI, quantum computing, hypersonics, electronic warfare, and unmanned platforms, UAVs, and underwater vessels, etc. And then critical minerals is not really part of Pillar 2, but it's kind of adjacent because we have such capability in critical minerals that the Americans are very, very interested in that, and at sort of kind of morphing into an AUKUS discussion, despite the fact that it wasn't originally part of Pillar 2. But those subject areas of Pillar 2 are obviously critically important to our capability and success, and Australia has great capability in these areas. Often overlooked, we often don't think about it, but in quantum computing, Michelle Simmons in UNSW is the world leader in quantum computing. We're probably a good sort of 12 months ahead of anybody else. I imagine Michelle will probably be our next Nobel Prize winner because of her work in quantum computing. We have real capabilities in AI, of course. The Prime Minister made a big announcements about that yesterday. But things like the Loyal Wingman, which I created, which became the Ghost Bat, the MQ-28, which is one of the largest unmanned vessels in the air. It's done in Boeing in Brisbane. That's an Australian creation. That'll be an Australian export product. It's the world leader in large unmanned aerial vessels. The Ghost Shark, which is the Admiral product, which is now being built in Sydney, is the world leader in unmanned underwater large vessels. We have real capabilities in lots of these areas. And if you just pick hypersonics, for example, I know I'm probably running out of time and rope, but if you pick hypersonics, what gives Australia such a big opportunity in hypersonics is things like Woomera in South Australia. It's the flattest and most unused testing bed on the globe. Russia has a very, very flat testing bed, and so does the United States. But they've both been used constantly since the Second World War, and Woomera has been hardly used at all because we stopped our space program in the 60s. As a consequence, Woomera is the world's best place to test hypersonics. So that's just a vignette. So what does it mean for Australia? Three things. It means a permanent boost for defence spending, which we're seeing every year and will never change. We are seeing an upgrade to all our bases and facilities, which will mean significant spending in construction infrastructure, which is happening in a huge sense. There's HMAS Stirling upgrades alone is about $3.5 billion, and if you add the Henderson precinct, it'll be about another $6 billion. So we're talking about $10 billion just in Henderson alone, let alone Osborne. A complete reorganisation of the Department of Defence procurement, which we're seeing, of course, with the new Director General of Armaments. And then finally, a huge investment in STEM and trade skills, because we'll need the workforce to achieve the outcomes that we need. So they're the three things that it means for Australia. Finally, it's a permanent change. It is bipartisan, it's unstoppable, and it's critical to our national security. So, well, over to you.
Well, look, thank you very much, Christopher, and we certainly do appreciate, given your past political experience in particular, that you've come to present to us today. Bearing in mind time, I will immediately invite some questions from commissioners. Chris Barrie.
I'll start. I've got a range of questions, Christopher. I'm delighted you came along and gave us a pitch this morning. We could spend a couple of days talking about some of the issues. But let me go straight to the cut here. Hugh White suggested that for the same kind of money we could buy 24 or 30 conventional submarines. We could maintain a building program in Australia, and with those numbers it would be a fantastic program. So my question really is, what do you see as the unique capabilities of a nuclear-powered submarine for Australia?
The most important aspect of a nuclear-powered submarine is its ability to stay under the water for really 34 years if it wanted to. The only thing that requires a nuclear-powered submarine to surface is that people on it need to be victualled, right? And as you know, so the difference between a conventional submarine and a nuclear-powered submarine is its ability to remain very quiet, underwater for very, very long periods of time, and go very long distances. Now, conventional submarines are excellent. The Collins class is the best conventional submarine in the Indo-Pacific, despite the endless criticism from the press, which they never really understood the Collins class. The attack class would have been an excellent replacement for it. A small number of conventional submarines protecting the coastline of Australia is not, I don't think is in our national security. I think we're in the interests of our national security. I think we need to have the capability to go well beyond that, to have a blue water navy. It makes us a stronger and more important and useful ally. We want to be able to take submarines to the North Asia and obviously right across the Indian and South Pacific Oceans. So the big difference, of course, is the stealth capability and the ability to stay underwater for long periods of time.
My second question, and the last one is, I don't see a large separation between the behaviour of Donald Trump and Xi Jinping. And to be honest about it right now, I think Xi is much more reliable. And it really does worry me from a values appreciation, the interoperability that I was involved in and you were in setting it up with the United States, that I don't think after Trump leaves the White House, it'll take quite a long time to rebuild the positioning we once saw in the US. And a second comment on that, of course, is China is in our region and the United States is not. So I think for lots of reasons, when I look forward in our future defence posture, we have to learn to deal with China in a way that we haven't done today.
Well, I agree with you about that, Chris, in terms of dealing with China. And look, we have a very different attitude in Australia to China than the United States. And I'm sure we've all spent time in the United States. I spend a lot of time there, and I have a conference, Pine & Partners, there's an AUKUS conference every April in the United States. We have for the last 5 years, and we have about 100 people gather at the Cosmos Club to talk about the business of AUKUS. And I was there in April. And I have to say, yes, President Trump is unpredictable and a little garish for Australian tastes. I think that's an understatement. But his instincts are basically right. His delivery is not always sensational, but he won't also be president forever. He'll be president for the next 2.5 years, and he'll have a Congress in November which will almost certainly be clipping his wings. And because of his persona, there's absolutely no question in my mind that the Democrats will win control of the Congress. I wouldn't have said that they'd win control of the Senate in, say, January, but I now believe that they will win control of the Senate. And that will be a significant break on President Trump. It might make him more unpredictable, but in as much as he's unpredictable, he's just as unpredictable for the Chinese or the Russians or the Iranians or the North Koreans as he is for anyone else, which introduces its own element of them having to be very cautious about dealing with the United States. So while I'd much rather have the 45 years since the mid-1970s of US multilateralism, despite the situation in the Trump administration, we can work with it. And he does share the United States does share the values of Australians. And having been there just in April in Washington, the undercurrent in Washington is very much business as usual. I had expected it to be kind of chaotic and tumultuous. But what I've actually seen in the last 18 months is more the White House is doing its thing, and President Trump is obviously doing his thing, and with his people like the Defence Secretary, or the Defence Secretary of War, as he's now called, Pete Hegseth, and so forth. But the people who've always run Washington, the Washington establishment, they are really just going about their business. And their strong commitment to the Australian alliance is still very prevalent. And from a military point of view, and you're a military person, the strength between the US, Australia, and the UK of the military is really quite unshakable. And I've seen no diminution of that in the time that Trump's been president. So I hear what you say, but democracy is a marvellous thing. It does seem to find its own level.
Thanks very much, Chris. Leanne?
Thanks. Is this working from there? Or
You might need it down your end a bit.
thanks. And Chris actually asked the question I was interested in, so I might just expand on that a little bit. You say that China, North Korea, and you named a number of other countries see Donald Trump as unpredictable and that they need to be cautious because of that. Do you not see Australia, why do you feel that Australia doesn't need to be cautious of the most powerful man in the world's unpredictability. And one thing that we heard from Gareth Evans at the first Commission hearing was that his experience with the United States during the First Gulf World War, when, on your own assessment, they were much more aligned with global world order. They took absolutely no, they told us in quite colourful language actually, that they took no notice of what we wanted to do during that war. They told him to go away, and they were running the war and they would tell us what we would do. I'm really genuinely curious, given that your knowledge of this area and how you can forecast around geopolitics, what makes you comfortable that we shouldn't be worried about Trump's unpredictability, and how, especially in the light of the Supreme Court decision, which basically gives him immunity against actions that he undertakes as president. I don't see that being handed back by a future president, maybe it will. Yeah, I'd like to hear your perspectives on that.
Well, to be fair, I think the Australian government is handling the Trump administration really well. Anthony and I had spent 10 years as manager opposition business and leader of the House together, like Sam and Ralph. We kind of sort of plugged on in the morning and rowed all day and then plugged off in the afternoon. And while I'm obviously a Liberal, I think that Anthony and Penny and Richard are actually managing the administration very well. I think the fact that Anthony didn't rush to Washington after the election and took his time, went with a substantive proposal, which was the critical minerals agreement, discussed and signed that last year. I think Kevin Rudd's done a very good job in Washington at steadying the ship. So yes, Trump certainly comes across as very unpredictable, especially in the press. I'm not on X or Twitter, so I don't really follow his pronouncements, which I understand are voluminous. However, the business of government is not just the pronouncements of the President from the White House, and so far he's shown himself to be very supportive of Australia, quite frankly. The Americans like Australia. I'll give you a quick example. In the Pentagon, there are 5 corridors. One corridor is devoted to the Marines, one to the Army, one to the Navy, one to the Air Force, and the 5th one is devoted to the Australian Alliance. Not the UK Alliance, the Australian Alliance. The American military particularly likes the Australians. So why I think we don't need to be as cautious or as sceptical as the North Koreans or the Iranians. Well, one, we're not a dictatorship, we're a democracy, but more importantly, we have very deep and strong relationships with the United States, and they transcend presidents that come and go, and I think they will survive the Trump administration. And I also leaven that by saying that President Trump is very pro-Australia. He doesn't have great interest in Australia in the way that he does in NATO, and to be fair, it's because we are increasing our defence spending. We started that long ago in the Turnbull administration. And we're continuing that. So we will hit 3% of our GDP being spent on defence in the not too distant future. And that's very significant. So I think we aren't in the same boat as those countries.
Thanks, Peter.
All right, thanks, Leanne. A couple of questions, Chris, from me. One relates to our time in Parliament in a way.
Oh, you want to reprise one of our debates, do you?
Well, time is an issue for us. But seriously, do you think it's acceptable or desirable that the decision would be announced and there really wasn't anything approaching a legitimate or robust debate in the Parliament?
No, there was no debate in the Parliament before the announcement. That was entirely a decision of the National Security Committee of the Cabinet, which is their job. As a person who's been on the National Security Committee of the Cabinet, it is their job. As Carmen would remember, and you'd remember, it does operate a bit like a kind of mini sub-cabinet sometimes, which irks people outside it. But it was decided by the NSC and then announced. It would have been very difficult for the government to have a public discussion about such a significant shift, given also the complexity of the attack class submarine contract with Naval Group, obviously also being a part of the mix, and the relationship between then Prime Minister Morrison and President Macron. I can see why the government had to do what it did. I can't remember too many examples of governments, Labor or Liberal, quite frankly, and now having big public discussions about major shifts in national security or national defence policy, or significant purchases of products or hardware, right back to the Hawke administration with the debate that happened at the time about missiles, which is in my very distant past when I was at Adelaide University. So I don't think the government did anything different to what any other government would have done. I don't think a Labor government would have had a public discussion about AUKUS. But it's been very much discussed since then, and I also don't believe the Parliament should actually have any kind of right to vote on national security matters of this nature. I know that probably stands in contrast to many other people in the room, but I think it's a matter for the Cabinet, the National Security Committee, the Cabinet and the Prime Minister. I actually don't think the Parliament has a role.
I was thinking about subsequent to the announcement as well.
Right. Well, the Parliament didn't have a debate about it at all.
Not a significant debate, no.
Did they have any kind of matter of public importance, something brief like that, I suppose?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I can't remember that, honestly. I don't know, Peter. I mean, if I was there, it would have been a good thing to have a discussion about. I mean, I don't mind the Parliament debating these matters. Of course they should, that's their job. But I don't believe they should have a veto over it, is my point. But if they didn't have a debate about it, that does surprise me, but I really can't offer you any further and better particulars on that, because I wasn't there.
Okay, thank you.
But I can say if I'd been leader of the House, I would have said they should have had a good old discussion about it.
Well, look, second question is, do you hold any concerns about delivery timetables in relation to the project, given how far out it is, given that the AUKUS subs themselves not yet really designed, given also that we have heard and we've received submissions that indicate that the British submarine building capacity potentially is challenged?
Well, firstly, I'd say I'm very impressed at how much progress they've made so far. The problem with all huge procurement projects, and this is a bigger project than Olympic Dam, and it was when I did the attack class submarine, it was a bigger project than Olympic Dam, and this is bigger again. So the problem with all these big projects is they almost always have a budget overrun, and they almost always have a timetable dilemma. So I start from that position already, thinking that's what's going to happen. And I've been quite impressed in the last 4 years at how much progress they've made. It's not like buying a watering system at Bunnings and putting it in over the weekend on your own, of course. It's a much bigger, as you know, a much bigger project. So I think they've made good progress. Do I think they'll deliver it on time and on budget? No, I don't. I can say that now because I'm not in public life anymore, but I don't think they will. But I think they'll give it a good go. Thinking about the nuclear side, let's just take the nuclear side. We will need at least 1,500 to 2,000 people who are able to either serve on a nuclear submarine, which means they have to have special training, or fix nuclear submarines, not design them, they'll be designed for us, but take care of them. And when this began 4 years ago, I reckon we might have had a dozen nuclear engineers with that capability at Lucas Heights or in other parts of the country, and we have to massively increase that capability. Now that is happening, and I think they're doing well. But it's a very big enterprise. It's a national enterprise. The question is, am I confident it'll be delivered on time and on budget? The answer is no. Do I think that's the most important priority? No, I don't. I think the national security is the most important priority, and I think it will give us a very lethal capability, which will keep the peace in the Indo-Pacific.
Okay, on that note, Chris, unless there's any follow-up questions, I think we've just about reached our time.
I think we should call time. I've got plenty of questions.
I have a few more as well, but look, thank you very much for coming.
We should have lunch and discuss it over a meal.
If I could be so lucky.
So you don't feel compromised.
Thanks very much, Christopher Pine.
Take care.
Thank you. I would have got up to shake your hand, Christopher, as you're going out the door, but we have to call the next person who's submitting. And on that note, Rex Patrick, former Senator for South Australia and former Royal Australian Navy submariner. Thanks very much, Rex.
Good morning, and thank you to the committee for inviting me. Okay,
We're in your hands.
Okay, just a little opening statement. So I have made a submission. So my name is Rex Patrick. I am a former submariner, as you have indicated. After leaving submarines with the Royal Australian Navy, I then worked in actually the submarine industry.
Rex, can I get you to come a bit closer or pull the microphone a bit towards you, and I think everyone will hear you.
Okay, so
that's great.
Better, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so after I left the Navy, I worked in the defence industries, particularly around submarines, and that saw me going to sea on a whole range of different types of submarines, very small Ula-class submarines in Norway, very modern air-independent propulsion submarines in Korea and in the Hellenic Navy, doing trials in the Baltic. I've also been to sea, obviously, on Collins-class submarines, Oberon-class submarines, and I've also been to sea on US nuclear-powered submarines, doing trials for the US Navy. And I've also worked in a number of different shipyards around the world and visited a number of, almost all of the prominent submarine shipyards. And of course, I was a senator for South Australia from 2017 to 2022, and it's those experiences that I bring to the table here. Just a summary of my submission. Look, I think submarines are important. Okay, so I'm not here advocating against us having a submarine capability, but I will point out, and I know I did a bit of work inside Capability Development Group in 2008, where quietly the Navy was working on a replacement submarine for Collins. It was announced in 2009. Here we find ourselves 17 years later, and there's no contract for a submarine in place. 17 years since the project was announced, and we don't have a contract in place for a submarine. That takes a particular level of incompetence that one has to look at and go, wow. And that is driven in some sense by one of the points that I'll talk about very briefly shortly. So submarines are very, very useful. I heard Christopher talking about he's not worried about the time frame. Actually, you've got defence saying we really need to get on with dealing with defence. What AUKUS is, it's like getting a really good football team after the grand final's been played. That's essentially what Christopher Pine's evidence was. It's okay to be late in circumstances of rising geopolitical tension. And so that is one of the tragedies of this, is that defence, who are responsible for making sure we are safe, have actually led us into a position where we will not have a submarine on best hope before 2035. And that does leave us vulnerable. We've got ageing Collins-class submarines. That will be it's no different to a car. When an engineering device gets older, it's harder to maintain. It breaks down more often. We have a unique submarine in Collins, which means you can't go anywhere else to get spares. You have to actually get someone to remake the spares from scratch, and that is expensive. In my submission, I talk about two problems in terms of the submarines, and again, I'm in favour of submarines. But if you look to the countries that operate nuclear-powered submarines, so there's the US, the UK, France, China, Russia, and India, look at their GDPs compared to us. They have much greater GDPs than us. So we're like living in the middle-income suburb and seeking to get a capability that you only find in the high-income earning suburbs. And from an absolute cost perspective, it is unaffordable and is bankrupting. And we're seeing a lot of capabilities being other capabilities being weaned away. The Navy, when they talk at estimates, they talk about reprioritising is another word for cancelling other projects. So there's an absolute cost issue, and there's also an opportunity cost. $368 billion. If you think about what you can spend with that amount of money on defence and indeed other things, we wouldn't be worrying about fuel security. We wouldn't be worrying about things like industrial resilience if we were able to spend some of that money on things that are really needed by defence. The next point I raise, other than moving on from the cost, is the absolute risk associated with this program. I'm a former project manager. When you do Project Management 101, you look at things like schedule, resources and performance. That's the sort of 3 points of the triangle. All of those things are undone by risk. Defence has a propensity for picking risky projects and then not being able to deliver. Look at places like Singapore, which have a smaller defence budget than us, but actually do extremely well in terms of procurement because they pick out proven capabilities and then they get their own industry to enhance some of those capabilities. We're taking on a hugely risky program. There are political risks. We've seen since 2009, we've had a Rudd-class Son of Collins being talked about. We've had a Abbott Japanese-class submarine. We've had a Turnbull French submarine, and now we've got a Morrison Albanese US submarine. Over time, there are political risks. We see political risks internationally. The fact that the US president, an unknown US president, will have to certify that providing us with a US submarine in 2033, 2035 will not have an adverse effect on US undersea warfare capability. That's a huge risk because the words that are in the US legislation that require that certification are Humpty Dumpty style words where it will mean whatever the president thinks it means at the time. We also see things like the International Atomic Energy Agency, who are responsible for things like nuclear proliferation. There is a task in the budget where DFAT and ASA are currently working on making sure that we do not breach our agreements under that treaty. That hasn't advanced. And we may get to a point where, and there are countries lobbying against us being able to get access to reactors that have weapon-grade uranium in them. We might get to a point where the IAEA says you cannot change your agreement, and that actually ends the project because the US and the UK will not transfer a submarine to us if there is not agreement from the IAEA. The government is silent on that particular risk, and again, there are people lobbying against that, and it's not hard to see why. If I suggested to you that Russia was going to transfer a submarine to Iran that had weapon-grade plutonium, I think we'd probably be at the IAEA saying that's not a good idea. So you can see how other countries might look at this and say, even if they trust Australia, they might say this is just a really bad precedence. So there's political risks, there's economic risks. Right now we might be able to afford it, but as our economy goes off in a different direction, this project may become unaffordable. There are technical risks, huge technical risks with the UK. Peter, you kindly used the words challenged in terms of the UK. It is a cluster fiasco. That's what it is. And Christopher said he's very happy with where the UK are at. Clearly oblivious to the fact that right now, as we sit here today, the UK cannot put any of their Astute class submarines at sea. And so we have to be really careful here, because there are people that talk the talk, typically from the political class, and then there are people that have to walk the walk. And the people that are walking the walk are not able to do, and they're good people, but they're not able to do what is required. You know, in the US, we know that whilst the Virginia class submarine is proven, the US are only producing 1.1 submarines per annum, and they need to get to 2.3. You can't just make an announcement in Congress or have someone in Parliament House say this is going to be okay, and that makes it okay. That's not how it works. So there are technical risks associated with this. There are project management risks. So all of the people that are inside ASA, and again, good people, I know a lot of them, I served with a lot of them, and I don't criticise them in terms of their operational capability. But if I asked you the question, would you take a project manager and make them a submarine commander overnight? The answer to that question is no. And so why would you take a submarine commander or an admiral and turn them into a project manager, which is an equally complex profession? So we have a bunch of people that are churning through ASA. We know there's problems there. The Minister's already sought to do an inquiry into one, at least once, into the ASA. A lot of people that go through there that spend 2 years progressing their career, passing through that particular program. Unlike the mining industry, where they pick someone out and say, you're responsible for this project for the next 10 years and you've got to get it up and running. And they won't just pick someone who's brand new to it. They'll pick a seasoned project manager if it's a big project. That's not happening. And what that means is you've got admirals and generals and air marshals who know very little about project risk, making recommendations to cabinet ministers who have no idea about project risk. Pat Conroy has just come out and said, hugely risky programs, we've got to stop doing this, we've got to start looking towards off the shelf. And yet the biggest project that we've got, AUKUS, $368 billion, laden with risk, and he just ignores that. You know, a sensible company, when it's dealing with risk, will say, let's do the big project on safe and solid ground, and we'll play around with some risky stuff at a much smaller scale. We're doing it the opposite. The big project is the really risky one. A project risk is a huge problem. And finally, I'll just close off with something that I've been in the media today about which is AUKUS nuclear waste. Okay. Now, I don't stand here and say take any philosophical view about waste, but it is a problem that needs to be solved. I'm in the federal court at the moment trying to get access to a document that has been produced by the ASA about how and where to locate AUKUS nuclear waste. I've just had Justice O'Sullivan declare that document is a matter of considerable public interest. I'm fighting that particular issue in the federal court. There's another matter where I've just won in the administrative review tribunal that deals with some of the documents that fed into that report. Now, in that instance, I won that, and the federal government has now appealed that particular decision. And I made the comment to the tribunal, and they repeated in their judgment, is that if you're dealing with nuclear waste, you have to have social licence, and the way to get a social licence is not to engage in secrecy. So huge problems, and I've made the call today for the Prime Minister. He purports this particular report to be a cabinet document. There's a legal question as to whether that is the case, but at any time a Prime Minister can simply release a document that they view as a cabinet document, and this is such a document. I'm not asking for the release of documents that relate to how fast an AUKUS submarine might go, or how many weapons it might have, or what the launch codes might be on those weapons. I'm asking for information that is incidental to the project but really important to it, and that is, where are you going to put the waste associated with this? And the fact that Albanese does not want to release that just tells me that they're not interested in gaining social licence. This is a problem they want to kick down the road for another government to deal with. And when you want to deal with things like nuclear waste, you've just got to be open with people, have the debate, have the discussion, bring the public along. I'll just close off by saying I have another FOI that is before the Information Commissioner where I asked a simple question. I asked for a simple document, the latest cost estimates for the storage of nuclear waste from AUKUS. Now, the Department of Defence, as you know, Admiral, is required to cost projects from cradle to grave, including not just the capability, but all the things that support the capability. And Defence can't seem to find a costing document. They've gone to the Information Commissioner and saying, oh, we've got about 3,000 of these documents that might mention costs associated with nuclear waste. And I said to them, don't search the document database for the words cost and nuclear waste. Go and talk to the person who's responsible for that area and ask them for where they've put the latest costings. Now, that's a fight I'm having at the moment, but it just tells me that we've got a government that's just shirking publicity. And in fact, in the Administrative Review Tribunal, the evidence given by a senior ASA official and a senior Australian Radioactive Waste Agency official was that they want to control the narrative. That was open testimony, which the tribunal didn't accept. Anyway, look, I'll stop talking so you can ask questions, but there are some concerns for me. Absolute cost, opportunity cost, risk, and just secrecy around nuclear waste.
Look, thanks very much for that. And we certainly, as we did with the previous speaker, welcome people who bring real-life experience to this Commission of Inquiry. That's particularly useful for us to be able to interrogate both what you've said here and also your submission. And luckily we do have Chris Barrie sitting as a Commissioner. But just quickly as well, just a quick acknowledgement of the efforts that you're making around transparency. And I don't want to make a sort of a statement from the Commission, but it is true that one of the reasons why this public inquiry exists is because the public has been denied the opportunity to be fully appraised of this extraordinarily expensive commitment on part of the Australian government. So, having said that, and thank you for the applause, but not needed here. Come to the show afterwards. It's all possible. I'll go across to Carmen. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'd like to endorse what Peter said about the importance of transparency. And it's refreshing. I looked at some of the material in the last few days that the administrative review people seem to share your view that it's an important element, particularly in relation to the question of waste disposal. You've obviously pushed hard on the question of costing as well around waste disposal. Looking around the world at other, obviously you mentioned various nations who already have nuclear-powered submarines. What sort of cost do you estimate, and how likely is it, do you think, that we can reach a solution for the long-term arrangements surrounding high-level nuclear waste from submarines, both spent fuel and the material associated with it?
As all South Australians will know, it's taken over 40 years not to find a place to get to put a low-level nuclear waste facility. People at Kimber know that only too starkly. Look, I have done FOIs around Kimber, and I know that the cost, and I mentioned in my submission, so I might get it slightly wrong here, but the cost of the facility at Kimber was to be around about $970 million. So let's round that off at $1 billion. That's for an above ground storage capability. So one would imagine when you're dealing with high level nuclear waste and you have to bury it in a geologically safe site, that it's going to be more expensive than that number. But then there's the ongoing cost. And the problem is that this cost actually runs for 1,000 years more. And that ends up running into hundreds of billions of dollars, which is why, I know Lydia Thorpe asked the question in the Senate, and I followed up with her office, asked, is the cost of nuclear storage and disposal included in the $368 billion? And the answer to that is no. there is no costing available publicly for this. So when you're talking about, about the cost of AUKUS, this is just a cost that is not included. I kind of half think that the ASA simply doesn't want to do the costings on this because the number will be really, really big.
Okay, thank you for that. Chris?
Thanks. Rex, Hugh White suggested that we could buy up to 30 conventional submarines for the money being put into AUKUS. And when I looked at it, the only thing that a nuclear-powered submarine does, which is different from conventional submarine, is chase other nuclear-powered submarines. In other words, the only countries that operate nuclear-powered submarines are nuclear weapons states. And what they're using them for is to protect their ballistic missiles at sea. So, would you prefer to spend the money on up to 30 conventionally powered submarines built in Australia?
Well, thank you, Admiral. I will just add, and having been to sea on nuclear-powered submarines, one of the really good things about a nuclear-powered submarine is you can go down to a couple of hundred metres, crank the speed up to sort of 30 knots and stay there. And that does mean countries like the US, like the UK, like France, who might be sort of, they are the permanent members of the Security Council, they all have nuclear-powered submarines. They can project power. They can get their submarine to turn up someplace much earlier than their surface fleet generally, and then they conduct ISR operations, intelligence surveillance, reconnaissance operations, and maybe prepare the battle space. But that's not a role for Australia. So I'm struggling. No one has ever really explained the logic behind the decision for nuclear power, even though I've been impressed by it. These smaller submarines can do much better operations in shallow water. I'm an acoustics specialist, and it is really hard to keep a steam turbine running at high speed, running through reduction gearing, quiet compared to an air-independent propulsion submarine, which I've also been on. So there are, people say, what is the best car to buy? You might say a Ferrari, until you need to go off-road, right? And then it's not the best car. So each of these submarines will have their own particular capability.
Does that suggest if we're not chasing ballistic missile submarines, we don't need nuclear-powered submarines?
Well, again, that is clearly one of the roles, because you don't have to stop and snort. You can just follow these submarines around for a long time. But the idea of buying 30 conventional submarines for a much cheaper price and with very limited risk and high capability is, in my view, a much more sensible idea. We could be building those sorts of submarines within a couple of years out at Osborne and have them at sea within 5 to 6 years. Canada has the longest coastline in the world and has just gone down that particular pathway, rejecting the idea of nuclear. And some of the shortfalls and maybe they're not shortfalls, but there's nothing wrong with operating a conventional submarine out of Kota Kinabalu in Malaysia, or out of Changi in Singapore, or out of Kobe in Japan. Having them in those forward areas, so that we can do all of those things with a submarine force. And again, you would know this as maybe this is pejorative, as a skimmer, as we submariners call you. You would know that as a commander thinking about the other side, when you're thinking about, let's say, 20 of those submarines are at sea, that's a really, really big problem for you, because one of the things you don't know is where they are to start with generally, and so that's a huge problem for you. So just having a highly capable defence submarine capability, that in itself creates a problem for a commander before you even deploy them. And so we're chasing a solution that might give us a few extra capabilities in some areas, and will give us less capabilities in other areas, and we are paying in effect an order of magnitude more than what we need to, particularly backed onto the risks associated with this. It is clearly the much better option. Defence does not have a plan B like that. because Defence doesn't like to have Plan Bs, because then they can just stick with Plan A.
If Australia didn't have a submarine at sea, we'd have a capability gap. In the days when I was running preparedness, on a number of occasions we went to government and said, if we don't do X, Y or Z, we will have a capability gap. But we're staring at a serious capability gap at the moment because we don't really have a plan to deal with what's going to happen between now and in the future.
So in 2009, when the future submarine was announced, if you look at the Defence Capability Plan, what we were supposed to do was start construction of a new submarine in 2016, such that it would be ready in 2025, last year, for the first retirement of the Collins-class submarine in 2026. We just have not got anywhere near that, and what that means is we're now leaving our submariners in an aging submarine where there is a greater risk of things going wrong, and I clearly wish that doesn't happen, but it is a risk. But people shouldn't be talking about the possibility of the capability gap. We have a capability gap. I have been to sea on Type 214 submarines, again the Hellenic Navy and the South Korean Navy, and those submarines are in our region now, and they are extremely capable, extremely quiet. When an air-independent propulsion submarine in the operational area does not have to snort. One of the big weaknesses of a submarine, being an ASW person, you will know that the weakness of a conventional submarine is when they have to come to the surface, turn on their diesels, sitting just below the surface, creating radar returns, creating noise. That is their weakness. Air-independent propulsions don't have that. I went to sea on the Hellenic submarine Papa Nicholas, and we sat in the Baltic for an entire week without snorting. Hugely capable, and we don't have that for Australians. You might recall that when the Collins-class submarine was first envisioned, we were going to get Stirling engines put into them halfway through their life. There's actually a Stirling engines was down in Maribyrnong, but because of some of the problems with Collins, that never eventuated. We are behind the eight ball. No matter how much Defence talk to you about about capability advantage. I have been to sea on Collins-class submarines, and I've been to sea on some of the modern submarines in the region, and I know which one I'd rather go to war in if that was required, and it's not the Collins-class.
Okay, thanks for that, Rex. Leanne?
Yeah, thanks, Rex. I've got a question, just because you're a submariner and you've also been a Senator for South Australia, you may not have thought about this, so it's okay if you haven't, but you were talking that there's a gap between skills and what's required with the AUKUS pathway, and that perhaps instead that we could have 30 conventional subs and that they could be built at Osborne. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, well, we have a proven track record here in South Australia building conventional submarines. So, it removes a whole bunch of the complexity associated with the nuclear. You'll see in my submission, I talk about all of those countries that have nuclear-powered submarines have nuclear industries.
Yeah.
The Royal Australian Navy or the Department of Defence will have to bear the entire cost of all the regulatory, safety, learning, all the facilities to deal with nuclear. In the US, that is shared between the civil power industry and the Navy. Again, it's just crazy that we would go down that particular pathway.
So from an economic perspective for South Australia and an employment one, what I'm hearing is that doing 30 conventional subs at Osborne would be a better outcome for employment than the current AUKUS path.
Well, there are no Virginia-class submarines being built here, and so we're looking at the first real submarine potentially popping out of Osborne in 2038, 2040. Right? That's so far away, and that's a UK submarine. I've mentioned that their entire industry is a big cluster fiasco, and I don't think that there's any chance that they will hit schedule on this. So we could be doing the work, and not only just doing the work, but having the capability in the Royal Australian Navy much sooner by going down that particular pathway.
Okay, thank you very much, Rex. And last question, Karina, I'll just give you my microphone.
Thanks, Peter. Hey, thank you, Rex, for your incredible work of digging and finding out around waste, because it's a concern for many First Nations mob, and you know the story in South Australia. Testing, mining, waste is ongoing for us here in South Australia. One of the questions I've got is around the environmental impacts. In you asking for the FOIs, are you also looking into the environmental impacts of a waste storage facility, possibly here in South Australia?
Well, I think that follows from any plan about where you're going to put these things. Look, FOI in Australia is broken, it takes years, and luckily AUKUS is a project that's going to last decades, so the two match quite well. I will continue to do FOIs in and around the nuclear issue. So I've already done one in relation to Osborne and some of the pre-monitoring that's taken place there. So it's really just a capacity issue, but one of the benefits of AUKUS is because of its long-running nature, FOI actually might work for that particular project because the 5-year delay actually still renders a result.
Look, thanks very much, Rex, and thank you for coming and presenting and for your substantial submission to us. And we're going to take a couple of minutes break and stretch our legs before the next submitter. Do you want to make one?
I just want to say one thing.
Of course.
Thank you to the Australia Institute who are supporting me in some of my court battles in relation to not AUKUS yet, but in relation to why it is that Snowy Hydro is so far behind. Really appreciate your help. So the government sought a $300,000 cost order against me. That was reduced, and the Australian Institute is supporting me in that. So thank you very much.
Okay, duly noted. Thanks, everybody. We'll be back in about a couple of minutes just to stretch your legs. Thanks, Rex. We'll start to resume this hearing and welcome Andrew. How do I pronounce your name properly, Andrew?
Gutchop.
Gutchop?
Yes.
Thank you.
Andrew will do, I understand it's a difficult name.
And you've served in the Australian Department of Defence?
I worked in the Department of Defence from 2000 to 2010, mostly as an international political analyst and an international policy officer.
Well, we're looking forward to hearing from you now. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the invitation to speak to the public inquiry. I congratulate the Board of Commissioners on this initiative. I particularly note the inclusion of Admiral Chris Barrie, former CDF of the Australian Defence Force, whose knowledge and experience brings gravitas to this endeavour. The great disappointment is, however, that this publicly initiated inquiry should be happening at all. This should be the work of the elected Parliament, and I'll say more about this later. My comments on and criticisms of the AUKUS agreement are exclusively directed towards AUKUS Pillar 1, the acquisition of nuclear submarines. AUKUS Pillar 2, advanced capabilities, is, in my view, a good set of objectives that enhance Australian defence capabilities and is, in principle, worth pursuing. Nonetheless, I notice the current criticisms about its lack of progress. Notwithstanding this, I'm opposed to the acquisition of nuclear submarines for the following reasons: compromise of Australian sovereignty, lack of strategic rationale, exorbitant project cost, lack of democratic accountability, lack of UK and US shipbuilding capacity, and possible built-in obsolescence. After discussing these, I'll make some broader concluding remarks. A number of my points have been made before by other speakers, so I'll keep them short, but I ask the Commissioners not to mistake brevity for lack of importance. In terms of Australian sovereignty, on the 4th of October 1913, the new Royal Australian Naval Fleet Unit sailed into Sydney Harbour. Centred around HMAS Australia, an indefatigable class battle cruiser, the fleet was paid for by Australian taxpayers, but in August 1914, as war broke out, the Australian squadron was placed under control of British Admiralty. When the Washington Naval Agreement was reached in 1922, HMAS Australia was considered a British ship, not Australian, and scuttled off Sydney Heads in accordance with British commitments to that agreement. Fast forward a century, and it's my concern that the AUKUS nuclear submarines, should they ever arrive, will effectively be operating under a similar arrangement should it come to conflict in the Indo-Pacific. There will be no US captain on these boats. They will be technically under Australian command. But a phone call will have been made by a US President to an Australian Prime Minister, and that Australian Prime Minister, regardless of political colour, will have readily agreed to commit the boats to the conflict ultimately under US direction. I note former Foreign Minister Garrett Evans' experience in the first Gulf War of 1991. Buddy, it's Washington running this war, not Canberra. I link these two events because despite the development of Australia from British imperial dominion to independent nation state, it's my contention that Australia's mentality hasn't changed. We still view ourselves as a junior member of the Anglo Club, with its first loyalty being to the club instead of to itself. The Australian political class and defence policy community still think it's our melancholy duty to support the military commitments of our great and powerful friends, even if they conflict with Australian interests. I see the AUKUS submarines as a tool for such a commitment. Despite denials, there will be a quid pro quo for Australia being provided with the crown jewels of US nuclear submarine technology, and the Australian political class will be only too eager to comply. Beyond the political dimension will be the question of logistics and maintenance. The purchase of US and UK nuclear boats will make Australia dependent on both those countries for maintenance and refit, particularly with regard to the reactors, as Australia does not have its own nuclear industry. Peter Briggs, retired Royal Australian Navy officer with a 40-year career, commented, "The decision to acquire nuclear submarines deepens Australia's dependence on US industrial capacity, British delivery schedules, and political decisions beyond its control. They will be subject to their priorities, not Australia's." With regard to the lack of strategic rationale, the Australian public has been provided with only two arguments for the nuclear submarines, and in my view, neither stand up to serious scrutiny. The first is an undefined defending Australia. It is not necessary to have nuclear submarines with unlimited endurance to defend Australia, Australia's territorial waters, exclusive economic zone, and conduct operations in the immediate region. The latest state-of-the-art air-independent propulsion diesel-electric submarines are more suitable as they are smaller, quieter when submerged, and better suited to the relatively shallow waters of the Australian continental shelf, particularly to the north. Secondly, we are told that these submarines are necessary to defend Australia's trade routes. The acquisition plan calls for 8 or perhaps 9 submarines. Given the rule of threes, this means that there will be at best 3 submarines on station at any given moment, but very likely only 2. I can't see how such a small number of boats will be able to keep open all of Australia's trade routes all of the time. I note that the US Navy has over 60 nuclear submarines, and they are unable to force open the Strait of Hormuz. The exorbitant project cost has been frequently commented on, so I'll just make a few quick points. The competitive evaluation process resulted in cost estimates ranging between 20 billion, that was from Germany, fixed price, and 50 billion by the ultimately victorious French naval group. In out-turned dollars, that is taking inflation into account, the French bid was to come in at just under 90 billion. After AUKUS was announced, the Australian Strategic Policy Institute concluded that the cost in out-turned dollars would be something between 116 and 171 billion. When the optimum pathway was announced in 2023, the programme's cost was between 268 and 368 billion. The projected cost for the replacement submarines for the Collins class has grown exponentially. This is an extraordinary financial burden for the Australian taxpayer to bear. There must be some serious questions asked as to whether this is value for money. As a point of context, I note that the International Space Station's cost is approximately 150 billion. And that's a multinational project spanning decades. There is a lack of democratic accountability with AUKUS. It was negotiated in the highest secrecy between the UK, the US and Australia. The then Labor opposition was briefed in secret and after only 24 hours decided to support the decision to prevent being wedged on national security issues at the 2022 election. Thus, the AUKUS submarine acquisition was not taken to the Australian people at that election. It was a bipartisan fait accompli. The final optimum pathway agreement was also negotiated in the highest secrecy, and since then, as has been noted, there's been no public debate on this. The most expensive procurement in Australian military history, and one which changes the strategic footing of the ADF from defence to power projection. I note that the ALP stifled debate on this at their 2023 National Conference, and will likely do so again this year. This is not how a democracy or a democratic party is supposed to work. Openness, transparency and accountability are the hallmarks of a democracy, not secrecy, obfuscation and repression. In terms of the Parliament, there has been no parliamentary inquiry as neither side of politics will support it, another bipartisan fait accompli. The Senate Economics References Committee, in its final report into Australia's sovereign naval shipbuilding capability, did in fact recommend that a joint select committee into AUKUS be established. That recommendation has been ignored. Claims that the submarine acquisition can be given suitable oversight through Senate estimates are, in my view, a nonsense. Senate estimates only hears from senior public servants who are well versed in avoiding answering difficult questions, and moreover are prohibited by Senate standing orders from giving opinions on policy. A full parliamentary inquiry is needed with its ability to invite subject matter experts, order the production of documents, as well as provide parliamentary privilege to its participants so that they can speak frankly. Both the UK and US shipbuilding capacity are stretched, and it's highly questionable that both countries have the capacity to produce enough boats for themselves and Australia. In January this year, The Age cited retired Rear Admiral Philip Matthias, a former Director of Nuclear Policy with the UK Ministry of Defence, as saying, "There's a high probability that the UK element of AUKUS will fail. It is clear that Australia has shown a great deal of naivety and did not conduct sufficient due diligence on the parlous state of the UK's nuclear submarine program before signing up to AUKUS, and parting with billions of dollars, which it has already started to do. US shipbuilding too is stretched and has been for some time. To summarise, the US needs to build 2.3 submarines annually to satisfy their needs and Australia, but its current annual production is roughly 1.2 boats per year, only half. and the US has never been able to exceed 2 votes per year. It's apparent that the US and UK won't be able to construct enough submarines to satisfy their needs and Australia's. There's almost a mathematical certainty of failure. There's also a question about whether these boats will be obsolete by the time they are delivered. The rapid advancement of drone technology as seen in the current Russian-Ukrainian war, as well as the improvements in underwater sensors, raise serious questions as to whether designs created in the coming years will still be credible given the lengthy design, construction and delivery schedules. A number of analysts have observed that by the time Australia gets these submarines, underwater monitoring systems coupled with smart sea mines and unmanned underwater vehicles will likely make these large submarines vulnerable, if not obsolete. Excuse me. So to conclude, and some final comments. I've already critiqued the lack of strategic rationale presented to justify the acquisition of the nuclear boats. It's my view that the only reason these boats have been mooted is that Australia has already agreed to support the US should armed conflict in the South China Sea, or more specifically over Taiwan, break out. Given that Australia does not recognise Taiwan as an independent sovereign nation, nor has a security treaty with that island, I find it extraordinary that Australia should commit blood and treasure to such an enterprise. It's my view that this is completely inimical to Australian interests other than implicating the US. The response to such an opinion is normally the phrase, but the US is our ally. And yes, through ANZUS, the US is our ally. And I am not calling for an end to that alliance. But in my view, there are far too many people in the Australian political class and defence and foreign policy community who view the alliance not as a partnership between nations, but as a master-servant relationship. To me, AUKUS is just another expression of that mindset. And as for the US itself, there will be many opposed to AUKUS simply because of the, shall we say, unique nature of the current US administration. My concerns go far beyond that. I have long thought that Australia has made itself too dependent on the United States and its capabilities with the concomitant compromise of Australian sovereignty. Both the US and the world are now different places, and they won't be returning to normal after the current US administration ends. And it's my view that tying Australia even closer to what has become a rogue superpower in its moment of decline is not in Australia's interests. There is a new world order coming, and Australia needs to position itself for that coming world order and not desperately try to cling to the one that is slipping away. The Europeans and Canadians have gotten the memo. Australia has not. AUKUS is being presented as a panacea, and opponents are being accused of somehow wanting Australia to be defenceless, and that opposition to AUKUS is an act of appeasement. As someone who worked at the Department of Defence for a decade, this is quite frankly outrageous. If the proponents of AUKUS must resort to such rhetoric, then it indicates just how weak their arguments for the project actually are. It's my view that given the limited capacity of UK and US shipyards, AUKUS Pillar 1 is a delusion. The submarine procurement should be cancelled before any more taxpayer money is wasted, and just as importantly, before any more time is wasted. The Collins class don't have much more left in them, and the ADF don't want to be caught with a capability gap, just at the moment when the strategic environment is deteriorating. So thank you for your patience during my opening remarks, and I look forward to your questions.
Okay, thanks very much, Andrew. And again, as I've expressed previously, it's terrific to have people with experience on the issues that we're considering come and present to us. So I might go across to Leanne for questions. Thanks very much, Leanne.
That's okay. Thanks so much for your presentation. I've got two quick questions. I think you've sort of answered the first one. When I was reading your submission the other day, right up the front, you said that that there was no capability analysis conducted before the nuclear submarines were decided upon, and that's not the normal way that things are done. And I wondered if you had an opinion on why we broke with tradition for this particular decision.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's probably more for political reasons, I think. We don't know where this idea came from. Did Scott Morrison go to Britain and America and ask? Did they put the idea on the table? We don't know. This is again part of the secrecy of the whole agreement. We don't understand where this came from, who put it on the table, what is the justification for it. So that, to my mind, is why there was no capability analysis done. Normally you decide what effect are we trying to produce, you look at your options, you do some analysis in terms of cost, availability, etc., and then you have a recommended option, you take that to government. That did not happen, and we don't know why.
No, we don't. And my second question and final one was that you talked about how Europe and, can't remember who else you said, has got the memo about Canada have got the memo about there being a new world order. And in your submission, you talk a little bit about a different way for the submarines themselves, but more, which is quite specific. But how would you position Australia? If we got the memo, what would the memo look like?
It's about being as independent as possible with our defence capability. Now, I understand that Australia, given the size that it is, in terms of economy, etc., will never be 100% dependent. But to have almost all our military capability dependent on one nation, be it the United States or anybody else for that matter, you need diversification in case for whatever reason you have a fallout with that country or supply lines are cut, as has been raised earlier. So having almost purely American kit, especially if they're no longer a reliable ally, that leaves us very vulnerable.
Thanks.
Thank you for that, Chris.
Thank you, Andrew. For the record, in the noughties, I spent 6 years chasing a nuclear power submarine for Australia together with Paul Barrett, former Secretary of Defence. We failed manifestly. Our proposal was built on the back of having nuclear power stations in Australia, in order to provide career opportunities for nuclear engineers, etc., etc. But here we are, and to quote Matthias, Australia went about this with a great deal of naivety and did not conduct sufficient due diligence. That still worries the hell out of me, because we're inviting a lot of people to get connected to this program without them having proper career structures to facilitate their lifetime. So would you support the Hugh White proposal of up to 30 conventional submarines for Australia?
In the submission, I put forward the idea of getting 21 of a specific type, the TKMS 2018. Now, the reason I did that is because that's the ones the Singaporeans have bought. They've bought 6 of these boats, the Invincible class, and my thoughts were that a deal could be done with Singapore, that perhaps we could base 3 of our boats in Singapore, and that would give us better coverage in terms of patrols in the South China Sea. That was based on the assumption that we could do a deal in the sense that we have a base there and they could send their boats to Australia for maintenance. Now, we may have missed the boat on that, no pun intended. It looks like TKMS in Singapore are looking at building a facility in Singapore for that. Still, I think it's an option worth pursuing, and I think more interestingly in the last couple of weeks, the Canadians have decided to buy the TKMS 212CD. CD stands for Common Design. It is a submarine that has been, or is going to be, equipping the German and Norwegian navies, and the Canadians have decided to come in on that. This is a much bigger boat than the original 212s, almost twice the size, I think 2,800 tonnes submerged. That's in the ballpark of Collins. Now, the 22CDs have lithium-ion batteries, air-independent propulsion, so they'll probably have I would imagine, at least as good, probably better endurance than the Collins does. So that may be another option to pursue there. And we'd be jumping on an existing program and a mature design. That would de-risk it, I would think.
Okay, finally, putting on your head as a defence analyst, years ago the Flag Officer Submarines said to me quietly, having a nuclear deterrent at sea would suck the guts out of the UK defence budget. When I look at the UK now, that's exactly what's happened. Do you think if we went down the AUKUS proposal, that would suck the guts out of our defence budget here?
There is already at least anecdotal evidence that other programs are being delayed for the cost of AUKUS. It is such a huge amount of money. As I said, in comparison, it's twice the amount of money as the International Space Station. So yes, I think this is going to result in other capabilities being neglected, delayed, however you wish to put it. And I threw in a sort of back of the envelope costing on my submission that 21 TKMS boats would cost roughly 35 to 40 billion initial procurement, probably 120, 130 billion for the life of the project. That opens up $200 billion of other money which can be used for other capabilities. I think that's better, personally, I think that's better value for money.
Okay, thank you for that. Carmen?
Thank you. One of the risks you identified, and thank you very much for the submission as well, which was very helpful background for today as well.
Thank you.
One of the risks you identified was to Australia's sovereignty in this agreement, arrangement. We're not sure it's really an agreement in the formal sense. Christopher Pine said earlier today that in his view, one of the drivers for the arrangement was the establishment of a nuclear submarine base in Stirling, that's ultimately the objective there. I guess I'd like your opinion on whether you think under the circumstances that we understand might prevail in the event of any conflict, whether Australia would actually be able to maintain control over decision making in relation to that base, in inverted commas. Thank you.
I'd be reticent to comment on the sovereignty of the base itself. It would very much come under what are the arrangements, what's the memorandum of understanding, the governance documents, if you like. I mean, for example, with Pine Gap, it is a joint facility, that this is Australian sovereign territory. We have full knowledge and concurrence of what goes on there. And that's because of the arrangements that were put in place in the 1980s by the Hawke government. So it would depend on what the arrangements would be for that Stirling base, and then it comes down to what is the political will of the Australian government to assert itself in that.
But I guess to follow up, are there arrangements that in broad terms should be on the public record?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for that question and answer. No, thank you. Hey, listen, thanks very much, Andrew. Time has its want upon us here, but I will make one final observation. You've referred to the space station cost of around, was it 150?
150 Australian billion is the figure I came up with a bit of research.
And I couldn't help but notice that I think may have been the former head of the Australian Submarine Agency, or at least another senior person in this area, has identified the fact that the design and manufacture of the AUKUS subs is even more complex than the space station.
Exactly.
Thanks very much for you coming in and seeing us today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we're just taking a breather while Matt Murphy comes and joins us from the Electrical Trades Union, the ETU. Welcome, Matt, and
Commissioners, Mr. Adley, John Adley is our branch secretary for us, the company.
oh, terrific, thanks. Welcome as well, John, and thank you very much for your submission. And we're in your hands.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, as I said, on the company this morning by John Adley, who's our branch secretary for the South Australian branch of the organisation. I'd also like to take the opportunity to make an acknowledgement of the country and the Ghana people, and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Again, thank you for the opportunity to appear before the inquiry. I'm the Assistant National Secretary of the Electrical Trades Union of Australia, and as a representative of the ETU, we organise more than 70,000 electrical workers and electronic workers nationally. The tradespeople who in fact build, wire, maintain and power the industries this country depends on. The ETU's opposition to this deal is not new. It is not lightly held. It is grounded in our union's policy against the nuclear industry, a policy that has stood since the 1950s, and in our direct experience representing the workers whose livelihoods, skills and futures are on the line. The ETU has made submissions to government inquiries on a number of occasions. We've travelled to France to inspect Suffren class submarines on which the previous French contract was based. Our submissions expressed our opposition to the deal, but also sought to raise questions about the necessary legislative and regulatory protections that would be needed to protect workers and communities if the deal would go ahead. Significantly, the union took our concerns directly to the floor of the 2023 ALP National Conference in Brisbane, where our National Secretary Michael Wright moved an amendment to strip all references to nuclear technology from the party's AUKUS platform statement. ETU delegates made that case from inside the hall, and a contingent of our members stood outside the conference to make it publicly. We lost that vote, but the position we put has been borne out by everything that has happened since. In my statement of this inquiry, I would like to detail the union's concerns with this deal. These include the impact on jobs and sovereign capability and the overall cost of the deal and nuclear risks. What matters most to our members is jobs, the sovereign capability that underpins them. When Australia cancelled the French attack class contract in September 21, we did not just cancel a submarine. We cancelled a deal for 12 conventionally powered submarines to be built on shore in Australia by Australian workers. At its peak, that program was set to support around 900 tradespeople directly, and at least 5,000 jobs across the broader supply chain, with real flow-on effects to the vocational education and training sector, our universities and Australian industry more generally. That work is gone. In its place, we were given an announcement, not a deal, an announcement of the policy pathway, and the pathway has shifted every time we have looked at it. The SSN AUKUS arrangement, as currently structured, contains around 20% less Australian material than the French contract. The highest technology work will be done overseas, not here. As I put on record before the Senate committee in 2021, regardless of the method of propulsion, a rushed decision to build these boats in the United States or the United Kingdom means 2 generations of Australian workers will lose access to highly skilled, well-paid, WHS assured, secure jobs.
Matt, can I just get you to pull the mic a bit closer?
Thank you, Commissioner. That risk is not diminished. It has grown. There is a second immediate risk that does not receive the attention it deserves. The Collins class. Our existing submarines were designed and built for a finite service life. The cancellation of the French contract created a capability gap of at least a decade between the end of the Collins class life and the introduction into service of the first SSN AUKUS boat. To bridge that gap, the Collins class is now being put through a life of type extension that was never planned, never properly budgeted, and never put to the Australian public. We are stretching ageing submarines beyond their intended service life because we tore up the contract that was meant to replace them. That is a risk to crew safety, to our defence capability, and to the public purse. I remind the Commissioners of the loss of both an Argentinian and Indonesian submarine well within the past 10 years. The deal was already a dud, but in May 2026 we found out the Australian government was going to revise the AUKUS deal again. Australia is now paying more and getting less. We'll now receive 3 second-hand Virginia-class submarines from the US Navy's existing fleet, rather than the mix of used and newly built boats originally promised. Each of these vessels will have approximately 23 years of service life remaining, compared to 33 years for a new boat. That compresses the transition window by over a decade, yet the Deputy Prime Minister acknowledged this change would produce no fundamental reduction in the price tag. And what is the price tag? The program is projected at up to $368 billion by the mid-2050s. Of that, $123 billion is listed as contingency, a built-in 50% buffer. We've already paid more than $3.6 billion to shipyards in the United States and the United Kingdom. We are building infrastructure at HMAS Stirling and the Henderson Defence Precinct at a combined cost of around $20 billion. The Minister for Defence Industry, Conroy, has himself acknowledged that Defence's systems for managing major projects are, in his own word, broken. The National Audit Office has found the average cost of defence projects has blown out by 38% or $29 billion from conception to decision. Australians are being asked to pay more and to accept less. Every one of those dollars is a choice. and a review of the Royal Navy's operational readiness provides no comfort. All 5 of the UK's currently active Astute-class submarines are simultaneously alongside in port or dry dock for maintenance and upgrades, leaving the UK with no nuclear attack submarines actively patrolling the seas. Current status of the Royal Navy's fleet: the operational paralysis affects the following boats: HMS Astute, undergoing deep midlife refits and maintenance alongside. HMS Ambush, docked, has experienced extended low levels of readiness and has not been to sea for years. HMS Artful, confined to port following a severely prolonged period without active sailing. HMS Audacious, undergoing major dry dock refurbishments and technical remediation at Devonport. HMS Anson, previously the only active boat. It was deployed to Western Australia's HMAS Sterling under the AUKUS agreement. It has since entered its own scheduled submarine maintenance period, locking down the final operational hull. The 6th boat, HMS Agamemnon, has recently launched but remains trapped in post-commissioning trials and is not yet certified for deployment. The final vessel, HMS Achilles, remains under construction. I dare not refer the Commission to the 2 aircraft carriers that are currently in service with the Royal Navy and the issues that they face with propulsion systems. To summarise, the Royal Navy's operational readiness currently sits at an unprecedented 0%. Given this deal is clearly a dud, why are we exposing Australia to the risk of nuclear defence technologies? Our position on nuclear is unambiguous and long-standing. We are strongly against the deployment of nuclear power and nuclear propulsion in Australia because of the risks associated with uranium mining and extraction, the enormous build costs, the deadly consequences to human health and the environment when things go wrong, and its potential to take us down a path of devastating weaponry. There is a demonstrated connection between nations who use nuclear propulsion and who deploy nuclear weapons. AUKUS betrays Australia's long-standing non-nuclear policy and opens the door to a dangerous domestic nuclear industry, weapons proliferation and a regional arms race. And still, no one has told the Australian public where the waste will be stored. The ETU does not support the watering down of long-standing nuclear prohibitions to allow the acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines. We hold serious concerns that the erosion of these prohibitions for military technology undermines the peaceful intent of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, presents a safety risk to workers and sailors, and risks stranding Australia with dangerous high-level nuclear waste requiring costly management for tens of thousands of years. Lastly, I raised the decommissioning question before the Senate Committee in 2021, and it remains unresolved today. The original AUKUS announcement contained nothing on how these submarines will eventually be decommissioned and disposed of. Look at what the Royal Navy is dealing with. 20 retired nuclear submarines awaiting dismantlement with no permanent disposal solution in place and costs accumulating for decades. Look at what has happened with offshore oil and gas decommissioning in this country, where operators have repeatedly walked away from their obligations and left the burden with the public. Now imagine applying that record to nuclear-powered assets. It is a massive, uncosted liability on a future Commonwealth budget with no public debate and no plan. Lastly, we cannot assess the value of this deal without asking ourselves the question of whether nuclear-powered submarines will actually make Australia safer. I inspected the original French attack class submarines in 2017. I actually walked under one of the early class boats in Cherbourg. They were suited the defence job this country genuinely needs, without nuclear propulsion, clearly. The SSN AUKUS boats are clearly offensive weapons. Much of the talk of deterrence is, in my view, a cover for going to war. I ask this panel to remember that a war with China would not resemble any previous war in history. Australia's experience in Afghanistan, admittedly landlocked, would pale into insignificance to a war in the Western Pacific. I asked the panel to remember that a war with China would affect the entire region irrevocably. Our neighbours understand this. Indonesia and Malaysia have condemned this arrangement. They are right to do so. We are told that AUKUS strengthens Australia's sovereignty. In practice, it does the opposite. We will not hold the skills or the knowledge to fully fix and operate these submarines ourselves. We are deepening our dependence on the United States at exactly the moment we should be building genuine, sovereign, independent capability here at home. Every dollar committed to AUKUS is a choice. The same investment could accelerate the clean energy transition, build renewable energy industries, fund housing and healthcare, and support the industrial workforce of the future. Our members are already on track to benefit from around 100,000 additional electrical workers' jobs by 2050 through the clean energy transition. That is sovereign industry, built here, employing Australians, using Australian technology and not dependent on the goodwill of a foreign navy. So what do we ask of the government? We ask for full transparency. Australians were never consulted on a commitment of this scale. We ask that credible, costly alternatives be properly assessed, including whether advances in autonomous underwater vehicle technology are now making parts of this program strategically obsolete before they're even built. We ask for genuine domestic manufacturing guarantees, not vague commitments. We ask for a just transition for defence industry workers, regardless of what happens to AUKUS. And we ask the government to sign and ratify the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, a commitment that the 2023 ALP conference itself endorsed. The ETU's members are not against defending this country. In fact, I was an infantry soldier for 20 years. They are against a rushed, offshore nuclear-armed pathway that destroys Australian jobs, surrenders sovereign capability and leaves the Collins class operating beyond safe limits, and locks us into a 40-year program with no guaranteed delivery at a cost that grows every time we look at it. We've raised these concerns since the day of the announcement. We have raised them in the Senate hearings, in ALP conference halls and in the media, and we raise them again here today because the inquiry is precisely the kind of transparent, independent scrutiny that this decision has always deserved and never received. Thank the inquiry for its time and invite questions or matters of clarification from the Commissioners.
Thank you very much, Matt. And John, do you want to add something at this point before we go to questions?
No, but I'll just fully introduce myself. So my name is John Adley. I'm the Secretary of the Communications, Electrical and Plumbing Union South Australian branch. Hundreds of our members work in the naval manufacturing industry at Osborne. So they are engaged in the maintenance of the Collins class submarine. They were involved in the manufacturing of the Collins class submarine and also in building warships. So we are here as representatives of those workers and happy to take any questions from the committee.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Matt, for both the ETU's willingness to consider this issue as seriously, both for your members, but also more broadly, and also for the submission that you brought to us. I'll go across to Carmen for a first question. Carmen, if you have one.
Yes, you mentioned that you've tried to get responses from defence and government around questions like worker safety and a range of other questions that you've outlined today. I'm wondering, and I guess it's part of what we're trying to do, how much success you've had in engaging, for instance, people in defence of the submarine relevant authorities and government to answer some of the questions, for instance, surrounding what changes might need to be made to practice in order to protect workers in the course of both the construction and maintenance of nuclear-powered submarines.
Thanks, Commissioner. Early on, I suppose during the course of our advocacy, going back to 2016, we had arrangements in place with TKMS and also the DCNS, Naval, as a Naval group was at the time. We had agreements with them. They were facilitated by government. That would be built in Australia, they'd built Australian labour, there'd be certain transfers of technology. And early on in that period, even with a government that could be seen to be not particularly friendly, there was some good engagement. I have to say there was some good engagement. Later on, once the decision had been made with respect to embracing AUKUS Pillar 1, that dropped off. So clearly, any submarine built or proposed to be built in Adelaide was a long way down the track and really dropped off the level of consultation and engagement. So It's mixed, but as AUKUS progressed, there was less and less involvement with us and government of both flavours.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions?
Thanks, Matt. Do you have any idea where the money we've shoveled into the UK and US has gone?
Thanks, Admiral. No, I don't. My expertise runs to probably industrial matters, the flow of electrons and conducting land warfare, I suppose, is my only claims to fame. So my economic credentials are pretty limited, and I suppose I can only resort to replying on behalf of our members. I have NFI, no idea whatsoever.
Right, but I take it you were quite impressed with what you saw in France when you looked after the attack cost.
Yeah, very much so. We were hosted by the Barrie Group, and I found it pretty enlightening. And like, clearly there were some national security issues and what we're allowed to see and what we weren't allowed to see. But they were very keen on an ongoing basis to engage with us to facilitate that build. It probably allows me an opportunity also to say, if it's not too tangential, I understand that British builds are on a rotational basis, that they construct an SSN class and gear up for that, and then when that's complete, well, as that completes, they gear up to produce their next SSBN class. Now, given that they're in the design phase and early production phase of the next SSBN class, and notwithstanding what's happened with the SSNs, I don't see them having a lot of capability, design and industrial capability to produce SSN AUKUS, given that rotational basis of there. So I think that reinforces the question of where the money has gone.
Yeah, okay. Have you got any interest in Pillar 2 and whether you see any additional opportunities over what might have been in place if there was no AUKUS?
Yeah, thanks, Admiral. We do, and I do understand that people's interest with AUKUS goes mainly to Pillar 1. We were involved, I think it goes back a couple of years, there was the various universities established a conference at the National Press Club in Canberra that we attended, which was pretty well attended by current and former politicians and the industry. Importantly, they were at pains to explain the nature of Pillar 2, particularly with quantum computing and quantum communications, which and we're a union that's growing well beyond GDP per year, and clearly we're looking into those areas as well and to what access we get. But I'm sure you'd appreciate that, the Andrew and those organisations who produce Go Shark and that are anxious to keep unions out of their sites as well. In fact, trying to find where it's actually constructed is rather difficult. But yeah, we are growing and we're interested in Pillar 2 and the opportunities that provides us to represent our members. We've always dealt with sensitive defence issues, and we always will.
Yeah, no, I'd have thought your members want to be on the front foot with some of those things.
Very much so, yes.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Leanne?
Yeah, thanks for your presentation, your submission. I noticed when I was reading it that there was quite a difference in the potential jobs from the original plan to have submarines built here to what we've moved to now. I was wondering if you could expand on that a little bit, the difference between the two, and also comment on whether there was much discussion or negotiation with unions, given the substantial drop in potential employment.
There's been no substantial recent discussion on employment for what's currently proposed with AUKUS. Clearly, constructing the French contract in Adelaide, or correction, Port Adelaide or Osborne, given that the previous government landed on around 60% Australian construction contact would have given us a significant amount of jobs. Given that no one knows what the construction of the AUKUS class really looks like, we can only guess, but we're assuming a lot less levels. Can I take you to another small point? We've been assured that the installation of the nuclear propulsion with any AUKUS class is going to be secure, that indeed there's going to be a large black box that's going to be transported from the eastern coast of the UK or to Australia. Now, that raises a number of security questions when getting the things here. Clearly that's open to disruption, let me put it that way. And also that, you know, they're going to be a sealed unit. You know, I mean, are they going to connect by Wi-Fi or what? And, you know, I worked on tools for about 10 years and in high voltage transmission, and we certainly haven't mastered wireless transmission of electricity yet. So, and I understand nuclear reactors need to be connected with electricity, clearly, control and power. A lot of water, I think, gets used to keep them cool. And clearly hydraulics. Now, there's going to need to be some sort of invasive activity by humans to connect those into the boats. So, given that there's a requirement for, you know, the mechanical, electrical trades and engineering to be there, there's still going to be a requirement for people. But I raise that point because no one really knows what that looks like in practice. But we know what it looks like in practice, if I can take up some of the points that were probably raised earlier, what 30 conventional class boats, particularly the larger TKMS ones, look like. We have the skills, we have the engineering, we have the skills here and here to construct these things now. Yes, there's a little bit of up to speed to happen, given that we're in a bit of a valley of death with the shipbuilding program. No one really knows where the frigates are up to. Currently, the frigate that's going to be all things to all people. But we have the skills and the ability here in this country to deliver that now. We don't know what the alternative looks like, or the proposed alternative looks like.
Thanks. My last question, quick, is that we heard from the former Minister Christopher Pyne this morning that AUKUS is, I'm paraphrasing, but basically needed and cannot be stopped. Is that your view? It cannot be. I guess I'm asking if it's your view if it cannot be stopped. You've made in your submission pretty clear where you stand on the.
Commissioner, I think it's clear that it can be stopped. I think that. Well, can I say this to you, that I think Australia has two choices as to the notion of its defence. Noting the capabilities of foreign weapon systems, particularly missiles, particularly DF-21, for example, none of these are going to be launched in the event of a conflict close to Australia. That said, a lot of them are ground launched and are impervious to attack from submarine, even with TLAMs, the Tomahawk land attack missiles, for example. We have a choice. We can either operate nuclear submarines in support of the US in the Northwest Pacific, doing what the US wants to do, or we can operate in the shallow waters around Australia, directly defending Australia with quiet conventional boats. I think that really is a question of defence policy, foreign policy, rather than, you know, manufacturing policy or anything else, whether the choice of nuclear or indeed conventional. But I think from our point of view, we would advocate that the defence of Australia requires conventional boats in the shallower waters around the Indonesian archipelago and the Australian coastline, even somewhat forward of that, rather than operating, you know, in support of a foreign nation against a foreign nation in the Northwest Pacific. So to that extent, I think if you consider that point of view, then I think clearly Pillar 1 of AUKUS can be stopped and replaced by a much more safer for everyone option, a more economic option, and I think overwhelmingly for Australians and their sovereignty, a better option.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Matt. John, did you want to add?
I'll just supplement by saying that in our view, the people paying for this project should be the ones deciding whether it can be stopped or not. It's a height of arrogance to say it's a fait accompli.
All right, thank you for that. I couldn't help but noticing, and we've got a break for about 35 minutes for lunch in a second, you're reflecting on the fact that the ETU had held this position strongly for some time now, been into conference in Brisbane. Question to both of you really. I think the conference is due here in Adelaide in a week or two. Yes, it might be next week. Are you aware of whether or not there will be a debate about AUKUS at conference this time in Adelaide? And if there won't be a debate, do you have any thoughts as to why not?
Thank you.
Into the mic. Thanks very much, Matt.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm not aware if there will be a debate on AUKUS. I suspect that, well, not suspect, I know that our National Secretary, who I must apologise on his behalf, he's in the Pilbara at the moment dealing with other issues. I've got this gig. But Michael is working actively to ensure that AUKUS is debated, along with our proposal for sovereign power, which I'll give that a quick plug while I'm here. That said, that is a matter entirely for the party as to whether or not that occurs. But I do know that we would seek to have that debated, yes.
All right, thank you. On that basis, I want to thank you both very much for coming along. It's been a really good, constructive and very positive and informative morning. Thank you to all of those who are still here who presented to us, and we'll break for 35 minutes and then resume at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm wondering whether Steve Glasgow is here. Oh, great. Okay, so everyone grab a seat. Fantastic, Steve. Come and we take the opportunity of hearing from you now. And remember, it's great if you almost kiss the microphone and get as close as you can. Makes a very big difference.
My wife's much prettier, so.
Most likely. Pull it as close to you
There we go.
as you feel comfortable. Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I've come here today because of an ongoing interest in submarines. I'm ex-Navy. The closest I ever got to a submarine was on the casing of an O-boat in flats, and that's about as close as I ever wanted to get. Unlike a lot of the people here, I'm not sure if I have a strong opinion on whether the boat should be nuclear powered or not. I can make a case either way without any problem whatsoever. I just think that the strategic blueprint that we've got going forward at AUKUS is just fraught with so many dangers that I do not understand how somebody supposedly as intelligent as the people who are signed that contract. There's just too many hurdles in it. There's too many gotchas in that contract for it to be workable for Australia to keep its national security in track. The biggest problem that we're going to have, should we manage to convince Canberra that moving away from the AUKUS contract is a good idea, is dealing with the egos and red faces in Canberra. No disrespect, Peter, but politicians all have an ego, and getting some of those guys to back down in Canberra, should people in general decide that AUKUS is not a good way to go, is going to be intensely difficult. The focus of my presentation is that I believe I can present a viable, cost-effective fleet alternative that this nation can actually afford. And one thing that's often overlooked is the one that we can actually crew. We have an attraction and a retention issue in defence in general, and yet we've signed up to have a fleet of boats that requires at least 2 times the crew of the Collins class. So we've got a retention issue there and a manpower issue. The current AUKUS 1 pillar framework fundamentally fails Australian sovereign requirements. It does not give us an independent capability. It shackles us to a deeply transactional foreign supply chain. It hands us a maintenance leash tied entirely to American and British engineering yards, and it strips away our independent military decision making through absolute dependency on these sealed nuclear systems. Quickly, one of the questions I think you had was, where has all this money gone? Well, we've got a nuclear reactor on order for the first of our boats, and we've allegedly financed some improvements in US boat building capacity, which is probably 10 or 15 years away from being realised. So I think that's money wasted, not so much for the reactor if we go down that route, but certainly the donation that we've made to the American shipbuilding industry, which is all it can be looked at as a donation, because so far it's done nothing to improve the build capability of the US. It's a catastrophic contractual track for us. We're all aware of the systemic failures that we see in both the UK and the US submarine yards. They cannot even meet their own domestic capacity, and yet they've got to the US yards to avoid the big gotcha from POTUS, has got to get to 2.3 boats per year. Right now they're moribund, stuck at 1.1 boat. What a lot of people seem to have overlooked in a lot of this discussion is that doesn't matter whether we get a brand new Virginia class or we get a second-hand Virginia class, the American president has an absolute override to say, no, you're not going to get it. And that's based purely on their own decision as to whether or not giving a boat to Australia will undermine their capability. So they really don't give 2 hoots about their allies, in inverted commas. But given that the current regime is so transactional, I can't see it being an easy decision for them to give up a boat. The single greatest hurdle to fixing this is a bottleneck of institutional ego and political face-saving in Canberra. I know it doesn't look good that we've already cancelled one submarine contract with very public diplomatic fallout, and yes, a second pivot will look embarrassing on the global stage. But continuing down a path so visibly fraught with structural failures is not diplomacy. It's a direct betrayal of Australian taxpayers, a betrayal of our sovereign autonomy, and a betrayal of our ADF personnel. Our sailors, the men and women who take these boats to sea, the Collins-class boats to sea, they'll be taking out boats that are so far past their design criteria that I believe in my heart of hearts it will be putting those sailors' lives at risk. To put this into perspective, two boats, the Sheehan and the Rankin, will be 45 years old when they're finally decommissioned. If you go back into history, everybody took the mickey out of the Australian Navy at the beginning of the Second World War with the scrap iron flotilla. Those ships were only 22 years old, and yet they were considered ancient at the time. If we have a look at some recent decommissioning, Success was 33 years old when she was decommissioned. You cannot discard Australia with legacy steel. A bit of my history, I served on HMAS Melbourne and HMAS Vampire. I did the decommissioning cruise on both of those ships. They were about 27 years old, so I know what it's like to try and maintain ageing assets. And these are surface assets, these are not submarines. That's a whole new world of hurt. At the Singapore, in Singapore recently, Defence Minister Miles warns us already that we have an unprecedented subsea cable attack and fast-track autonomous payloads that they believe are going to be an issue for our defence to deal with by 2027. The government can't have it both ways. They're saying that they cannot stand on the global stage in Singapore and declare that the seabed is an active, immediate battlefield requiring emergency autonomous drone capability by 2027, while simultaneously telling the Australian taxpayers that our primary maritime deterrent won't arrive for another 10 to 20 years. They just can't have it both ways. We're either in a world of hurt now, or we're going to delay everybody giving us grief until 2047 when we're ready to face them. They can't have it both ways. By fast-tracking autonomous mass, the ghost sharks and the sea archers and the like, for 2027, the Minister has advertently confessed that the multi-decade Pillar 1 timeline is obsolete before it even begins. They're trying to breach an extended capability gap with high-gloss PR while our actual sovereign approaches remain entirely undefended. I've come up with a configuration that I believe works, but it eliminates the gap by deploying mass domestic autonomous sentinels and conventional assets into the water this decade, aligning directly with the immediate threat environment the government themselves have recently highlighted. Having spent a little bit of time at sea, I understand what it's like for sailors to spend time away from sea, spend time under pressure, and I don't believe that the number of hulls that we're going to be getting with our current defence strategy is going to be sufficient. I've come up with an alternative, a two-fleet arrangement, a sovereign fleet to guard Australia and an extended fleet using nuclear boats to project a little bit more force. This is the macro view of architectural sanity. We replace an abstract of 8 unbuilt hulls with a concrete reality of 14 crewed boats, 5 heavy missile defence flagships, 16 highly capable frigates, and a massed front line of 204 autonomous strike and scout platforms. We replace concentrated risk with autonomous mass. The Sovereign Garrison Force, that's 5 flagships. They're ASEV hybrid Sovereign Shield flagships. They are the Japanese 14,000-ton heavy destroyers that are currently being designed and built in Japan. They're equipped with the Lockheed Martin Spy 7 radar, and it's integrated in the Australian Aegis baseline. providing unblinkered 360-degree ballistic missile and hypersonic defence over regional gateways. We have 10 of the extended Mogami-class frigates, slightly modified from the first 4 that we're getting so that their stern ramps are capable of dealing with the Sea Archers and the Ghost Sharks. They have, with the extended Mogami has the much deeper magazine, 34 cell vertical launch system, which provides localised area defence both for close inshore and their own requirements. I've taken a somewhat unconventional look here, and I've split the submarine group into 2 groups. One, as I said before, conventional boats, and the other nuclear powered boats. But I'm proposing for the Sovereign Garrison Force we have 10 Black Sword Barracuda submarines, which are, going back to the French, with the attack class submarines. And I've gone for the lithium iron phosphate batteries, not air independent propulsion. Gives us better range. It eliminates the weight and maintenance penalties of traditional AIP while offering unprecedented underwater endurance and rapid range. I've costed these on a bulk purchase of 10 boats compared to using the Netherlands 4-boat contract as my baseline, and a significant uplift to have them still be using the Mark 48 torpedo. That's a bit of a Franken boat, as the common term is used, but we've invested such a lot of money in Mark 48s. It keeps us engaged with the Americans. There's good and ill in that, of course. Yeah. And but it does mean that we will be unable to sell any Mark 48 torpedoes that we have left because of the ITAR regulations. So we need to be able to use them somehow. We wouldn't even be able to sell them to the Canadians who are going to continue to use the Mark 48s. And we'll also have 60 Ghost Sharks and 80 Sea Archers per group. They will be supported by the Mogami frigates. The extended strike force is 4 Suffren SSNs, 2 per task group, acquired by direct procurement from the France's Naval Group. They provide immediate lethal long-range strike capacity, and they will be using the French naval cruise missiles. They will not be in any way, shape or form a Franken boat. They will be a genuine SSN manufactured by the French. The extended strike force also has 6 upgraded Mogami-class frigates, and 16 Ghost Sharks and 48 Sea Archers. The 48 Sea Archers and the 16 Ghost Sharks take a lot of the pressure off of needing crewed manned hulls. There's a lot of talk around at the moment about area denial, about flooding areas with Ghost Sharks and Sea Archers. Yeah, that's all well and good, but if you have an incident out at sea where you have, we'll call it for want of a better expression, a spy trawler who decides to plough straight through the Ghost Sharks or the Sea Archers, that's exactly what it can do. It's a steel hull running through much smaller vessels. So the Mogamis will still be out there to not only to provide support for the Sea Archers, but to provide muscle. It doesn't matter how you slice it and dice it. Simply filling an area full of the autonomous vessels does not provide real area denial. The bit that I like about this is that I've managed to save the taxpayer some money, but I've got a use for that as well. The garrison fleet comes in at under 100 billion Australian dollars. The strike fleet comes in at 115 billion dollars. I've allowed for $70 billion, which is an awful lot of money in anybody's terms, but you notice how you get carried away with these numbers. $70 billion rolls off the tongue very easily when you're talking about defence spending, which I think is some of the problem that we have with defence spending. I've allowed $70 billion for the life cycle maintenance costs for the 3 SSNs. They have to go back to Cherbourg to be refuelled every 10 years. They have the distinct advantage over the American boats in the fact that They are low enriched uranium, they're not highly enriched uranium, it's not weapons grade uranium, it's much, much more easily managed and stored. The French currently look after our waste from Lucas Heights. They've been doing it for years, they can do it. They can ship it back to us in vitreous glass containers, properly contained. So it's something that we can manage without going through that whole security, where do we put the waste? And as the gentleman before me said, nobody has worked out where they're going to store highly enriched uranium nuclear reactors that could be hijacked by someone if they wanted it, where they're going to put them. No, the Yanks haven't managed it, the Brits haven't managed it, it's just an ongoing problem.
You've got 3 minutes, Steve.
All right, sure.
Thank you.
I have taken a very, very unpopular approach to this, in the fact that I'm getting all of the ships, I'm getting everything manufactured overseas. And that'll piss the premiers off, it'll piss the unions off, but one of the question that was asked is how do we get value for money? And while I'm very interested in maintaining an Australian sovereign capability, there are times when you have to be pragmatic. We'll have a number of boats and we'll have a number of vessels and we'll have an awful lot of autonomous vessels that will require maintenance, repair, and all of the associated activities that go along with maintaining a fleet. We will still be able to build a workforce around doing exactly that without falling into the trap of being relying on the UK and the US to maintain things that, as the guys before me rightly said, it's a black box. We haven't got a clue what's going on in there. And recently I found out that the Americans haven't got a clue of what goes on in some of these things either. They don't know, they don't own the IP to all of the stuff that goes into their into their boats. They can't even get licenses from the manufacturers to maintain their boats. So in summary, the questions I had is AUKUS worth the expense, and is there an alternative approach to delivering Australian security? I believe that by taking a different approach, looking out of the box, allowing Canberra to embarrass themselves and pivoting back to the French is probably the best way to handle all of this. It's not going to be popular with anybody, but the question was, how do we win the question is not how do we win a popularity race. The question is how do we adequately defend Australia? And I think this is a much better way than sinking $368 billion into I've described it as a fantasy and a vanity project from some of our politicians.
Well, thank you very much, Steve. And again, thank you for those people that have taken the time to come to this Commission of Inquiry and share their thoughts and their inputs with us. I'll just see whether there are any questions from commissioners. Chris Barrie.
Thanks, Steve, for your submission, and you're the first person that's tried to build a defence force in relation to the question in front of commissioners. Whilst I can't possibly comment on how good it is or otherwise, but if you could just tell me what you see the tasks for nuclear-powered submarines in the Australian inventory looking like.
The task for a nuclear submarine for Australia is exactly the same as it is for the US, the UK, and anybody who owns one. The big advantage that they have obviously is range and stealth, which means that they can get closer to a target than a land-based missile and cut down the reaction time for the defence. And that's what it all becomes. If somebody launches a missile in North Korea, the Americans know about it in a nanosecond. If somebody and then that gives them however long, with 35, 40, 50 minutes to react and to have their defences up. If a submarine's off the coast, and submarines are more than capable of loitering off the coast for extended periods of time, they fire that missile, you've now taken it from 50 minutes to 5 minutes. That's the advantage of a submarine, and that's the advantage of the SSNs.
So you're projecting there that we use nuclear-powered submarines now for attacking ballistic missile carrying nuclear-powered submarines.
I don't believe we should be attacking anybody. That's the wrong way to put it.
But why would you need them in any other case? Surely a conventional submarine can do the rest of the tasks.
No, exactly. If we the conventional submarines can absolutely do the bulk of the tasks. No doubt about that whatsoever. But let's face it, if you're going to be in a situation where somebody is attacking you, you're going to want to strike back. You have to strike back. You can't just sit there and defend and defend and defend, because sooner or later you're going to get run over. And I don't believe that we should simply have a deter. Now, I like the idea of us being too prickly to attack. Don't get me wrong. That's why I like the idea of a sovereign fleet. But I don't believe that in any way, shape or form, if we're attacked, we should simply stay on the defensive. I don't believe that. We must have the capacity. If somebody is going to lob missiles at us, we have to have the capacity to lob them back. I don't see the sense in just sitting there taking punches.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions, Commissioners?
Just very, very quickly, thanks, Peter. You mentioned earlier the current arrangement as envisaged, and as far as we can determine the details of it, would see Australian capacity essentially on a maintenance leash, as you put it.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I know you've expanded a little on that, but I wonder if you could tell us what the consequences of being on that leash would be.
Well, the consequences of being on the leash are very, very simple. Everything to do with the Virginia-class boats will come down to, will it undermine US capability? That's the fact that's often overlooked here. So let's imagine you already have the Virginia-class boats spending 60% more time under maintenance than they were ever forecast for their life. We'll have a maintenance leash where if ever we need anything done to the interfaces with the reactor, we're going to be stuck with American or US technicians. We will not be able to touch. In fact, legally, we've signed an agreement that says we won't touch them. We're completely hands off. So, you know, everybody says, yeah, we'll be building the boats and so on, but we'll be building this bit and this bit, but we won't be building the brains of the outfit. We won't be building the power plant. So we'll be stuck on a maintenance leash to them in some way, shape or form. The US has decommissioned the boats because they couldn't get round to maintaining them. They've been not so much the Virginia class, but some of their smaller attack class boats, they've decommissioned them because they couldn't get to maintaining them in time. Submarines, when they sit in harbour doing nothing, they rot. And that's exactly what's happened to some of the smaller attack class boats in the US. They've rotted because they couldn't get round to maintaining them. They have production bottlenecks in their own suppliers because they're not allowed to build the tooling to maintain the boats themselves. And we're sitting in Australia 14,000 kilometres away from somebody in Seattle who says, Australia? And that's what I mean by the maintenance leash as well. We'll be very, very low on the totem pole.
Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Steve, and thank you for that presentation.
Thank you.
It's really informative and useful for us. So we're going to keep on moving along pretty quickly here, and I do apologise in advance to our speakers when I do the odd wind-up, otherwise we'll still be here at midnight. So Richard Whitebrook, Richard, come and join us. I don't have any information in front of me that identifies your background or why you're... share with us whatever you wish.
I identify myself here as an ordinary Australian, but my background is actually in engineering and electronics design.
Okay, terrific. The floor is yours, and speak as close to the mic as you can.
Thank you, Peter. And thank you to the Commission both for what you're doing and for giving me the opportunity to have a platform today.
Great.
Okay. As you've mentioned, time is short and attention spans are probably also in short supply, so I will launch straight into what I've written for you. I just cherry-picked a bunch of terms off your scope items and wrote a few words about what I thought. So, regarding transparency and public consultation, the AUKUS contract was signed in secrecy by the then Prime Minister Scott Morrison, who has gone on to a number of advisory roles, generally in support of US military interests. It is reasonable to suggest that foreign influence was heavily at play, especially since there has been no parliamentary review. The contract has been readily accepted by the current government, also without review, who have demonstrated a willingness to accept US policy that is largely out of step with majority Australian views. The best example of ill-considered support for the arrangement to me was the words of our senior naval personnel on the ABC Four Corners episode Submerged. While the episode plainly revealed the US has no realistic capability to deliver, Vice Admiral Mark Hammond and Vice Admiral Jonathan Meade both demonstrated a complete ignorance of commercial reality, insisting that simple confidence and a signed agreement was enough to effect reality. Point 2, regarding strategic rationale and impacts on operational capability. I'm no expert on coastal defence. It does seem patently obvious, however, that a handful of large, long-range, blue water attack submarines are ill-suited to Australia's coastal defence, particularly in light of the price tag. This is a moot point, since most of the rationale for the subs suggests that they will be used to support US operations. Our own government attempts to avoid admitting that, but the Americans seem happy to argue the point that giving us any submarines at all is in their interest as we become a force multiplier. This means the project is being funded by Australians, essentially so we can participate in American military adventurism rather than any operational need of our own. Point 3, regarding the implications for AUKUS on regional peace and stability. The American economy justifies its own enormous military expenditure, 1/3 of the world's total, through constant military interference in sovereign nations that do not support its interests. In almost every hostile action, the US manages to generate destabilisation and fails its objectives. It may surprise you to hear that the US military interventions are not rare at all. Prior to the fall of the USSR, they ran statistically at 1.1 per year, and since their main rival collapsed, that number has soared to over 8 per year. Take a moment to consider the implications. Far from being an international arbiter or peacekeeper, the US, freed of its competition, has become the greatest source of international tension. In Australia, there is semi-constant anti-Chinese propaganda that attempts to present our greatest trading partner as a threat to be feared. The ASPI is a major source of this threatening narrative, an organisation that is funded by a number of US military backers, and sadly also by our government, and routinely embarrasses itself with fear-mongering claims that are easily debunked. China is not our enemy. China is our greatest trading partner and has always maintained respectful diplomacy with Australia. But if China couldn't be presented as the boogeyman, the entire US narrative on AUKUS would fall away and we'd be left with a laughably expensive set of white elephants. We're being asked to follow the Americans into military antagonism of our trading partners and to guarantee ourselves more enemies. Point 4, regarding cost-effective and achievable alternatives. The AUKUS contract sets a very low bar for cost-effective alternatives. Buying subs that are already available has been suggested and should be formally reviewed. A significant component of AUKUS is the time frame. Are we really to believe that no better, cheaper alternatives are likely to be developed in a decade that may make this investment obsolete? For example, Australia is already producing unmanned submarine drones, mentioned by the previous speaker, and these will charge out at a mere $18 million each. That's pocket change compared to the price of a Virginia-class sub, costing 330 times as much if you're America, way higher if you're AUKUS. The guy taking over as our CDF is the aforementioned Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, who is heavily biased in favour of manned subs and believes the opacity of the ocean can only be dealt with by human crews. I don't assign too much credibility to this argument, but he's advising government. Point 5, regarding the impacts on Australia's economy and opportunity costs for other national priorities. I may have saved the best for last, because this is where things get seriously obvious. The AUKUS contract is a farce, a complete failure of our leadership to act in Australia's interests. In summary, we spend $368 billion, maybe, and we get 3 used subs. with 1/3 of their limited useful life consumed, but only if the US can meet its own production, which we already know is not the case, so nothing. A submarine base for the US to operate from in Australia that reduces both our sovereignty and safety at our own expense, so less than nothing. Enhancements to British shipbuilding capability that provides no direct advantage to Australia, so nothing. Some submarine building capability of our own, which will expand our existing capability for as long as manned subs are relevant. So, who knows? Inclusion into Tier 2, not often talked about, which is some vague description of technology sharing that has no fixed commitment and generally involves multinational development cooperation, which would likely happen organically anyway, so nothing new. It seems we're paying for everything and getting not much. But $368 billion is a lot of money and could be directed towards any or many of our current underfunded needs. Aged care is underfunded currently to the tune of $5 to $10 billion per year. The HEX take is currently in the order of mere $5 billion per year. Without this, higher education could be free, as it should be. Healthcare is funded by Australians out of pocket in the amount of $44 billion per year. There's a public hospital deficit of approximately $10 billion required to fix overcrowding and wait lists, or any number of other social programs to support addiction, gambling, domestic violence, addressing systematic disadvantage of our First Nations people. Take your pick. You can see how Australia's essential needs are being ignored as our living standards decline, and I now watch TV ads routinely showing Australian kids who can't afford their school needs and families who have to sleep in their cars. So perhaps you'll forgive my tone when I see the government spending vast amounts of our money to support a pie-in-the-sky notion that we should walk in step with the US against a fabricated need. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Richard. And your time was terrific because you've acquitted yourself very well. I'll just see if there are any questions or clarifications from commissioners before we move on to our next speaker. Chris.
Richard, I can't waste this opportunity to ask you. On the question of China, by 2040 it's estimated China will operate a submarine fleet of about 60 conventional and nuclear-powered submarines. China operates the world's largest shipbuilding capacity at the moment, and their rate of build is over 2 submarines a year. But in respect of your remarks about China and the way we're being told that China is the big enemy that replaced the Soviet Union, in effect, how would you go about building a national security strategy that takes account of China's future and us?
I don't believe that sabre rattling is the answer. As I said, we have a good diplomatic relationship with China. They are our friend, we trade with them. China does not see us as a military threat, and I don't see any productive need for us to pretend to be one. As I say, we trade with China. If China wanted anything from us, they only need buy it from us.
Exactly.
They know that, we know that. There is, regardless of the numbers you were to suggest of ships that they could build, the attempt to actually invade a country more than 5,000 kilometres south of them is ludicrous. I mean, as I understand it, they'd have a hard time taking Taiwan, which is also interesting to say that that would depend, that's predicated on existing defence arrangements.
Well, all right, so in the new national security strategy, you would focus more on naval and military operations closer to homeland Australia in some sort of defence capacity?
Yeah. To talk of the mechanics of it, yes, I think that would be much more sensible to have a defence force that was clearly designed to defend. Having 3 submarines that can only tag along in an offensive capability or only have it really useful to tag along in an offensive capability seems kind of wasteful when you're trying to say that you're defending an enormous landmass in the Southern Ocean.
Thanks.
Just one quick one.
Carmen.
Thanks very much. and thanks for your presentation. And it's very important for us to hear from people who, in a sense, aren't specialists in the field, but have a general interest as good citizens. So thank you for that. I think it's very important. One of the things you said, however, was that most Australians don't support AUKUS. Unfortunately, the polling that I've seen suggests that most Australians do. Probably depends how you ask the question. But yeah. I'm wondering what you think Australians need to know in order to actually have an informed opinion, as opposed to a sort of, reflex response to a poll indicating that they are more or less on side. What do we need to know in order to make that judgment?
Well, we can't do any more than the arguments we have been presenting. A lot of the information I get comes from the Australia Institute and some of the surveys they suggested, and once again you've said it depends on how you ask the question. Sometimes the answer's quite obvious and sometimes not. But I've had 2 discussions with people on the way in here today, and I told them where I was going, and they were very, very happy about the fact I was coming in to speak. So that's 2 out of 2. It's not a great sample size.
100%. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Look, thank you very much, Richard, and we appreciate you coming and presenting to us today.
Thanks, Peter.
So our next presenter is former Senator and Federal Member and Minister, Chris Schott, well known probably to some of you in South Australia, and I think Chris now working in different capacities, perhaps in a lobbying capacity, and you'll be kind enough to let us know a little bit about that as we look forward to hearing from you today in Adelaide.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations to you and the other committee members and supporters for putting this inquiry together. Yes, I've been a member of the Labor Party for 62 years. I joined in 1965 as an 18-year-old and have been a continuous member ever since. I was Secretary of the Labor Party in South Australia and won 4 elections for the Labor Party. I was elected to the Senate and I became a member of the Joint Foreign Affairs Defence Committee of the Parliament, and for 3 years I was the chair, and while I was chair I created the Human Rights Subcommittee, which is now a full committee. During that whole time, before I was even in the Parliament, I was chair of the National Executive Foreign Affairs and International Committee of the Labor Party, and I worked with Bill Hayden, who was then the Minister, and learnt a lot and all of that. So that whole, and since I left Parliament in 2002, I have done various things, from being an investor. I did some lobbying. That's concluded now. I'm too old, at 80 years of age. And I chaired various non-for-profit. One of them, for example, after 17 years, I was president of the Australian Volleyball Federation, and I discovered that was one of the best entrees into China was through sport and volleyball, because in China, volleyball with table tennis and basketball is one of the top 3 sports. And I discovered I got more intro into China by talking through volleyball than I did elsewhere. So all that background, that's just some of it. I was a minister in the Keating government and a shadow minister when Beazley was leader of the opposition until I left the Parliament. First of all, I just want to say, as chair of the Joint Foreign Affairs Defence and Trade Committee, that is the committee of the Parliament that should hold continuous inquiry into the AUKUS deal. Now, the committee has got the right itself to make a reference. It doesn't need the reference given to it by the government, and we made sure, and when I was chair, most of the references were all considered by the committee of 23 members of every party. We even had a colleague of yours, Mr. Chairman, Joe Valentine was a member and had an interesting time in the first Gulf War, her view, whatever. So it had the full range, and the committee would draw up references, and they were always unanimous. The committee would meet and discuss, someone would put up a proposal, we'd discuss it, and then we'd write the reference, and it would take place with hearings across Australia and overseas. I led 2 committee of inquiries, one to Indonesia in the Suharto regime, and another one in the South Pacific. So The committee was substantial, it was recognised as independent, and when we completed the work, I reckon 95% of the recommendations were unanimous. Because you couldn't avoid the evidence that was being put before us. So I find it very strange, difficult and very disappointing that the members of the committee, though it's got a majority of government members, that the committee does not draw up the reference to hold an inquiry into the AUKUS deal. It is amazing it's not doing it, and I have to say it is weakening its reputation by not doing it. And they should tell the two major parties, bad luck, we're doing this, and go ahead. And I have to say, when I was chair of the committee, Bob Hawke was Prime Minister, and then Keating took over. Not once did we do a reference where they rang up and said, what are you doing, shot? For goodness sake, drop that in the bin. The opposite, no. In fact, I had to go to Hawke and get extra funding to establish the Human Rights Subcommittee. And he said, of course. So we got more money to run the Secretariat and all that. And then when we did a tour, a reference to Indonesia, but of all to the South Pacific, the only way we could visit 10 countries in 11 days was the RAF provided us with one of their twin-engined old, it looked like a DC-3 actually, and we flew all around the Pacific. We did in 10 days what it'd take 6 weeks to do commercially, or if you could get to these places. And that was provided free of charge by Hawke to do that reference. So that's the first thing. I think if you're going to make any recommendations, and I'm sure you will, that would be the committee that should take the reference, a detailed reference. I think I'd point out the Defence Subcommittee of the Joint Committee meets every Wednesday, I presume it still does, Wednesday evening. And we would hold about 10 members would be there, and defence people would turn up. We all accepted the reference that it was confidential, it was in camera, because we knew what the defence people wouldn't tell us something. And when we were holding the time of the first Gulf War, we were told things in the hearing that were up to date with what we were getting through our good friends, the Americans, through spy satellites and everything. And I got to say, I'll give Jo Valentine a due, because she totally opposed that involvement. She withdrew from those hearings, so she didn't get any of that information and be accused of indirectly leaking it. So that's my first comment. Secondly, in my submission, I just say, look, I haven't written a submission. All I've done is recognise 6 different people, I think 5 or 6, Gareth, Paul Keating, Gareth Evans, Bob Carr, Malcolm Turnbull, etc., saying I agree with all that they've said for 5 years, and they don't need me to rewrite it, because all I do is be plagiarising them, and I agree with it. I didn't add one I should have, is Hugh White, what he has said, and he worked with Beazley, and I point out that the Hawke Centre in November of this year is holding its annual oration, and Kim Beazley and Hugh White together are presenting the oration. And what's it called? It's called Australia's Self-Reliance in Defence. And when we go back to Beazley, he was the one for all the time, it was self-reliance we needed in Australia. And I got to say, as Secretary of the Labor Party in 1985, we had a very big election win in South Australia with John Bannon. On what basis? We were going to build the subs in South Australia, which were the Colin class. We had one of the best results we've ever had on that, and it was the decision of Beazley, more than anything, said we're going to build the subs. And I know when they were bidders, German and Swedish, they all said, look, we'll build them, but we'll build the first 2 back in our country to learn how to do it. And Beazley said, no, you will build them all from the first one in Adelaide at the base. They all complained and whinged about it, but they wanted the contract. They gave in, so we built the first one. And we built the 6th, the Collins class, and established that for it. So the self-reliance phrase that Beazley spoke about is still, in my view, AUKUS is not about self-reliance. AUKUS is about doing what the Americans want us to do, to quote John Howard, the Deputy Sheriff of the Pacific. which is catastrophic in our own interest, diplomatically. I wanted to say about the Premier of South Australia, who I strongly support and has had probably better electoral success in this state in my lifetime, including Dunstan, Bannon and all of them. Wiped everybody else out, you know, down to a few lunatics on the right, left of the parliament, and outstanding. He only talks about AUKUS in terms of jobs in South Australia. I haven't heard him in his public statements talk about the wider issues about it. He just said, this is jobs, this is jobs, this is 20,000 jobs. I don't agree with AUKUS, but I do agree with building an appropriate submarine in Adelaide, and it should be an upgraded Collins-class diesel submarine for the protection of Australia, not to be an aggressive part of America in the Pacific or whatever. And I think we could have designed, going back a decade, an upgraded Collins-class submarine to be built in Adelaide for an infinitesimally small amount compared with the 360 billion. And if you believe that figure, you should, you know, it's going to be 5, 7, we all know it's going to be much bigger. So I do support building subs. I do support Australia having the appropriate submarine technology. I agree with the previous speaker. By the time we built a sub in South Australia and delivered in what, 2040, I'll be obviously I'll be dead by then, so it won't be a problem for me. It won't be around. But by then, the technology as the purpose on drone subs will just make any submarine irrelevant. What will the Chinese have? They'll have sensors on the floor of every ocean in the South China Sea. So will the Americans. They'll be able to detect a bloody sardine swimming in the South China Sea. The sensors will be so good. So but I still believe a submarine, but if we had the upgraded Collins or whatever, when that runs out about 2040, then you would say we don't need subs in the form of having what the quote of the previous speaker, some former head of Navy or Defence says we need good old mariners down in the tube, etc. Finally, I want to finish on China. Since 1986, I have visited China in various capacities over probably closer to 60 times. I'm not but I don't claim to be a China expert. That is for mugs to claim that. I don't speak the language. I'm tone deaf. I have great difficulty in any Asian language. But I've been there when I was chair of the party's executive foreign committee. The Communist Party invited me to China for 10 days. I had to pay the airfare with my wife to Hong Kong. They picked everything out after that. And I did in 10 days what a tourist would take 6 weeks to do, where they provided it, driven in limousines up to the Great Wall. But the most important thing, for 2 days before that, I had to sit with senior leaders of the Communist Party to discuss mutual relations for it. I used the opportunity to ask questions looking at their constitution. I said, you actually believe here in trade unions? Yes. I said, well, tell me, if the workers on the workers' site go on strike because of a safety issue, what do you do? No, that will never happen in China because the workers run the place. I said, what? Then you've discovered that the leaders of all the trade unions are appointed by the Communist Party. They may have no connection to the trade of which that union is about. So I had a wonderful time and sense of raising questions, and in the end, one of the an ideologue, deputy head of the ideological department, said, Mr. Schott, and he was a former ambassador to France, he said, I think we're going to have to spend more time briefing ourselves because you're asking questions that we find difficult. And one of the things I'll say, I've learnt over the 30 years, the Chinese communist Marxists, Marxist-Leninists, they all know the communist books, but it's by rote. Soon as you ask a question of what it means, the face, they can't answer. They just give you straight back the rote. And that is the system I disagree with, of course. But the next thing I come to about China, China has 96 million members of the Communist Party. 96 million, 4 times Australia's population, are members of the Communist Party. And I don't care who you are, in 96 million people you'll have differences of a bloody opinion about what you should be doing as a party. We in the Labor Party have about 10,000 effective members and we supposedly argue all the bloody time. But and Xi Jinping won't be around for more than another half decade. He'll die, he'll retire, whatever. Who knows who's going to replace him? We don't. And the party could evolve in different ways. And I come back to therefore that issue about why we've got to be with the Americans because China is a threat. I agree with the remarks of the previous speaker, absolutely. The threats, what threat? They don't need to invade us, they don't need anything, because we sell them everything they want. And we make billions and billions and hundreds of billions of dollars, let alone revenue on selling stuff that we raise in tax. So the Chinese don't need to do anything militarily. Why? Because we're supplying them with what they want. What I really find interesting is those who raise China as a real risk. I said, okay, if you're fair dinkum, you must stop selling iron ore to China. Why? What for? I said, well, we sell them the iron ore, they make steel out of it and then make warships that you supposedly call us a threat to Australia. Therefore, to be fair dinkum, you should cut it off. Well, they run away from that idea at 100 miles an hour because they know what it would do catastrophically to the Australian economy. Hundreds of thousands would go out of jobs, income would go down. And I just do remember Tony Abbott, who's made remarks about this, now President of the Liberal Party. He was Prime Minister and he invited Xi Jinping to make a special speech to the Parliament of Australia. And now he's running around telling us he's the biggest threat going and we've got to join with the Americans. The hypocrisy and inconsistency of this is amazing. My final comment about China and Taiwan. In 1971, Nixon, a well-known anti-communist, signed a deal with Mao Zedong that recognised the sovereignty of China, included Taiwan. It included Hong Kong, Macau, and of course it always included Xinjiang and Tibet. And he agreed that that was the sovereignty. Then they reached this impossible thing, how do we handle if China makes some, what do you call, attack on or military incursion? What did the Americans do? They have this phrase, it's ambiguity. We won't say whether we will defend Taiwan or we won't say we will. We'll leave it unsaid. And of course after Mao, Deng Xiaoping accepted that as the model. This is the sovereignty of China, one China, 3 systems. Our system, Taiwan and Hong Kong. And that was the model that every American president has accepted. Even the present president who has tried to work out what he's doing. And he will not say outright, we will defend Taiwan. And knowing Trump, if Xi Jinping's offering him a good deal on some cryptocurrency or something else, he'll say, oh yeah, you can have it, Taiwan, it's not in our interest, you go ahead. He's just as liable. I don't think other American presidents would take that attitude, but none of them are going to automatically commit to go to war. The next thing about Taiwan, which most people don't understand, the straits between Taiwan and the People's Republic of investment is enormous. One of the visits I made many times to a place called Qingdao, a major port in northern China, where a lot of our iron ore goes through. It's a massive, 10 million people, massive industrial area. One of the driving around, this is now 15 years ago, there were all these, along a street in the CBD area, there were row upon row of hairdressers, women's beauty parlours and all of that sort of stuff. And I said to my interpreter, who wasn't, I believe, a member of the party, though she wasn't allowed to tell you that because that was in the system. And I said, Leanne, what, all of these? Where's this? Oh, yes, Chris. They are all money invested by people from Taiwan. What? But these are supposed to be the end. Oh, no, Chris, you've got to remember. The people who fled Qingdao went to Taiwan after 49, but their families are still here. And they've come back to invest. And then she said, and just as many of the others going the other way. So whenever I hear these people raising this sort of black and white term is that I think if my own private view, Deng Xiaoping could achieve integration with Taiwan in a method not unsimilar to the negotiation what led in '97 to Hong Kong over a long period. And as the Chinese would tell you, well, what's 50 years when we've only been going 4,000 years? It's not really time is up. And when someone else mentioned about China as a military threat, since 1949 and the People's Republic took over, they've had two involvements in a war outside China. That was into Korea, when that madman Douglas MacArthur wanted to use atomic weapons in the Korean War on China, and he wanted to invade the People's Republic. Truman sacked him, quite rightly, one of the most courageous decisions. Sacked him. That was one, when they sent the troops in till a draw. And the other one was 1979, when, because the Vietnamese government had stepped in and kicked Pol Pot out of Cambodia, the Chinese sent several divisions invaded North Vietnam as punishment. The problem was the Vietnamese had only fought everybody to a standstill for a couple of 100 years. They cleaned the Chinese up. They let them come in for 50 miles, surrounded them, defeated them, and Deng Xiaoping said, okay, withdrew. That is the only two examples I am aware of where they have gone outside their border militarily, and both times it cost them a lot, and they haven't done it since. And they say going to Taiwan is not going outside the borders of China. It's part of what the United Nations agree to is the sovereignty of China includes Taiwan. So I don't claim to be an expert on China. There are people in Australia who much better than me and speak Mandarin very well. But one thing I will conclude on. Garrett Evans, after Tiananmen Square as Foreign Minister, negotiated with the Chinese government post-Tiananmen that we should have a human rights investigation into China. Surprisingly, the Chinese government agreed. And as chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I was asked by Garrett to lead a delegation of myself, I think Vicky Bourne, I think a Liberal member, three of us, and then 5 experts of people whom we knew had a long history before. As a result, we did 2 visits. On the first visit, we met the Deputy Premier, Zhu Rongji, who went on to be Premier, and was often considered the Gorbachev of China in one way. That's not, he would accept that. But he was leader in Shanghai at the time of Tiananmen, and there were no massacres in Tiananmen, in Shanghai, the way he handled it. I met him on the first day, and he said, well, I won't use the Chinese interpreter. English is, I'll speak English, it's not very good. He's very good English. And he said, Mr. Senator, you and a delegation can go anywhere in China with our full support and ask any question you like. So we used that to ask questions in Tibet about what was happening to monks and nuns and the Buddhists in the monasteries, which was quite terrible. And elsewhere we met privately with dissenters who were still quietly able to see. We produced 2 reports which are tabled in the Parliament on the human rights, on what we found. One of the things, the reports, which you can get copies of, I can't give you my 2 rare copies, but they're available in the Parliamentary Library, one from November 92, one from July 91. And after the second meeting, I flew then to London and had a day's meeting with Amnesty International to talk about what we couldn't put in a report because you put people's life at risk, but give the rundown of what we saw, particularly in Tibet and in meeting dissenters. So all I want to say is that the AUKUS deal is terrible. It's terrible for the cost of money. It's terrible for what it does to Australian sovereignty. And in the end, our future in the Pacific is to have, as Kim Beazley would call, our own defence self-reliance. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chris. And we appreciate again having someone with considerable both foreign policy and government experience coming and presenting like this. It's been a really, it's been an incredible day actually here in Adelaide. We're running pretty short of time, but I'll just see whether commissioners want to. Leanne, yes.
Clarification on something. What was the? Oh, maybe this is on. What was the committee called that you sat on that Joe Valentine was on that you said could still call an inquiry?
Called the Joint Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee, and there are 3 subcommittees of that. One's for Foreign Affairs, one's for Defence, and one's for Trade. Initially, we got a 4th committee, which is Human Rights. I now understand quite rightly that's now a separate committee of the Parliament, but it's the Joint Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee. And Menzies established it, but said only to deal with things the government agreed with. When Whitlam got in 72, he had promised and he changed it, said no, the committee can do what it wants as long as, by resolution without approval of the government, and it's been like that ever since. I really am disappointed, doesn't matter who they are from which party, that none of them have thought publicly to say we ought to have an inquiry into the AUKUS deal in all this, and for both sides. Those who are in favour can speak to it, those against can speak against, and have submissions, public hearing. Because unlike when we meet as have hearings, it's under parliamentary privilege.
Yeah.
This is not under parliamentary privilege. I hope I don't get sued,
Me too.
or neither do you, for what is said. But that was the real protection, is parliamentary privilege. So people could give evidence under oath, say, and get privilege. We could also hold, as you would on many occasions, in-camera hearings, privately. And that would have meant that the committee members could work out whether that stuff should be still held secret, not published. If it meant someone's career or whatever could be affected, you'd take careful note. But often we, in the end, would say in our recommendations, we received evidence that really is not top secret, it's not really got to be held in camera. And we didn't much use those days. Whistleblower was not used as the term is now, but certainly we were trying to give people understand that they could use parliamentary privilege. And if they wanted to abuse the committee, that's good, it's under privilege, they could.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chris. Chris Barrie.
Very quick one. One of the problems we're confronting with the AUKUS deal is that there's no foundation for the decisions that were made. I take it as drawing on your experience, you'd be in favour of us having a national security strategy. We've laid out why we're going down particular roads, and you would build a defence posture on the bottom of that.
Yep, it should be. And when we were in opposition, and Albo and the Shadow Defence Minister agreed, within half a day, almost a day, I took the opportunity about a year or so later, after we were back in government, to talk to a Labor federal member from South Australia. I said, who I knew him well for 30 years, why did you caucus support? He said, well, Chris, I agree with you, there's a great fear of doubt. But he said, I voted for them because it was jobs for South Australia. And the next thing you should look at, I can think of about 5 people who publicly, regularly speak up in favour of AUKUS. The Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister, the Defence Minister, the Assistant Defence Minister, maybe Mark Butler, who his electorate takes in where AUKUS would be built. And then after that, it pegs out. How many backbenchers, frontbenchers anywhere in Australia are publicly standing out positively, this is a wonderful deal? No, it's about a handful. And that to me speaks volumes about the deal. And I don't know whether this is correct or I understand in his biography, Boris Johnson said he came up with this idea to punish the French for getting the submarine built in Australia.
That has been reported.
Right, yeah.
Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carmen, do you have any questions?
Look, just very, I think this mic is not on.
No.
Just very quickly, you've expressed your disappointment, and I share it, that the parliamentary committee hasn't taken the opportunity to do this because, as you say, it's a joint committee, it can represent all strands of opinion, the government is not prohibited from appearing before it, and it has powers that an inquiry like this doesn't have. So I guess my question is, why do you think they are so reluctant to even take a small step in that direction? What are we seeing here?
evolution of an observer. This is interesting. In the mid-80s, as a delegate to the National Conference of the Labor Party, and so was Anthony Albanese, a delegate from the left faction in New South Wales, Assistant Secretary representing the left. In the 1986 National Conference, the left put up a resolution to become national policy that we withdraw from ANZUS. He was one of the leaders of that. We got to get away from the Americans. Well, we had a vote, and it was a good debate, and in the end, I think it was out of a 99 votes, I think 70 voted. About 30 of the left, not all the left voted for it, they split. But I think, well, Alba, if you're thinking back in the mid-80s, you went berserk about the arrangement with the Americans, and now you're closer to things with Americans that no one would ever dreamed of for it. But the real change is in the AUKUS. Remember the MX missile controversy?
Very well.
Hawkey, you were around. Joe Valent. Anyway, Hawkey gave indication, sympathy to look at it when George Schultz, as Hayden called him, the butcher, as Foreign Secretary, raised it. Hawkey showed sympathy to have a look at it. Within 12 hours, the left of the Labor Party and other large parties were up in arms publicly. We don't want a bar of it. We're not having missiles landing in the water now around Australia. And Hayden and others, and Hawkey stepped back, and we said no. That was the left faction and large other, not just a broad section of the party, raised it, and Hawkey read the tea leaves, backed away from it, and it never happened. Today, I raised the other day with a member of, with the AUKUS. I said a sitting member who was complaining about another decision of nothing to do with AUKUS that AUKUS had taken was about the gambling issue about advertising, where they had the parliamentary inquiry. And I said, what did you do in AUKUS when it came up to be ratified? One way or the other. I said, oh no, Alba just announced it at a press conference, and that was it. I said, well, what did you do then? Oh, nothing. Well, if you tried that when I was in the parliament, there would have been a brawl somewhere, an argument. You might have lost it, but that's what I find a bit dispiriting, is that no one seems to use the AUKUS rule, the AUKUS structure, to not just make an odd comment, but move resolutions. The AUKUS, a member of the AUKUS could move a resolution calling for the Joint Committee to hold an inquiry. But you suggest that to any of them, they're not going to put their head up above the parapet, because the leadership will go left and right will go whack, and you are wiped out.
On that note, thank you very much, Chris. We've run out of time, but we do very much appreciate you coming and appearing for us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we really have had the benefit of significant political and policy experience today, and it's making for a absolutely, I hope, informative and tremendous hearing session. We will keep going, everybody, because as the afternoon goes on, we're going to become more and more pressed for time. And again, I'm just foreshadowing that, particularly with the small presentations later on, I'll be sort of banging the thing and saying, can you please finish up quickly? So I'll stop talking and ask David Orr from IPAN South Australia to come forward, please.
Look, unfortunately, David Orr is running late, so can you proceed with your program and squeezing in when he arrives, please?
Yeah, we can try that. So just let me see if Eileen Darley is here. Oh, great. Thanks, Eileen. Eileen from Port Adelaide Community opposing AUKUS, COA. And Eileen, you have someone else sitting with you as well?
I have Sandra Dan with me, who's also a PCOA member.
Sandra?
Yeah.
And surname?
Dan.
D-A-N-N? Okay, thank you.
She's going to help me answer any curly questions you might throw at me.
No, that's fine. So we've got just under 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Eileen, so I'll let you charge into it.
Okay.
So, gentlemen, thanks very much, Chris. See ya. Cheers.
Firstly, we'd like to acknowledge that we're here today on Kaurna land and that the land was never ceded, and that we pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging, and particularly to acknowledge the relationship that the Kaurna people have with the Lefevre Peninsula, where Sandra and I come from, and the other PCOA members that are here. PCOA stands for Port Adelaide Community Opposing AUKUS. We're a community group of local residents who've been campaigning against AUKUS, both its presence in our local area of the Lefevre Peninsula and alongside our sister groups nationally since early 2024. It might have actually been a little earlier than that. We've held very well-attended public meetings, well over 150 people turning up on both occasions, local rallies. We've participated in webinars. We've ran film and concerts featuring artists like Eric Bogle, and we've produced and distributed leaflets on the impact of AUKUS in our community, including our most recent pamphlet, Countering the Furphy of the Jobs Bonanza narrative that's beloved by our State Premier Malinauskas and Defence Minister Miles and of Pat Conroy as well. And we brought a copy along for you to have a look at if you want to. The reason why we chose to make a leaflet particularly about jobs is because we really think it's the one argument that they're winning down our way, because we are a community that desperately needs jobs. But not this kind. So in March 2023, the people of Port Adelaide and the Lefevre Peninsula were as ambushed as the rest of the country when Prime Minister Albanese publicly spelled out the AUKUS agreement and made the announcement that the SSN AUKUS nuclear submarines were to be built at the naval shipyards at Osborne at the tip of our peninsula and adjacent to several local suburbs. The COA starts from the primary understanding that the AUKUS agreement is not about keeping Australians safe. It's about locking us into the burgeoning US war with China, with Australia cast as their eyes and ears, their launch pad, and potentially even, heaven forbid, their proxy in the Indo-Pacific region. I know that you have heard that many times in the course of the inquiry so far, but it bears repeating over and over again. AUKUS is a war pact. They're building nuclear submarines here in our community, not to defend our coastline, but to patrol the South China Sea thousands of kilometres away so the US can prepare a war with its greatest economic rival. If not stopped, that war between nuclear-armed superpowers will cost Australians far more than the eye-watering billions we're committed to already. Our lives, the lives of our children, and their futures, and the devastation of our urban and natural environments for generations to come are what's at stake. We're acutely aware that our home on the peninsula will become a target in the event of any war with China while we host nuclear submarines. Anyone who thinks that these subs will be under Australian command has been dangerously naive. AUKUS's even more evil twin, the Force Posture Agreement, allows unimpeded US access to Australian military facilities on top of Pine Gap, Northwest Cape, the US base at Henderson, B-52s at Tyndall Air Force, US troops in rotation in Darwin, the recently announced US military hardware storage site in Bandiana in Victoria, and the yet to be announced East Coast sub-base. It's really hard not to conclude that the US military occupation of Australia is reaching fever pitch. But AUKUS has brought more than a nuclear submarine facility to our doorstep. It's also brought the war industry into our schools, as our children are groomed for jobs making tools of war or servicing arms manufacturers via programs like the STEM Stream and Maritime High School program at Lefevre High School. BAE Systems is an official industry partner in Lefevre High School's maritime program, and Raytheon and Australian Submarine Corporation have both contributed to the curriculum for that program. I mean, let that sink in. Arms manufacturers involved in the writing of curriculums in schools for children. I heard Christopher Pine spooking it this morning. It actually turned my stomach, I have to say. The Department of Education itself has held at least one immersion week where students visited BAE Systems Hunter-class frigates construction facilities and the naval shipyards. All of this is part of the softening up of our local community to accept the enormous disruption and risk of AUKUS on the peninsula. We've found that $368 billion is a figure beyond most people's ability to imagine, certainly ours. But what people do understand only too well is that in the middle of a cost of living and housing crisis, it is obscene to be cutting social services like the NDIS, failing to raise desperately needed welfare payments, failing to address the huge shortcomings in our health system and public schools, and other people have mentioned aged care and so forth. The people of our peninsula, particularly in the suburbs of Taparoo and Osborne, adjacent to the facility, experience disproportionately high levels of poverty. People are struggling to pay their rents, mortgages and power bills and to feed themselves while these government resources are pouring into the US war machine. Holding out false hope of jobs that will largely go to overseas managers and interstate engineers is a cynical ruse. We know the jobs for the working class kids down the port will be low-wage service industry jobs at Osborne in canteens, as security workers and cleaners. We do need jobs in socially useful industries for life, not death. A fraction of the cost of AUKUS could reignite a desperately needed manufacturing industry in South Australia that we could truly be proud of, including in shipping itself. Not included in the much touted figure of 368 billion is the tens of billions estimated for the cost of a national nuclear dump, which will be required to build. Because the cherry on top of this grim development is that we can also expect the storage of nuclear waste on our doorsteps. They passed legislation especially for us and made Osborne a designated zone. Every reactor creates waste. Even in the construction phase, they'll create nuclear waste that has to be stored safely for up to 300 years, contrary to what the Minister for Health and our local MP claimed on a 7:30 report when he said that it was simply going to be the equivalent of medical level waste with gowns and gloves and so forth. This is just an outright lie. Right across the road from where people live, where kids go to kindy, next to a river and its surviving mangroves and its precious dolphin reserve, it really beggars belief the disdain these leaders have for us. The representative of the new regulators confirmed to us last year in a forum that they held down the port that the 300-year figure was actually correct. She let it slip. But she was also asked when our community was going to be informed of the emergency plan and where to get our iodine tablets from in the event of a nuclear accident. I mean, will they be distributed from the local library or where? She didn't know because safety plans hadn't been made yet. They hadn't even consulted first responders. We just have to trust that at some stage there will be a plan. And sadly, our Panzer was there. They were present and they said nothing. So we have no expectation of help there from the civilian regulator. She also had no news on where the national nuclear waste dump was going to be, but we can make a pretty good stab at that, and we know it'll be on First Nations land somewhere north of Adelaide. The one the Bangala people heroically defeated at Kimba, the one they've been wanting to build in South Australia for decades, and the people of South Australia have rejected over and over again. That's not a maybe, that's their plan, to truck the most toxic material known to humankind through our streets and dump it in the earth for 300,000 years, or ship it through our waterways to Whyalla for transportation, because the only other alternative is to leave the rotting carcasses of these subs in the river or coast like they do in the UK. The Rafiva Peninsula has long faced significant environmental challenges as a highly industrialised area. For more than 30 years, local environment groups have worked to restore flora and fauna habitats and protect the health of residents the Port River and surrounding mangroves. It's really heartbreaking that all of that work is going to go to waste, because despite the effort, the announcement of Osborne as the site for AUKUS represents the greatest environmental challenge yet. So once again, governments have imposed a major development without a social licence, meaningful community engagement, or transparency about environmental impacts. There are already painted dragons being removed from the site. Biodiversity Park is under constant threat from AUKUS. Mutton Cove is being cut off to public use. The Faley Reserve is destroyed in its entirety already. And that's the irony of that, is it's a children's playground. It was a children's playground. It is no more. You go there, it's already been dismantled. And the amount of dredging required to fit the gigantic subs into the river raises alarm bells about the welfare of the entire ecosystem of the river and surrounds. Victoria Road, where the facility site is not simply an industrial access road, it's a residential corridor running through established suburbs. Residents already live with the daily reality of increasingly heavy vehicles, congestion, noise, vibration and dust. For many people on the peninsula, AUKUS is first experienced not through defence strategy, but through the road outside their house. And that's before the supposed 10,000 workers arrive. So as a community, we're fighting not just the federal government, but a highly AUKUS-friendly state government, which has just introduced the state development area legislation for our peninsula, which includes the river, the mangroves, the shipyards and other industries, and overrides no less than 31 existing laws, state laws. The legislation aims to fast-track the AUKUS development and, in their terms, cut red tape. It's clear that the people of our area are considered part of that red tape. We successfully lobbied our local council to reject the storage of any nuclear waste in keeping with our decades-old nuclear-free status. But since then, the council too, and their spokespeople, most prominently the mayor, have never lost an opportunity to link housing and small business development in the area to the fantasy of the AUKUS boom. So it's three tiers of government lining up against the interests of the local community. Could any government, military establishment, or public servant honestly ask any community to sacrifice their children to such a war as they're preparing, or to expose us to such nuclear risk and environmental destruction as that being demanded from our community? Thanks very much for listening to us.
Well, thank you, Eileen, and I do want to assure you that the views of community are as legitimate as the views that we've received and will be considered as seriously. And actually yours was a very compelling submission, which I know we had a chance to read last night. And so thank you for laying it out, although you do face some significant challenges, there's no question. I'll see whether commissioners have any questions for you. Chris?
I think this, oh, it is working. Look, thank you very much for that. I drew a number of issues from it, but I just want to, it came over to me, look, at community level, there are a high degree of concerns about a whole range of things that have happened. My question is, how much of that concern would be related to the secrecy veil that's been put over the entire program, i.e. the lack of real information out in the community, or the propaganda rather than the facts? In other words, is there more that can be done to try and carry communities along the pathway to making whatever the program looks like a success? And then a second part of that, would you have the same concerns with our conventional submarine building program in the area?
Well, first of all, I don't think it would appease us if they just did their propaganda better. You know, we've already had really what they've called consultation has been maybe half a dozen drop-in sessions at the local community centre, at the local mall, things like that. but they just pull up, you know, glossy pictures of the facility and the promise of all these jobs that would be going to our children, and a lot of people being sort of very cagey about answering direct questions about what, you know, about the nitty-gritty of things like emergency plans and so forth. In answer to your second question, I think within PCOA there may be differences, different views. Personally, I am for conventional submarines because I'm for a conventional defence system for Australia, and I think most people in our group feel the same way. We're not, but we want it for true defence, not because we're part of this subservient relationship to a US war machine, which we know that's at the basis of AUKUS. So we're an island. We know that it's easier for us to defend ourselves, but, you know, with submarines that are far more appropriate for our waters and things, and there's people that know more about that than I do. But yeah, so we are for shipping, the shipping industry, and that would include conventional submarines.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Leanne, do you have any questions?
No, that's covered it for me, thanks.
Carmen?
Thanks, Chris. Just very quickly, the concerns you've raised here today are very similar, I must say, to the ones that we heard in Fremantle, you know, from the people of Rockingham and surrounding areas. You know, the same lack of consultation and transparency about emergency preparedness, things of that kind, not to mention the effects on transport and housing and so on. And so they're all very critical issues. I guess my question is, for you as community members, what sort of response are you getting from the wider community, people who are not necessarily engaged as fully as you are, and are hearing that sort of promotion from government and defence? What sort of response do they actually give?
It's the task that's ahead of us. It's what we've set ourselves to do, is to inform our community of what we know that they're not being told. But I wouldn't. It's interesting because all of the polls and so forth that say at best that the community is split or in favour, that's not really our experience. It's either that people are very, very wary or they're just completely switched off. And I think it's part of the loss of authority that the political class has in general that means that people just go, oh yeah, what are they doing? You know, it's a negative kind of approach rather than an actively they're going to come out and join us in the rallies. But we're going to be working towards that. We're not going to give up.
I might just add to that. We're a very safe Labor seat on the peninsula and have been for years and years. And despite what's happening and despite the growth of our PCOA group in terms of engagement by local residents, there's I guess two things we hear often from local community members. One is, it'll never happen. AUKUS, it'll never happen. So it's very hard to engage those people because they've made up their mind. And then the other group of people that we consistently encounter are people who go, well, I haven't heard anything about this. And the implication is that we're creating a crisis, or, you know, we're trying to drum up something that they have no awareness of. There is probably a third group of people, and that is those who've been sold the "there's going to be jobs for your kids" story, are hanging on to that because they're desperate, and we have years of intergenerational poverty in our areas.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for that. Karina?
Thank you, Peter, and thank you both, Sandra and Eileen, for your great work that you are doing in the Port Adelaide community. It's very important to make sure that community voices are being represented. You mentioned consultation, so there's been those pop-up glossy, engagement. Is that done by the AUKUS department? So are they coming out to you? Because I guess it's just seeking clarity as well around how is that engagement happening by the state government, and is it that particular department that we have here in South Australia that is going out there to the community?
The last lot that came are the, don't quote me on this, it's the ANPN, it's the new regulators. Whatever that long acronym stands for, they are the ones now who are charged with trying to create a kind of legitimacy amongst the community for the project. Does that answer your? Yeah.
What we find at these sessions, I don't see them as genuine consultation, because you front up there's people standing behind desks with maps and pictures, and you're meant to present with a range of well-researched questions to probe what's happening. Now, without information, it's very difficult. I mean, it's easier for us, I guess. We're policy nerds. We're very engaged in trying to find out on behalf of our community what's going on. But generally, people come expecting that someone's going to speak to them and tell them, this is what we're doing, this is why we're doing it, these are the fours, there are some challenges, this is what it's going to cost you, this is what it's going to mean for you as a community and the way you function. That doesn't happen. It's like we turn up and we're supposed to have all of those questions to ask, and when we don't, they go, everything's fine, no one's worried.
Look, thanks very much both. Just a couple of quick questions for me on the way through, but I'm very mindful of time. As a former Federal Education Minister who had responsibility for introducing the national curriculum, could you just give me a little bit more detail about the participation by the arms entities, BAE and Raytheon and others, in forming the curriculum? I think you used the expression writing the curriculum. I just want to be clear.
Involved in writing the curriculum. We don't know.
In what way?
Well, they are in consultation with the Education Department around AUKUS. So it's directly at the top level. The school, Lefevre High School, which is a particular school that's been targeted, has always been a maritime school. But it used to provide, kids to the merchant navy. I mean, we've had that long history of connection with the shipping industry in the port. So they've just switched it. There was always a little bit of Navy as well, but it was a very minor program, but it was known as that. Now it's known as the Defence Industry School. You know, that's what its kind of branding is.
I see. And is this reflected in the STEM subjects for students in the last 2 years before uni? It's actually material online or digital material that teachers are actually teaching?
I don't think the teachers are teaching it. I mean, that's a different thing. I mean, that's the beauty of how the teachers are going to be the people that are going to subvert this, because I doubt that they're going to be teaching kids how to, to aspire to a job, to make bombs that kill other children.
Eileen, I understand that. I'm just wondering where the actual literal curriculum material itself sits, whether there is a curriculum change in the South Australian education system or through the school that reflects this involvement of the companies that have got ties to AUKUS.
Yeah. I think that we need to do more work on exactly what the mechanism has been of how they've done that.
No.
We've got connections with teachers in the schools, but they're very loath to speak out, as you can imagine. Yeah.
Not expecting you necessarily to be able to present it here, just wondering if it exists at all.
Yeah.
And where.
I can't add anything to that, but before we wrap up, if I could be indulged.
You can.
Adelaide, and this hasn't been brought up in our submission, and I apologise for that, we should have raised it. In 2021, Adelaide was proclaimed a national park city, only the second city in the world after London, the first in Australia, the first in the Southern Hemisphere, I think. It's a significant big deal, and it's all about connecting people with nature and the environment and enhancing the quality of life and the health of residents of the Greater Adelaide area. This area covers our peninsula. I find it deeply ironic, and I wonder where in government, who's talking to who about who proclaims these things. It's administered by our local state Department for Environment and Water, very well resourced. I'm part of a committee of interest, and we meet several times a year around this issue. It's a great thing, but
you're asking the question.
I don't know why you would then plonk a nuclear submarine base in the middle of a national park city. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Heard, and thank you very much, both of you, for coming along and for the submission.
Thank you.
Commissioners appreciate it. So moving back to IPAN South Australia, I think David may be here now, as I understand it, and I'll ask him to pop up quickly to the table. And thanks, David, and remember to throw the microphone pretty close to your mouth. And given that we have had a chance to read these submissions, and the submissions that have come in for this hearing in Adelaide have been terrific, and they've been pretty thorough, and we have had the opportunity to read them. So I think it's fair for those of you who are presenting now to assume that we're familiar with what you'll say, and therefore if there's certain things that you wish to emphasise or explore more fully, then please go for your life. Thanks, David.
Thank you very much.
Into the microphone.
Thank you very much.
Pull it towards you. Really close. No, seriously, I know.
Right, yes. Okay. Yes, we have the written submission, and then I'll be speaking to that if you want to ask any questions.
Thank you.
Just this will give more background. So getting right on with it, much of the opposition and largely the basis of criticism against AUKUS would begin with the eye-watering price tag, which on projection would easily exceed 500 billion. How is a country whose general government revenue just ticked over 1 trillion going to fund such an undoubted ludicrous fantasy? This is not where we begin our critique. After all, this is a military proposal. It did not come from the military. Where did it originate? Which Australians decided to proceed with the notion? How was the decision process handled, and who were involved? When was the Parliament of Australia involved in the decision to commit to this foolishness? On what basis and with what information? Will the people of Australia ever receive proper answers to these questions? Military procurements on this scale follow a standard protocol. Firstly, does it meet strategic objectives current at the time? Will it integrate with existing equipment and infrastructure? What costs are associated, and do cheaper options exist? This was done in the matter of the French submarine project, a project summarily terminated whilst proceeding through its initial setup phases, without a credible explanation. Having established that AUKUS matter began in highly questionable circumstances, let us now examine the merits of it in its entirety. In the interest of brevity, we move beyond consideration of the matter as a military procurement and relationship to defence white papers, then and now, to the wider context which developed as the AUKUS mess unfolded. This context is amply contained in the 6 questions posed by the inquiry panel and the IPAN written submission, with one notable exception. The questions constitute sections in the written submission and will be referred to by number and heading. Extracts appear in the following narrative. A nation is a complex system, full of interrelated and interacting parts. AUKUS, far from being a simple military procurement, has proved to be an all-encompassing process to destroy our sovereignty. That's question 3, sovereignty and independence. Question 5, advanced capabilities and education. Question 6, alternatives considered. Next, remove security from war, covered in question 2, strategic rationale, and question 6, alternatives considered. Then, eliminate any possibility of independent thought and action. These are covered in question 3, sovereignty and independence, question 4, nuclear non-proliferation and environmental consequences, question 5, advanced capabilities and education, question 6, alternatives considered. Then, deprive us of economic and technological potential, covered in question 1, cost, jobs and fiscal impact. Question 5, advanced capabilities and education. Question 6, alternatives considered. Then, impoverish and threaten our lives, covered in question 1, cost, jobs and fiscal impact. Question 4, nuclear non-proliferation and environmental consequences. Lastly, set back social and healthcare development, covered by question 1, cost, jobs and fiscal impact. The notable exception not covered by the context is the assault on democracy through legislation overriding 100 or more other acts, so that nothing can impede the AUKUS juggernaut. Pausing now to take stock of the above list of impacts and consequences, we can distinguish not one merit amongst them. They are all disadvantages. And in the written submission, the conjecture of not ever receiving any submarine adds the possibility of a major fault. On this last point, it is quite right for us to conclude, as the written submission states in question 2, strategic rationale, AUKUS has turned out to be a Trojan horse for the US achieving nuclear submarine bases on the west and east coasts of Australia, end quote. Finally, in shaping your appreciation of the detailed and specific written submission, we invite you to consider our understanding of the nature and character of Australian social and political development over the past 50 years. In 2007, Kevin Rudd stood in federal parliament and gave an apology to the First Nations peoples for the harm visited upon them by colonisation. Recently, the Uluru Statement from the Heart was delivered to the Australian people and a referendum conducted on the Voice to Parliament. The Mabo decision completed a long process of land rights gains to remove the argument of terra nullius, thereby establishing ownership of ancestral land never ceded. Here in South Australia, we have the written decree of King George III recognising and granting property rights for Aboriginal lands. It is clear that a political will and general acceptance by the people and establishment exists to put right the injustices of the past and progress land rights and social development for First Nations. The land is theirs, and only they have a say as to what purposes it is to be put to. The Australian people as a whole, struggling with the cost of living pressures and other effects of the crumbling capitalist system, and in keeping with a long-term keen interest in proper and effective economic management, are being increasingly angered by unnecessary military expenditure rises and running down of public services across the board. For many decades now, they have increasingly demanded a more significant consideration of ecology and environment. In the 1980s, a strong, numerous movement blocked threats to the Daintree in Queensland, right through to the river systems in Tasmania. Concomitantly, the people forced a no-nuclear stance on all levels of government. These sentiments hold true to this day. The written submission mentions the Treaty of Rarotonga, South Pacific Nuclear-Free Zone. In question 4, nuclear non-proliferation and environmental consequences, consider also the campaign to pressure federal parliament to sign and ratify the Treaty for Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And it is obvious what the government's official policy should be on nuclear matters. Now lastly, we must introduce a foreign factor into the mix, One that we cannot help but wonder is symptomatic of sinister machinations by foreign actors. Take the last half of question 3, sovereignty and independence. Quote, the Forced Posture Agreement signed with the United States in 2014 by the Abbott government seriously undermines Australia's national sovereignty. The following articles of the agreement demonstrate this abdication. Article 2 states, quote, this agreement provides the necessary authorizations for the United States to conduct mutually determined activities under the Forced Posture Agreement in, from, or through Australia. Then Article 4 of the FPA states, quote, United States forces and United States contractors shall have unimpeded access to and use of agreed facilities and areas for activities undertaken in connection with this agreement, end quote. And further, quote, Australia hereby grants to the United States operational control of agreed facilities and areas, end quote. The FPA will impact Australia's control and sovereignty over the nuclear submarine rotational bases west and east. It has also affected the merger of the Australian Defence Intelligence Organisation with the American Defence Intelligence Agency into the Combined Intelligence Centre in Canberra. War intelligence will be critical for the US nuclear submarines operating from Australia. Now, Australia's defence intelligence facilities have become completely subservient to the United States, end quote. We end this presentation with a quick run through the section on the last page headed, a public inquiry must answer the 6 questions, direct answers. Then I'll finish with a summary at the start of the written submission. 1. Will Australia ever receive the submarines? Answer. Later, fewer and over budget, if at all. It is highly likely Australia won't receive nuclear submarines. What Australia will get is US nuclear submarine bases that will take us to war. 2. Where will high-level nuclear waste be stored? Answer. Nowhere permanent. No plan exists at the moment. It is highly likely high-level nuclear waste will be stored on defence land, which is First Nations land that was never ceded, thus has no consent to do so. Question 3. How many real Australian jobs and at what opportunity cost? Answer. Supposedly 10,000 jobs. However, personnel from overseas with nuclear technology know-how will be brought to Australia to guide and oversee the submarine work, reducing the number of Australians involved. Meanwhile, if the funds were spent on housing, health and renewables, hundreds of thousands of jobs would be created. Question 4. Why join the US to potentially go to war with China? Answer. No public strategic rationale justifies risking our largest trading relationship. Australia joining the US in a war with China once again demonstrates our country's client-state relationship. Question 5. Will AUKUS jeopardise our sovereignty? Answer. Yes, we will not control deployment of our own submarines. The nuclear submarine bases on the west and east of the country will be under the sole control of the US as a result of the Forced Posture Agreement. Question 6. Will AUKUS make us safer or turn us into a nuclear target? Answer. It will not make us safer. It will make us a target. The US, through AUKUS, has now brought Australia into the front line of a war with China. So, on the first page, in the summary, just before the recommendation, I quote, response to the 6 core questions posed by the inquiry. After examining the available evidence, we conclude that AUKUS Pillar 1 represents an unsustainable financial burden, a significant strategic risk, and an unresolved environmental hazard. IPAN South Australia recommends the inquiry demand the Australian Government immediately pause the implementation of AUKUS Pillar 1 and redirect the earmarked funds to an alternative self-defence program and to social spending that is desperately required in housing, health, climate change and education. End quote. We hope the arguments and information put forward in the written submission are compelling enough for you to take up all recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, David, and thank you for IPAN providing such a considered response, particularly around the terms of reference that were laid out by the Commission when we announced the inquiry. One quick point of clarification before we go to any questions. This is a public inquiry which is auspiced by a voluntary organisation, the Australian Peace and Security Forum. It has no judicial or parliamentary authority at all. We will not be directing, neither should we and neither can we, anyone to do anything. We may make some recommendations and observations. Clearly we'll be producing a report with that in mind, but just for clarification's purposes. Any questions from any commissioners? Leanne?
I'd just like to make a comment, and it goes to the recommendations, and thanks for the really well-written and considered submission. The first I think it is the first actually, the recommendation to publish a fully costed opportunity analysis comparing AUKUS expenditure against equivalent investment in social and climate resilience. We've actually, I can't promise that this will be in a report, but we could actually almost put together a compendium if we just took out all of the suggestions that have come in submissions to now on what people would see, particularly in terms of the alternatives for better investment. And then the other one I wanted to comment on was the recommendation that we should request unredacted intelligence assessments, and I think if we wanted to do that, we may need to get Rex Patrick back and help him with his FOIs. But it's a very good submission, and I thank you for making it.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Leanne. Any other questions, Commissioners? Thanks very much, David. That's greatly appreciated. Let's come now to, and I'm sorry to be hurrying everyone along, let's come through to Jack Thauer from the Australia Institute. And again, Jack, I think some of us will have had the benefit of reading the submission that was made, particularly around employment and employment projections, statements and the like. So we'd be really appreciative of identifying some of those elements within the submission that you have that you'd like us to be particularly mindful of, and then we'll have an opportunity to ask you some questions as well.
Great. Yeah, I'll just read through the one-page summary that's included in the submission. Just gives a pretty good overview. I might add a couple more comments
Great,
as I
thanks.
go through. So the Albanese government's claim that AUKUS will create around 20,000 direct jobs over the next 30 years, with up to 9,500 jobs located in South Australia. This is the latest in a history of implausible or misleading claims relating to South Australian-based defence projects. Since 2001, governments have repeatedly claimed that South Australian-based defence projects will create thousands upon thousands of new jobs. Yet South Australia's shipbuilding industry remains a tiny employer with only about 4,000 workers. While some of these claims are simply implausible, more often they are framed misleadingly. Claims regularly include flow-on jobs, using a form of modelling that is widely discredited, and temporary jobs in construction, are vague about where these jobs will be created or use extended time frames. All of these methods serve to make job claims appear much more substantial to the media and general public. This history of misleading claims has reinforced a false narrative that the Australian defence sector is an economically significant major employer. This narrative is particularly prevalent in South Australia, which officially refers to itself as the defence state. However, Australia's defence sector, including defence personnel, civilian defence workers, and the broad defence industry, is actually an economically insignificant small employer. Only about 143,000 people, 0.5% of the population, work in the defence sector. This is a fraction of those working in healthcare, 1.3 million, or hospitality, 849,000, and is more comparable to real estate, 162,000 workers. Only a fraction, 12,400 of these people work in defence manufacturing. This is 1 in 2,200 people, or 0.04% of the population. Nor is defence a major employer in South Australia. About 16,700 South Australians work in defence, less than 1 in 100 people, 0.9%. This is less than a fifth of the employment in retail, 93,000, and more comparable to legal and accounting services, 18,000. While South Australia's defence industry, particularly manufacturing, is often the focus of job announcements, only 11,300 South Australians work in this industry, fewer than work as truck drivers. Canberrans are actually 3 times more likely to work in the defence industry than South Australians. South Australia's shipbuilding industry is a small part of a small defence industry. Only about 4,000 South Australians work building ships. This is fewer than work making beverages such as wine and beer, and is similar to the number of people that work building furniture. None of this means that South Australia or Australia more broadly have no need for manufacturing, defence-related manufacturing or shipbuilding industries. Nor does it mean that any of these jobs in shipbuilding are unnecessary or required to be phased out or anything like that. However, promoting defence projects based on job creation is misleading at best.
Well, thank you. Your brevity has has given you the 5 stars, and my chairing's just gone down to 4 or 3. Thanks very much, Jack. I will now open up for questions from commissioners. Chris.
Thanks for that, Jack. While I was CDF, I had an economist run through defence spending as an issue inside the nation. And the answer, of course, as all of you in the Australia Institute would know, is every dollar spent on defence is a loss to the wider Australian economy. And that one of the burdens, I guess, of having a defence organisation requires, first of all, a national security strategy which is sensible, a national security strategy which is manageable, and a national security strategy that is going to be effective in protecting Australians. So one of the questions I got here is, when you looked at the figures of jobs that are being estimated in the pamphlets and propaganda from people promoting AUKUS, are those jobs being paid for out of the AUKUS budget? And if so, how many dollars could we take out of the AUKUS budget if we were to slash those jobs?
So it's very unclear sort of where the specific funding is coming from. If we're to take some of the public statements at face value that AUKUS will create 20,000 direct Australian jobs, then that's about $18.4 million per job, which isn't a great cost benefit. A lot of the funding will obviously flow overseas to the US or the UK, which might help create jobs in those countries, but not in Australia. It's not clear sort of given the difficulties and opacity that you see with sort of how much these things are going to cost.
So we don't have granularity on
it's basically
which job's coming out of the AUKUS and which job is built because of AUKUS but not funded out of AUKUS. A lot of these job claims just come from government media releases and things like that, so I've not seen that sort of transparency. In other words, you can't, there's no way you can associate all of that together and produce a full picture.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's also worth noting that sort of the opportunity cost of these things, not just with AUKUS, with sort of defence projects generally, we've seen a lot of, often they'll include things like construction jobs, which construction jobs are real jobs, but people, given there is currently skilled labour shortages in construction, those jobs aren't really being created, they're being reallocated from doing other forms of construction that they'd otherwise be doing.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thanks for that. Leanne?
I just wanted to pick up on your some of your numbers in here showing that shipbuilding jobs in South Australia have grown steadily this century, from 700 in the 2001 census to around 4,000 now. But you compare that to a total of jobs claimed by various governments of 73,300 jobs. So that's quite an inflation. I'm just wondering how you got to that number.
Yeah, so within the report we talk about all these job promises and the ways in which governments of different stripes and different jurisdictions have claimed that this project will create this many jobs and this one will create this many jobs, and sometimes they re-announce things, and sometimes they they announce one project and then it changes and then they announce a new number of jobs. So just looking at a few of these claims, if you add them up, it reaches 73,000. I mean, no one's collectively claiming that, but I guess the point that we're trying to make there is that given the lack of scrutiny that these claims get from the media, the impression that's made to the public is that there's jobs on jobs on jobs, and if you add all these promises up, you'd think that there'd be a lot of jobs, but yeah, there is only 4,000 in South Australian shipbuilding.
I've got one more. So the defence, you've got defence. So you've got some stats on defence industry versus other industries. Can you just mention a couple of the differences between the defence industry and some others in South Australia, given that we're in the defence state?
Yeah, great. So the defence industry, to specify, is we've defined the defence sector as including people that are, defence personnel and civilian workers for the Department of Defence. With defence industry, we're talking about any one involved in construction or manufacturing or professional services that is funded through defence spending. Looking at South Australia's defence industry, then larger employers include tertiary education, supermarkets and grocers, and much bigger employers are things like school education and hospitality. To make it a little bit more understandable, we've also compared it with occupations. So there's a similar number of accountants as there are people that work in the defence industry, and there are more people that work as truck drivers or education aides or receptionists or cleaners as people that work in the defence industry in South Australia.
Thank you very much. Carmen?
Thanks very much. As a former Premier, I'm very familiar with exaggerated job projections. I have to say it wasn't always our fault, that some of the projections we were given from senior advisors were extraordinary and rarely came to fruition, particularly when it came to multiplier effects. And I noted in your paper, and for those who are in the audience, these submissions will be available, after they've been through the appropriate process, so you can look at what we've already seen. But you notice that some of the models that are used to generate those multiplier jobs, which are often much more than the actual direct employment that's suggested. Could you just give us a brief sense of that, if you like, flaw in the projections that people often make?
Yeah, sure. So we have quite a lot of experience at the Institute looking at these because the mining and fossil fuel industries love to use this technique, or at least historically have. Essentially, when you see mentions of indirect or flow-on jobs, it's usually using a thing called input-output modelling, which is sort of looking not just at the number of jobs directly employed by spending, but also sort of how it links in with sort of projecting things like people employed in the supply chain for things that you buy, or the jobs associated with, when the employers go to the supermarket or cafes and things like that. There's a lot of issues with this modelling. They have all sorts of weird assumptions built into them. Things like assuming that everyone involved in the project was previously unemployed, that they'll spend all the money that they have, and this sort of modelling has been pretty widely criticised. It's been described as biased by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, deficient by the New South Wales Land and Environment Court, and the Productivity Commission has noted that it can be abused to overstate the economic importance of specific sectoral or regional activities. And it's particularly, a lot of these concerns are particularly highlighted when it is this sort of, it's not just looking at things as they are, but the effects of new projects. So specifically things like military projects, when we're not just counting the direct number of jobs, then we multiply that by whatever the model tells us to do. And the last thing that I'll point out with this sort of project is that just because the economy is essentially all interlinked, if you use input-output modelling to count up the jobs created directly and indirectly by each of the different industries, then the total you get will be many times more than the total number of jobs, because everyone's responsible for everything to some extent.
Thank you. And Peter, if I can just very quickly follow up. The International Monetary Fund, I think, was the author of a statement that has been repeated a few times, and I found a couple of studies that suggest that public infrastructure investment always produces a greater economic benefit than defence expenditure at the same dollar terms. Are you familiar with that work?
I think I've heard of it. I haven't specifically looked at it, but it's not really surprising, given the comments that was made by one of the other commissioners beforehand. Essentially, money spent on defence is insurance in some way. Like, it's resources that we're allocating hoping that we'll never need to use. But it's strictly reducing productivity, because money that we're spending on defence isn't able to then be in the way that a road or something will help everyone do things more productively. Money that we spend on defence doesn't have those other uses, and it doesn't help increase the productivity of the economy. And just from a mathematical sort of view, the productivity is essentially how much stuff we get for what we like in the economy over time, and the fact that we're devoting some resources to stuff that doesn't help make more stuff. Sorry to use general language, but yeah, the fact that we're diverting resources away from productive uses to military spending is sort of strictly unproductive.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for that. Karina?
Thanks, Jack. Just a really quick question around employment opportunities. We hear South Australian Premier talk about jobs for South Australians. Are you seeing anything, I mean, are we skilled enough in SA to do those jobs, or are we needing to outsource from other states and territories to bring people in to do the work here in South Australia?
I haven't specifically looked at the skill demands of the projects versus the South Australian workforce. What I would note, though, is that skilled South Australians employed in these things, if it turns out that AUKUS, which seems to be the case, is a bad use of resources and won't deliver the outcomes that they say it will and things like that, then every skilled South Australian being employed in an activity that's not going to get a good result is necessarily not doing something else that they could do. For instance, whether that's that they could be instead building diesel submarines that would be effective, or building infrastructure that the state needs. So yeah, essentially, I'd emphasise that there's, in addition to the monetary cost, there is a real opportunity cost here, that resources used on something that doesn't have a beneficial outcome takes away, literally takes away from other things they could be doing that would be more helpful.
Thank you very much, Jack. Thanks for that submission and your presentation, Jack. And we're going to break for 10 minutes, everybody, before we resume. Thank you. Professor Rainey, Adjunct Professor at Adelaide University. Here we are. To come and speak to us. And thank you as well for the inputs and the existing work that you've been putting into helping the community understand some aspects of AUKUS. Alan, away we go.
Thanks very much. I am an adjunct professor at Adelaide University. Adjunct in this sense, meaning just that I'm old and they don't pay me anymore.
We know the feeling.
Yeah. I'm also a member of PACOA, to be open about everything. One of the things I've been really pleased about sitting here for the last couple of hours is the amount of time people have, at long last, started to speak about jobs in a very big way. Because one of the things that I've been concerned about, one of the reasons for driving the submission, was that there wasn't enough attention being paid to the impact on communities, localities, regions and regional development. And for an area like Taparoo, which I'll come back to in a second, this is important. Now, it does get a mention in Mark Beeson's book. It does get a mention in the latest edition of Foreign Affairs. I tried writing a letter to Foreign Affairs saying you didn't pay enough, but they've refused to print the letter. So, yeah, well, you win some, you lose some. The concern I have is twofold. First of all, what a number of people have mentioned already, which is the massive sugaring of the pill of AUKUS, that promise of jobs has been, and Carmen, you've talked about that in the last thing, which I'm with you 100% on that. We had the Prime Minister saying that AUKUS would have the same effect on South Australia as the motor industry. Well, cat's chance in hell, frankly. Absolutely not a cat's chance. More particularly, the Saturday paper, in an edition about a month or so ago, did a knock on doors around Taparoo, the area just next door to the White Elephant. I'll come back to that in a second. And what most people talked about was jobs. Jobs for our kids was what the main thing. And this is important because, as Eileen has already pointed out, Taparoo is one of the poorest areas, if not the poorest area in South Australia, and one of the poorest in the country. This is on ABS data and stuff. Now, I've got a personal thing about this. My partner in crime, when COVID broke out, got involved in setting up a community kitchen at Fluria Community Centre, just over the road from the shipbuilding site. And through COVID and afterwards, when poverty went through the roof in the area, we were producing hundreds and hundreds of jobs, hundreds and hundreds of meals each week, either meals that people came and sat down and ate, or frozen meals that they took away, or baskets of stuff that they could take away with them. Our budget for that was $5,000 a year. This was immediately over the road from this great big building that was being constructed with a budget of at least $368 billion. And if you didn't want anything that got my craw, the people working in that centre, all volunteers, were bitter, angry and bitter, because all we had to do was walk outside and look over the road. And see, we relied for the food we provided on donations. We couldn't buy any of the food. We didn't have the money to pay it. But the problem for the people in Taparoo who talked to the Saturday paper, has been mentioned already, is that it's highly unlikely that they're ever going to get any of the jobs that however many of jobs do turn up in Taparoo. Mostly because they simply do not have the training or the skill set or the education that's required to work in something like a nuclear submarine base. In fact, the Australian Strategic Policy Research Institute has said we're going to need a new special visa to import people because we do not train the people in this country who we need. Now, frankly, neither do any of the other countries that they were talking about produce anything like enough so that we can go nick their people, which is what we've historically done. So basically, we're disappearing again up a problem created by a national problem, which is a skill shortage. A training crisis, which we've had for decades, for as long as I've been in Australia, and that's 30 odd years now, and a skill shortage. the number of jobs that were supposed to be created in our little bit of the area, the 20,000 jobs, we get about half of those theoretically. Half of those would have been in construction over a 30-year period, which doesn't amount to very much on an annual basis, and most of them will have gone by now because a lot of it has been constructed already. The other jobs, 4,000 to 5,000, again, would be if we get the submarines to build here over 30 years. We've been talked about this as 18 million, John Quicken's figure, 18 million a job, but we don't talk about, well, I'm going to be a long time dead before any of these jobs ever appear, if they ever do. The other problem with the great big construction that's taken place just over the road from the community kitchen was those building workers, when building that, when they should have been building something else. We have got an acute national housing crisis. We have got an acute national shortage of trained construction workers. John Adley, who was the original secretary of the CPU, who was sitting here early on, will tell you in graphic detail the problems. Well, it's not a problem from his point of view. His members are so much in demand, it's ridiculous. Being exacerbated at the moment, it has to be said, not just by AUKUS, but by the demands of building bloody data centres, which are making skilled workers like gold dust. So the problem is, one, if they're building AUKUS, either as construction workers or skilled workers, they're not building anything else. And the second thing is, what's the opportunity cost? Now, our friend from the Australia Institute mentioned, I am not an old-fashioned economist. I do not like the language of opportunity cost, but I'll use it because it hits a button. The more general issue you can see if you go to Barrow in the northwest of England. Barrow in the northwest of England is where British Aerospace Systems builds nuclear submarines. And they have been building nuclear submarines in Barrow for roughly the last 60 years. Barrow is in Cumbria, or it was in Cumbria, which is the joint poorest county in England, along with Cornwall. There are only 2 sites of heavy skilled work concentrations in the whole of that area. One is British Aerospace, and the other is the Windscale nuclear reactor, which they are going to take the next 1,000 years to decommission. But it's using a lot of skilled workers to decommission something that poisoned most of the rest of the countryside while it was in existence. The point about that is that the local economic development unit of the councils around Barrow described the British Aerospace unit in Barrow as a cathedral in the desert. By that, what it means is that, yes, there were skilled workers there, very important skilled workers, but that unit had little or no connection into the community, round and about. There were very few forward or backward linkages from it, and the people who worked there didn't live in Barrow. They came in from outside. Actually, what they tended to do, to be honest, was buy beautiful houses in the lovely parts of the Lake District, which is on the back of Barrow, which drove up all the house prices, which means the locals around there couldn't afford to live there anymore, and they all had to leave. So it was a double whammy in that sense. So the other thing about that was that with the Naval contract, when it first appeared in here for the French submarines, it had a local content element in the 70% local content. Now, we can argue, and I've been one of the biggest critics in this country and many others, of what local content actually means. But 70% local content for the Naval contract. None for AUKUS. Zip, zero. For very good reasons. The Americans and the Brits don't want us to have the technology. We're not going to let it out or us to have anything to do with it. Finally, and this for an academic to talk for this limited amount of time, believe me, is painful.
You're doing well.
there's a question of what we could be doing were we not doing this. And I want to just do 2 quick examples. You're sitting in a state that is very proud of the fact, and quite rightly so, that we produce more renewable energy than any other state in the country, and at times our energy demands are met 100% and more by renewable energy. Brilliant. Thousands, if not millions, of solar rooftop panels, batteries, you name it. Now, one problem with that is that we do not have an industry to deal with the solar panels once they reach the end of their lives. Under the Future Made in Australia policy, the government announced some piddling amount of money to look at potential sites where we could store the panels until such time as we decide what we're going to do with them. Well, the answer at the moment is we either send them abroad or we stick them into landfill. This is an astonishing waste of valuable resources, and it's also an industry that would need millions of thousands of John's members, way more than the number that would ever be employed in AUKUS, to do something that we desperately need to make life better for every single person on the planet, not threaten the lives of the people on the planet, which is what AUKUS is about. One more thing about AUKUS, which makes me very cross, funnily enough. Last year I wrote this. You've been in Fremantle. This is about offshore oil and gas in the northwest thing. We need a decommissioning industry to bring the equivalent of 110 Sydney Harbour bridges worth of steel back from the northwest shelf, treat it here. We do not have an industry to do that with. And we in South Australia need that industry because Whyalla steel plant, which we're desperately trying to get converted to green steel, you need scrap steel for green steel. You cannot do it off, you need scrap steel. There was a perfect conjunction. You bring the scrap steel in, you set up a decommissioning plant, you produce the scrap steel, you sail it round to Whyalla, you put it into an electric arc furnace, you produce green steel. Brilliant, absolutely. You had a site in Western Australia that was perfect for a decommissioning site, Henderson.
Al, your time is up.
Yeah, it's been AUKUS.
No, don't leave, don't leave. Thank you very much for that presentation. I'll just quickly see if we have any other questions from commissioners. I'm just looking to my colleagues here.
Well, only a comment on Barrow in Finesse. It's absolutely true. What a horrible story.
It is. It's just a tragedy.
And
Carmen?
thank you for suggesting some alternative ways of thinking about the roles that might be played, you know, with that kind of money in industrial development. Decommissioning oil and gas has a lot of appeal to me, it has to be said. Yes.
Thanks very much, Al. Thank you. All right, and as I've said before, apologies as we have to hurry people through, otherwise people will still be waiting and the sun will have been down and dinner will be cold. So Mothers for a Sustainable South Australia, Tracy, Maureen, Michelle and Mary, welcome to the Adelaide hearings of the AUKUS public inquiry, and I'm sorry I don't know which is which, but someone will introduce themselves and lead off, and please forgive me when I go like that.
Hello, we are MOSA, Mothers for a Sustainable South Australia. We are a group of 5 friends deeply concerned about the environmental, safety and community impacts of building and operating nuclear-powered submarines in Australia and managing their weapons-grade nuclear waste. We are Michelle Parsons, a medical researcher, Mary Houlihan, a child and family health nurse, Tracy Kermond, an accountant. I am Maureen Graney, I worked in education. Unfortunately, our 5th member is unable to join us today. There are so many aspects of AUKUS that really trouble us. As ordinary citizens, we are indeed very grateful to have this opportunity to share some of our concerns with you today. We sincerely thank you for holding this inquiry, given the enormous, absolutely enormous consequences and everlasting impacts of AUKUS. We formed MOSA in 2015 while hiking together through the Tasmanian wilderness, and after hearing about a proposal to store international, high-level nuclear waste in our state. Then we were the mothers of 11 children. Now we are the grandmothers of 15 grandchildren. We are here to speak on their behalf and future generations. We are sure there are thousands of other mothers and grandmothers around Australia who feel the same as we do. In 2016, MOSA, along with many other concerned citizens and community groups, successfully challenged and defeated the proposal to turn South Australia into a nuclear waste dump. 10 years on, here we are again, addressing these same concerns. There is a disturbing feeling of deja vu. Today, however, we focus on two of our main concerns with AUKUS: the management of nuclear waste and its impacts on community. Michelle.
All good projects must start with the end in mind. Australia is blessed to be free of any high-level nuclear waste. AUKUS changes that forever. Highly radioactive, in fact weapons-grade nuclear waste will be created from this project. This waste is that end, and there is still no solution for it. As ordinary citizens, we just have so many questions, the how, what, why, when, of how to deal with this waste. How? Australia has zero experience in managing and storing this sort of military-grade, high-level waste, and it's legally our waste forever. An operating military-grade waste facility does not exist anywhere in the world. How will this waste be transported from the subs at our ports through our suburbs and country without any accidents? How will it be managed safely in interim above-ground storage? And how will future environmental security risks be addressed? How can we guarantee this waste will not become a military or terrorist target used against our communities? And where? We've not been provided with any credible information detailing where and on whose land this nasty military waste will be stored. Both the US and the UK have decommissioned nuclear power submarines, but they still have no long-term waste storage sites. Are we repeating their errors? And when? Australia has to have our weapons-grade nuclear waste facility working by about 2050. Given the most advanced nuclear waste storage facility in Finland is not ready after 45 years, do we really believe Australia can have an even higher level nuclear waste repository ready in 25 years? Who will steward, defend and protect our future generations from this waste? No one, expert or otherwise, can predict how threats around weapons, security and geopolitics will evolve over this inconceivable timeline. We can only know they will be vastly different from now. And what will it cost? Nobody knows. The South Australian Nuclear Royal Commission estimated that a nuclear waste facility for just high-level nuclear waste could be around 190 billion in today's dollars, half as much again as the cost of the subs. What is the security risk? Professor Lowe stated that just one decommissioned Virginia-class submarine ends its life with enough enriched uranium to make about 20 nuclear bombs. So why would we even consider leaving future generations, our children and grandchildren, and their children, and their children, and their children, and their children 4,000 times this shocking legacy? This is actually our responsibility, it's not theirs. We must start with the end in mind. Mary.
Thanks. I just want to talk briefly about the community impacts. We live in South Australia and love it. It has so much to offer. It has a reputation of being a clean
Can I
community.
just ask you to bring the microphone
Sorry.
closer? Pull it right up, right close to you as you can. Thank you. You've turned it off.
I might turn it off.
It'll come back on again.
Sorry.
Huh? Let us fix this up because we do want to hear each presentation clearly. Be back in live? Sometimes the batteries go flat in the course of the day. As close as possible, that's fantastic.
Okay, that's that.
That's great. Got you.
No, I really sound like I'm on wire.
No, you're not yet.
So South Australia, it has so much to offer, a clean and green state, a national park city, as PACOA members mentioned. AUKUS is going to change all of that. Osborne, just down the road on the Lefevre Peninsula, is going to be the place where the nuclear power submarines will be built and most likely decommissioned. What will the impacts of the community be for that? The Port Adelaide community opposing AUKUS has given today some of us some really good insights. But do the majority of the community really have the time and the information to consent to this plan? In 2016, when the failed proposal of to import nuclear waste as a money-making venture was put to the citizens' jury, the answer was no. During that process, the jurors were given an opportunity to hear from experts about every aspect of the proposal. They were given the facts and allowed to make their own decisions. Luckily for us, their voices were heard. In this situation, this is not the case. Their concerns at the time are the same as today. The radioactive waste poses unacceptable threats to our safety, and there's no proven way of safely storing the waste for the hundreds of thousands of years. Why aren't the public able to be told the possible sites of the nuclear waste disposal? Let's say it does end up here in South Australia. What are we going to say to the 18,000 babies born in South Australia this year who will be in their 20s when they are landed with this lethal waste? When they ask us, why did you let this happen? Why have you given this highly toxic waste for us to manage forever? What will we say? We didn't understand, we didn't know, we weren't told. This isn't acceptable, and we must keep asking and we must keep fighting against Australia becoming a nuclear waste dump. We understand the First Nations people will have the opportunity to address the inquiry themselves tomorrow, but we wish to acknowledge that the First Nation peoples, this has been a continuation of a long and painful history which began in the 50s when the British tested nuclear bombs at Maralinga. First Nation peoples are still living with the ongoing trauma and injustice as a result. In 2023, the federal government finally walked away from the proposed nuclear waste that was in low-level nuclear waste site in Kimber here in South Australia, leaving behind a divided town and that was damaged in the whole process. More significantly, the federal government ruled in favour of the Bangala people who were completely excluded from the public consultation process. This is an example of the community damage we are going to face with AUKUS. As mothers and grandmothers, we want the government to understand this is about people and their lives, not just defence capabilities. Finally, I want to say that our children and grandchildren are already facing many existential threats like the climate emergency. They do not need the additional burden of worrying about their own safety and that of this beautiful country that we live in. We believe that the $370 billion plus allocated to AUKUS would be better spent on protecting our children and improving their quality of life by adequately funding climate resilience, our schools, our hospitals, the housing, and the essentials for their future. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Mossa stands here before you today as mothers and our grandmothers who care deeply about the Australia. Sorry?
That's okay. You've got plenty of time, up until a point.
I'm nearly done. That will be left to our children, our grandchildren, and generations. We know... We know they will inherit the consequences of the choice we make today. I can't do that, maybe, sorry.
That's right, your friend will
No
help.
worries. Yep. And we know they will be the ones required to manage the highly radioactive nuclear waste. We know they will be the ones who will be bearing the staggering cost of committing billions of dollars to AUKUS money that could have been used on other services as we just mentioned. We also know that the Australian public has been denied consultation, and as we have heard the speakers this morning say, AUKUS puts our sovereignty at risk. As mothers and grandmothers, our responsibility is to speak for those who cannot yet speak for themselves. We ask the Australian Government to do the same. Please put the safety, well-being and future of Australians' children, grandchildren and the generations that follow at the centre of our recommendations. Nuclear submarines will not make Australia safe. They will make us less safe. We said no in 2016 to the South Australia becoming the commercial nuclear waste dumping ground. We say no again in 2026, this time to AUKUS. Thanks.
Look, thank you very much for the presentation and really completely understand the generational significance of the views that you're putting to us. We'll just hear now from any commissioners that may want to have an additional question. I've got a quick question. Between 2016 and now, what lessons did you learn in terms of communicating, well, with other mums and families, but people more generally, around this particular issue? And given that one of the things that the Commission is considering is how Australians can have a conversation and an informed conversation about the implications of AUKUS. Would anyone care to have a crack at that?
I'll have a crack.
Thanks.
I think in a lot of the countries now they're talking, and we had that, the citizens' jury, I think community consultations that include that element, where people are given the opportunity to hear all sides of the story, but to hear them in a safe place, and they were a group of people, the citizens' jury was just a randomly selected members of the population who came together. And I think that's a really good way to engage people. I think when we're talking about it in terms of being mothers, our children are pretty busy at the moment. They've got young kids, and we know it's really hard to pay attention to a lot of these things, even though they're important, and our kids do care. But I think you have to give people an opportunity in a space where they're available to be able to hear the information before they can sort of start making their own decisions.
That's terrific. I might just take that answer and see whether you have other questions. We're going to run out of time. If you really need to say something, that's fine. No? Okay. Any other questions from Chris?
Just very quickly, I had the privilege of a debrief from the Royal Commissioner on the nuclear fuel cycle because he once worked for me. He told me a very different story. When I looked it up, I saw the citizens' jury piece from 2016. And of course, the cost of eliminating that waste now would be a lot higher than estimated to be then. But here's my question. Would you be recommending that we find a way of having a citizens' jury on the AUKUS submarine program?
Maureen, this may be your opportunity.
It's going to be very quick, and my answer is yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes.
I think it's 10 years since that inquiry, like this month, isn't it? Something like that. I know it's coming up because I'm helping to organise a celebration somewhere in Adelaide for it. So maybe that's a good night that you can kick off the push for the, and just to thank you for coming, and also, what was your name? Tracy. No, I just don't want you to apologise because I do the same thing. I get emotional, I can't talk. And there's nothing braver than getting up with a croaky voice and speaking through it. So thanks.
Yeah. Thanks very much to the Mothers for Sustainable South Australia. We very much appreciated having you here. Can I ask Jim Green and Dr. Philip White to come through from Friends of the Earth? Now, we've known one another, some of us, for quite a long time, which is a great opportunity to reconnect and again pick up on that expertise and experience that you bring to the table. Perhaps a quick distillation of what you've said, and I think we might really benefit from being able to interrogate some of the issues that you raise for our benefit and for those who are watching it live. Thanks very much.
Thank you. So my name is Philip White and I'm a member of Friends of the Earth Adelaide. So first of all, I'd like to acknowledge the Kaurna people on whose lands we are currently meeting and pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. We made a written submission covering several important issues. In this oral presentation, I'll focus on safety, while my colleague Jim Green will focus on waste. My relevant background includes 7 years working for the Tokyo-based Citizens Nuclear Information Centre, or CNIC, including at the time of the Fukushima nuclear disaster. CNIC is a leading Japanese anti-nuclear NGO. The Fukushima nuclear disaster showed how nuclear accidents can have serious impacts far removed from the accident site. Emergency response zones are designated for planning purposes. These zones are mapped in concentric circles around nuclear sites, but the severity of the impact does not decrease in concentric circles as you get further from the accident site. In the case of Fukushima, the direction of the prevailing winds meant that most of the radioactive material was blown eastward out to sea, so it could have been much worse. But the wind changed direction, and a few days after the earthquake, rain and snow dumped a large amount of radioactive material on the village of Iitate, about 45 kilometres to the northwest. Most of the residents of that village will never return. When they eventually get round to emergency response planning for AUKUS, and we've heard that they haven't done that yet, submarines at Osborne, zones will be drawn around the site. But that doesn't mean that, in the case of an accident, radioactive contamination will not spread far beyond those boundaries. My experience in Japan taught me that the nuclear industry is based on a great fiction, namely that nuclear energy is safe. This is referred to in Japan as the safety myth. This myth was identified by all of the follow-up inquiries as a leading cause of the Fukushima nuclear disaster. The public was told that a serious accident couldn't happen. Even after repeated smaller accidents, near misses and scandals, the nuclear industry continued to promulgate this safety myth. They refused to spend money on safety upgrades because it would represent an admission that nuclear energy was not as safe as they had claimed and would undermine their safety myth. For example, the nuclear industry chose not to raise the height of the Fukushima nuclear power plant's seawall, despite clear warnings from scientists that the site could be hit by a much larger tsunami than it was designed to withstand. The failure of the Japanese nuclear safety regulators to act before the disaster was a result of regulatory capture. That's a warning for Australia. By setting up the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator under the Minister for Defence, they have built in regulatory capture from the outset. When the US and the UK assert that their nuclear submarines are completely safe, they are promulgating their own safety myth. If the public was fully aware of the consequences of a worst-case accident, no community would allow them to dock their submarines. That nuclear submarine accidents can occur was demonstrated by the sinking a couple of years ago of a Chinese submarine while in port. Besides this, there are several nuclear submarines lying on the seabed around the world. I believe a person called Tim Deere-Jones has made a submission about the UK experience of accidents and incidents and radiation exposure in their nuclear submarine program. His account illustrates the lengths the UK government is prepared to go to cover up the failings of its nuclear submarine program. These examples should give pause to any Australian city thinking of hosting nuclear submarines. There's a thing called the reference accident. It is used to assess the suitability of Australian ports for visits by nuclear-powered warships. But a risk that is not considered by the reference accident is the risk of an accident or attack when the reactor is on the wharf before it is loaded into a new submarine or after it has been removed at the end of its life, full of high-level radioactivity. In that scenario, the much vaunted layers of containment provided by the submarine itself are not there. Claims that nuclear submarines are completely safe are myths. There has been no public consultation about the dangers associated with AUKUS. No attempt has been made to openly discuss the risks with the residents of Osborne and the wider Adelaide region. The federal and state governments should be honest with the public about the safety risks facing South Australians due to the nuclear submarine project. I'll pass it on to Jim.
Thanks very much, Philip.
Thanks for having us today. I'm going to talk mostly about waste, but firstly a couple of other points. One is to reinforce the point that Philip's made about regulatory capture, because the Naval Nuclear Power Safety Regulator comes under the Ministry of Defence. So we're not dealing with the risk of regulatory capture, we're dealing with regulatory capture being built in from the outset. And I just can't emphasise enough how disgraceful and how irresponsible it is that military interests are being put ahead of the public health and safety, and I'm sure the commissioners will make that point in your final report, at least I hope you will. And secondly, I want to briefly comment on Christopher Pyne's comment that the lethal capability provided by AUKUS will keep the peace in the Indo-Pacific. That's nonsense for many reasons. I'll just quickly cover two. One is the threat of military strikes on submarine bases in South Australia, Western Australia and the East Coast. The second is that it's undisputed that the most difficult component of any nuclear weapons program is producing or acquiring fissile explosive material, and AUKUS provides that fissile material for Australia. Fresh fuel, useful, fused fuel, it's all fissile explosive material. And to quote Crispin Rovere in a submission to a separate inquiry, and I'll provide this submission to the Commission, quote, once Australia has nuclear-powered submarines deployed, we will effectively have a nuclear weapons capability. Claims to the contrary are simply false, end quote. And Australia acquiring that nuclear weapons capability can only encourage other countries to go down that path as well. Not to mention all the technicalities here with loopholes in the Non-Proliferation Treaty and the difficulties of IAEA safeguards and the limitations of IAEA safeguards. On waste, we would like to ground this in some factual information about the mass or volume of waste, the cost, etc., but it's impossible to do that, partly because of the government secrecy and partly because we don't have relevant overseas comparisons that can be made. In terms of mass or volume, over a period of time, well, clearly we're talking about thousands of cubic metres of low, intermediate and high level waste. The cost, if it doesn't run into the hundreds of billions, it will certainly be tens of billions of dollars over time. Globally, there is not one single operating repository for high-level nuclear waste anywhere in the world. There is one deep underground repository for intermediate level waste in the United States. It's called WIP. It's in New Mexico. The preliminary estimate was that they might suffer one serious accident over a period of 200,000 years, but in fact they had one serious explosion just 15 years after it began operation. Now, I know the commissioners are aware of the fact that after several decades there's been no progress on establishing a repository for low-level waste in Australia. There have been multiple false starts. And we're back at the starting gate once again. You may not be so familiar with efforts to establish a deep underground repository for high-level wastes. In Australia, that's long-lived intermediate level waste from Lucas Heights, also potentially high-level waste from AUKUS. So I'm combining them in the term higher level waste. And the reason you're probably not familiar with that is there's been so little progress. There was a so-called National Store Advisory Committee in the early 2000s to progress this issue of disposal of higher level wastes, but it was abolished in 2004, and now, 22 years later, there's been no progress whatsoever. And my final point, and by far my most important point, is this issue of racism associated with nuclear waste management. The civil legislation is the National Radioactive Waste Management Act. That's a legacy of Martin Ferguson's tenure as Minister. It systematically curtails and negates the application of heritage protections for Indigenous people and land rights legislation. It's arguably one of the most racist pieces of legislation in Australian history. And AUKUS legislation is no better. It provides for sweeping powers to override heritage protections and land rights legislation. I would ask the committee to recommend that the principle of free, prior and informed consent for Indigenous peoples be enshrined in legislation. I would note that the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People promotes this principle of free, prior and informed consent, and as our submission notes, a UN Special Rapporteur has recommended legislation to enshrine the principle of free, prior and informed consent, as did the Federal Parliament's Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs. And I would ask this Commission to once again make the case for a non-racist approach to managing radioactive and nuclear waste in Australia, and I will leave it there.
Okay, thanks very much, Jim. I'll open that up for questions because we do have a submission from you as well. And Leanne, I might come down if you've got a... Okay, I'll go to Chris.
I can't resist having something to say. I want to talk about risk policy. I want to talk about my experience in the ASLCG, which you mentioned in your submission. But our experience there was when we were predicting climate change consequences, we never went to the extremes of risk. Always we went to the dead middle and said, this is what's really going to happen. And I think, Phil, your talk about Fukushima tells us about the way we're told that these accidents are never going to happen, but actually they do. And we're always told that 200,000 years will be pretty good, but 15 years later we're proven we're out at the extremes yet again. It suggests to me that you can't really proceed with AUKUS without a proper waste policy. And the second comment I would make is that right now, the best place for a repository would be in the electorate of the Deputy Prime Minister.
The comments, but perhaps not questions. Carmen.
Thank you very much, and thanks for highlighting the myth around safety, because I must say when I had a look at what's happening in Western Australia around the question of accidents that might occur, quite apart from any military outcomes, it was not at all reassuring when I looked at the material that was available, basically saying that containment in the submarine itself would never result in an explosion, but then admitting a little further along that it might be possible to explode the actual reactor, as you say, in the process of installing it or decommissioning it. So I'm wondering, from the point of view of the wider community, what information should be going out to people about the real risk as opposed to the myth, as you've described it?
Well, I believe you're going to be hearing from another person later on, David Noonan, who I think has got some really important information about that. But I think that they should have a plan in place now about what it's going to look like, because of the fact that they're making a decision now which inevitably brings the result that the risk comes. But they're not making the plan now. They're saying that we'll make the plan in 10 years' time or something like that. If you do, then you need to do drills, and you need to do serious drills that actually reflect what it's going to be like. And then people actually feel, oh, it's like this. People feel things with their own bodies, you know. And just thinking about it in your head, you don't really necessarily understand it. Now, I want to refer to the Japanese experience a little bit here, because the Japanese have port visits by nuclear ships, Yokosuka, for example. And I was reading the other day about a drill they had in Yokosuka. Now, the United States military they outright refuse to do drills that consider the possibility of a meltdown. And so they did a drill, but some person got some radiation on his finger, and it was equivalent to about 2 bananas worth of, you've heard of the banana measure of radiation. And that was what they called their radiation practice drill. And that sort of, America would let them do this, and America would participate in this. But getting into the serious consequences of if radiation really got out there, as it did in Fukushima, and I mean, I'm not saying there's that much radiation in the submarine that it could be equivalent to the Fukushima one, but people would then really start to think, well, is this really what we want?
Thank you for that. Thanks, Carmen. Karina?
Thank you, Peter, and thank you both, Jim and Phil. Lovely to have you present in this room. Thank you, Jim, for raising around the UN drip stuff and the free, prior and informed consent. That is really important for First Nations mob. The other concern I've got is around legislation changes. Is that a real threat for us across this nation and across our states and territories, that the feds are pushing for changes of legislation, and is that a real threat for us, say in South Australia, and our Prohibitions Act as well? Something that was done back in early 2000s or in 2000, and is that a threat? Is that coming from the Commonwealth or from the feds around weakening or changing that then opens doors to this AUKUS agreement?
Well, Karina, I don't think it's a threat. I think it's the reality. Our submission mentions in passing the National Radioactive Waste Management Act. You know, that's been Australian legislation for the past 14 years, thanks to Martin Ferguson, and you know, it's in place, and the current minister thinks that legislation is adequate, even though it's appallingly racist. So, you know, we're not dealing with threats, and likewise with the AUKUS legislation, it's in place already with more to come. So, you know, we're fighting an uphill battle, but we've got, you know, we've got the UN on side through the UNDRIP and also through the Special Rapporteur. We've got a federal parliamentary committee which the Albanese government didn't even respond to, but it's got strong recommendations. So we just need to keep fighting and pushing. And well, as you know, there hasn't been legislation that's helped mob to stop these nuclear waste dumps over the past 25 years. It's been an awful lot of hard work and determination. From the Yankunytjatjara to the Makati traditional owners, Admiral, Bangala, it's been a lot of heavy lifting. So, you know, we need to turn that ship around. We'll have to fight more fights, I'm sure of that, but we also need to fight against this racist legislation. You know, the immediate priority would be radical amendments to AUKUS legislation and to the National Radioactive Waste Management Act to reverse those racist provisions within that legislation. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Jim, and thank you very much as well, Philip, for that presentation. I'll ask Kim Davey to come forward, and Kim, again, as I've said with everybody else, welcome. It's good to have you here. Excuse me, tapping this thing as I go. And we will have had the opportunity to consider both your writings and sub and other matters.
Thank you, Chair. Yankunytjatjara. We meet here on Ghana land, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. And thank you all for what you're doing. It's been a privilege to sit here today and listen to other submissions. My submission, as you know, covers some...
Pull the mic in a bit closer, mate, so we can hear us. Yeah, close as possible.
Okay.
That's it.
My submission covers a few issues that have been touched on and perhaps some that haven't. I want to pick up on something that Eileen said from PACOA earlier. She talked about AUKUS, and she used the correct word, as a pact. And I think this is a key to our understanding of what it is. It's in fact, we discuss all the defence and related issues, the practical issues around cost and sustainability, deliverability and nuclear waste issues, all important issues. But my research into the AUKUS Pact leads me to believe that it was born out of a sense of a need for an alliance. I've included in my submission some information about what I call the genesis of AUKUS, with the meeting in Carpus Bay in Wales in 2021, when Boris Johnson collared Scott Morrison, and apparently, according to Boris Johnson, convinced him not to buy French submarines. He was interested in a pact. Scott Morrison was interested in a pact. It was really an alliance that's become a huge defence monopoly in this country, and I think it's now driving Australian foreign policy. That's one of my major concerns with the whole deal. I've made claim that the AUKUS has no social licence from the Australian people for the procurement, and I've compared it with the Canadian procurement process that's just completed. Commissioners will know that the Canadians announced last week that they were to buy 12 submarines from the German Norwegian consortium for I think about 40 billion Canadian dollars, with 100 billion earmarked over the life of the project. It's an off-the-shelf purchase, but it's also a purchase that gives significant job benefits to Canadian industry. I note that the other bidder, the South Korean submarine, the KSS-3, they were also very interested in, and they would probably be available if the Australian government decided to take an interest in them. They're very good submarines by all account. But I make the point because the Canadians went through a public process of procurement, well, a professional process of procurement, but also a public process of bringing the Canadian people into the decision making, to the point where the Koreans took a submarine, one of the submarines that was part of their bid, around to a Canadian port to have an open session with the Canadian people. There were debates on Canadian Broadcasting Commission. There was a public process of discussion about the pros and cons of the purchase and why they needed it. Direct contrast to the fact that Australia has been through no such thing. I've also talked about my view that Australia has embarked on AUKUS out of a misplaced fealty to the United States and an irrational fear and ignorance of China. I've touched on the sense of, well, the claims of progressive patriotism that are being pushed within the Labor Party at the moment. I'm here as an ordinary citizen, but also as a member of the Labor Party and Labor Against War. And I listened very carefully to the speech that Pat Conroy gave to the National Press Club 2 weeks ago, where he wrapped, there was no rationale for AUKUS, but he wrapped the proposal for AUKUS in the traditional Labor values of fairness, equality, social justice, democracy, and multiculturalism, and even made a confession about the cost blowouts that had occurred in defence over the past 10 years, and they're horrific, of course. All of this, I think, is designed to spike any debate at the national conference that will ironically be held here next week, and to bring sceptics within the Labor Party on board to this patriotic enterprise, which is AUKUS. I think it's a really disappointing development. It may well work within the Labor Party, but commissioners would probably know that there's something like 110 sub-branches of the Labor Party that have moved resolutions against AUKUS over the last 2 years. I don't know anyone within the Labor Party who supports AUKUS. We know, of course, that the government does. It's official policy and it will be pursued very hard, but I'm not aware that there's any rank and file support for AUKUS whatsoever. I want to say a few words about the fear of China. I think it's an irrational fear. I think it goes back to old White Australia policy fears. The relationship with China, it goes back to the goldfields, of course, the Boxer Rebellion. We've had a growing relationship, and of course our prosperity now depends on the People's Republic of China to a large extent. But I can't remember a single occasion in the last 5 years or so where there's been a positive story about China in the Australian media. I think we're fed a continuous diet of negative stories about the People's Republic, not just about their form of government, but about what they represent by way of threat. And I think it's a complete misread of China and the Chinese people. It seems we can't find anything interesting or positive to say about 1.4 billion people who provide the bulk of the prosperity of this country. Everything, well, almost everything, seems to be presented in terms of a threat to this country. I've included in my submission the fact, of course, that China is surrounded by several hundred US bases, Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, Guam, Singapore, and of course Australia. And I'm not sure how, I'm not Chinese, I don't know enough about how they react to this, but one can see, if you look at the map, how surrounded China is by US military power. Most commentators have agreed that China has a right to develop its military forces, yet when we see a missile test, as we did last week or so, the reaction in Australia is overwhelmingly negative, and I can understand people's concern about that, but there is nothing that is presented to balance that view, i.e. the fact that, for example, the US has tested Minuteman and Trident missiles, I think 10 times over the Pacific in the last year. That's completely left out of the debate, so ordinary Australians are led to believe that it's only the Chinese who are doing this testing. Our allies wouldn't do any such thing. It's nonsense, of course. I have friends and contacts in Asia, and I travel in Asia quite a bit recently, and I find a very different view in Southeast Asia, in particular in Korea and Vietnam, where I've travelled quite extensively, who are of course allied with us in a general sense, and who have very complex and historical and contemporary relationships with China. They have a very different view of the relationship with China. They have some concerns about the rise of China, but they are also interested in Chinese culture, they're interested in Chinese history, they're interested in trade with China, and they're interested in a peaceful relationship with China. And I guess it's the main thrust of my submission that we are neglecting, in my view, AUKUS has led us to neglect the traditional strength of Australian statecraft. We don't view China as a part of our neighbourhood, and we have aligned ourselves with the Americans who view China as a threat, and increasingly, I think, we're doing their bidding in military terms. I was intrigued to hear Christopher Pyne speak this morning about Australia wanting a blue water navy. I'd be interested, Admiral Barrie, in your view about that. That's the first time I've heard a claim from a former Defence Minister that we have this grandiose vision of a blue water navy that might in some way protect us from China. My submission in terms of defence policy focuses more on the proposals that Hugh White and Sam Roggeveen have put forward. Hugh White, you would know, worked with Kim Beazley and has written extensively on AUKUS, but has said quite recently, Australia could defend itself without submarines, and we probably will have to, because we won't get them. And I think he's right. But he's gone on to argue his case for son of AUKUS, which is son of Collins, I should say, not son of AUKUS, son of Collins, which he was instrumental in developing with Kim Beazley in the 1980s, so he knows what he's talking about. Sam Roggeveen from the Lowy Institute has written extensively on Australian defence policy. He's made a really good comment about the posture of Australian defence being what he calls the cult of the offensive, and how historically we've been positioned to fight over there rather than to seek to defend ourselves here. And his argument in the Echidna strategy, as you would know, is about making Australia a hard target. If we are under threat, we should be a very difficult target to knock over. I think Paul Keating has said the same thing, Gareth Evans, a number of party luminaries and other commentators have said similar things. It's one thing to build up our defences, it's another to be part of an aggressive military posture.
So, Kim, I'm now hitting the microphone because of time.
Okay. Just quickly, there was a very interesting presentation last night on Late Night Live from Joanne Wallace, who's written a piece, a book called Neighbours in the Pacific, and the recent architecture that Australia is promoting of Pacific alliances she relates to. She mentioned Penny Wong's statement about a permanent state of contest with China in the Pacific being what the position we're in. But I compare that to the statement she makes about finding our security within Asia and wanting a strategic equilibrium between the major powers in our region. I think those two things are contradictory, and I think that's at the heart of our problem with AUKUS. I'll leave it there.
Look, thanks very much, Kim, and I'm sorry to be hurrying people along, but that's very much appreciated, and also the advocacy and work that you've been doing to date. I'll now open up for questions from commissioners. Leanne?
I'm interested in the work that you're doing within the Labor Party itself. We heard from someone before saying that they haven't noticed much support for AUKUS. There's maybe 5 people who talk about AUKUS in the government, and you mentioned 111 or something branches that have signed against it. Have you seen any branch level, minister level, backbencher level support for AUKUS in the same way that you've got Labor against war?
Support for AUKUS?
Yeah, like is there a We Want AUKUS club the same way that we're hearing about everyone who doesn't want it?
No. The short answer is no. Every Labor member I speak to has the concerns at one level or another, whether they're about jobs or deliverability or nuclear waste or foreign policy and defence policy as I am. I see no support within the rank and file or within, and I think Chris Schott mentioned this in his evidence to you, within the caucus itself. I know a number of serving parliamentarians. I think Ed Husick is the only serving member of the Labor Party who's spoken out against AUKUS. I've asked a number of his colleagues why they haven't spoken out as well, and I'm given a downward glance. Basically, the discipline within the caucus at federal level at the moment is such that you don't speak out on these things. And I think there's a lack of courage there, and I think, as Chris Schott mentioned earlier, there seems to be a complete abrogation of caucus debates on these sorts of matters. It's considered to be a done deal, and we're not going to rock the boat. That's a real shame.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm just trying to get more of a sense of what's happening across Parliament, not just within. This isn't a question. I'm just making it as a comment because we're quite often told that there's locked-in bipartisanship support, which gives you the feeling that this is actually will go ahead no matter what. But
well, Leanne, I should just quickly note that James Paterson, who's the opposition spokesperson, himself has raised doubts about the deliverability of AUKUS, and just 2 weeks ago was calling for a plan B. His plan B was more air power, but it indicated to me that there's even a shift within Conservative ranks in the Parliament about the likelihood that this project's ever going to be delivered.
Thank you.
Chris?
I'll be very quick. Do you know about American Global Strategies?
Yes.
You know who's in American Global Strategies?
No.
Vice President Scott Morrison.
Oh, yes, I do know.
A former Senator Sinodinos.
Yes.
And a former head of our intelligence community,
yes,
Nick Warner.
Yeah.
Do you know what they're doing?
They're working on US defence policy and
AUKUS.
And AUKUS, yes.
As
is Christopher
the whole
Pine,
question
who had the
of
courage to come here at least.
The whole question of Australian defence policy, I think, was best articulated after the Dib review in 1986, when we talked about the defence of Australia and what was needed to protect our homeland. It went down very badly in the United States. Doing it again, I think, will go down very badly in the United States, because a balanced force, which is what we want in this country, will require us to have some submarines, but not necessarily these submarines.
Well, indeed. And we could, if we chose Hugh White's advice and to buy submarines off the shelf now.
Well, it's Hugh that wants 30 of conventional submarines.
Yes, and we could buy them from the Koreans tomorrow.
Sure. I'll just see whether there are any other questions. Karina? Look, thanks, Kim. I've got a question which relates to Plan B and the articulation of Plan B. It's one of the things that's implied in our terms of reference, and it's interesting that you referred to Senator Paterson from the coalition calling for a Plan B. Are there any other aspects of AUKUS that are in opposition to the alternative thinking around Plan B and the thinkers that you've described at this point in time? And by that I don't only mean the foreign policy and defence establishment, but more in the public domain. Media, the way in which the media is responding and reporting to AUKUS, and I'm not talking about pearls and irritations, I'm talking about more the mainstream media, if there is such a thing anymore. And the reason that I'm asking the question is because we've heard differing views about the level of support or otherwise for AUKUS. Clearly from communities that know and understand it, there's higher levels of concern.
Mm-hmm.
We've had a chance to assess some of the polling information, but as we know, depends on the questions asked, etc. And given that you've thought a great deal about it over time, I'm just wondering if there's anything we're missing in our understanding of where community attitudes are at in relation to AUKUS.
Well, my own view is that very few people in the community understand AUKUS, which is why the media narrative that you referred to, Peter, is so much focused on the threat from China, in my view. There isn't a rationale for AUKUS, but people understand the language of threat. The Peter Hartcher-led sort of, there'll be an invasion from China within 3 years. I mean, it's an extreme example, but mainstream media perpetrate that all the time. And I think the reaction in the media to the Chinese missile test last week is evidence of that. Even more recently, we had Barnaby Joyce telling us that the Telstra outage that this country suffered a couple of days ago could well be Chinese cyber warfare, and he got a run. I mean, no one believed it at the end, but it's.
No one believes him normally.
No, well, that's true. But
Excuse me.
The media can pick up on that because there is a threat narrative from China, a button that can be pushed. And what that tells me, in my thinking about AUKUS, is that there is no other rationale other than we are threatened by this mighty nation that we don't really like anyway, even though they provide us with this, our bread and butter. You know, we better get on board with AUKUS because it's the only game in town. And that narrative, in slightly more sophisticated terms, is what's run within the Labor Party as well. It's really disappointing, and I think it really demeans the intelligence of the electorate and the Australian public generally. And that's why I think what you're doing is so important, because we haven't had this opportunity for 5 years. We've had the narrative, we've had the threat amped up, and we've had a lot of lies told and a lot of skullduggery, which is why I mentioned the Boris Johnson genesis of AUKUS, because I think it behooves us to think about where this came from, and it wasn't the brainchild of Scott Morrison, I can assure you.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for that, Kim. And I'd now like to ask Diane Atkinson if she's here. Hi, Diane. Come and bring that microphone as close as is comfortable for you, and we'll hear you, and excuse my hurrying everyone along.
So I'm here as a member of the public, but I joined IPAN, the Independent and Peaceful Australia Network, about 18 months ago because of the growing militarisation that I'm seeing in the world at the moment, and a desire to do something about that. But I'm not speaking on behalf of IPAN here, this is a personal submission. And so what I wanted to say is that AUKUS represents a very large investment by Australia. We're expecting to spend $378 billion over the course of 30 years. So it makes sense that we should carefully consider the security threats that are unfolding in this point of history. We know that climate change represents a major threat, which is proving very difficult to confront effectively. Building goodwill and strengthening our diplomatic ties would contribute to this task. However, the AUKUS alliance does the opposite of this. It breeds mistrust and contributes to a regional arms race. Australians have always resisted the nuclear industry, but this deal forces us to accept the presence of nuclear-powered submarines and the waste that will require disposal on our soils. Having nuclear submarines present here is likely to drive that regional arms race. At a time when resources need to be spent finding solutions to the pressing problems, such as climate change, we will instead spend those resources on weapons of war. The increased military spending and arms production will be perceived as a threat by other powers and will undermine the goodwill and global cooperation needed to bring binding agreements to reduce carbon emissions. Instead, other countries will also be obliged to waste more resources on military production. When it attacked Iran, the United States was acting in defiance of rules laid down in the United Nations Charter against wars of aggression. In that way, it was acting as a rogue state. I note that this morning Christopher Pyne talked about us sharing a common language with the US and the UK and being very alike, almost like siblings. These are not sufficient reasons to deepen a military alliance. We need to be able to trust that our partners share our interests and share our morality. We need to be able to trust that they will abide by international law. Yet it has already been clearly demonstrated that the United States makes no such commitment. There are reasons why this war is already proving to be very much against Australia's interests. It threatens the availability of diesel fuel and fertilisers, which are so important to Australia's food security. Australia's national security interests are not identical with those of our military ally, the United States of America. The global financial crisis of 2008 didn't impact Australia in the severe way that it impacted the USA or Europe. And one of the reasons for that was that Australia was the strength of our trade with China, which accounts for 25% of Australian trade based on 2025 figures from DFAT. It could be argued that we're too dependent on trade with China, but when we think about our national interests, we have to factor in this current reality, that China is our strongest trading partner. We made a decision to reduce tariffs and close down some of our industries, and these decisions have consequences for our security. We're not self-reliant. Even trade war could be very detrimental to us, but war against China would make no sense at all for Australia. Nor is there any clearly identifiable threat to Australia's security that currently emanates from our Asian neighbours, including China. The United States has different defence priorities to Australia. The US seeks to suppress the rising powers that have begun to challenge US hegemony. On this, I would agree with Christopher Pyne. What I disagree with is that Australia shares that interest. We're not an empire with hegemony to defend. We're a smaller power, very reliant on trade, and therefore we have an interest in a stable world order and good relations with our Asian neighbours. We've already been adversely affected by the war on Iran, and this could lead to a direct threat to our national security. One dimension of this is food security, as I've just mentioned. The other threat to Australia's security is the danger that wars will be launched from Australian territory by the US, and that Australia will bear the brunt of retaliation from the US against the US. We've seen this happen in West Asia. Iran retaliated against US military bases in the UAE, Kuwait, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, and most recently Jordan, since the US launched their attacks from those bases. Military agreements such as the Forced Posture Agreement and AUKUS prevent Australia from controlling what the United States does on our soil. We could well expect retaliation if the United States goes to war with China using bases in Australia. Based on US threats, this scenario is currently the most likely reason that any country might attack Australia. This is the biggest security threat that we face. In its attempts to shore up its declining power, the United States is leaning more heavily on its allies, such as Australia. We're expected to subsidise the extravagant expenditure on arms that continued world domination would require, at the expense of our own interests. AUKUS arose out of Australian attempts to purchase non-nuclear submarines from France. We now find that the Australian Prime Minister, who undermined that process and instead committed Australia to purchasing nuclear submarines from the US and the UK, is now working for the US arms industry. The question arises whether, as Prime Minister, he was already promoting those interests. Instead of obtaining working submarines in a reasonable timeframe at a reasonable cost, we now have a program that commits Australia to massive spending, with no guarantees as to what Australia will get in return. Meanwhile, AUKUS spending is driving a war economy. Education spending by the South Australian Government subsidises degrees for the arms industry to a greater extent than degrees for healthcare workers and teachers. In this way, we are directly subsidising US-owned arms manufacturers while under-investing in the sectors that ensure our collective well-being. In the midst of a housing crisis, when many young Australians cannot afford to buy a home, and many cannot even find, let alone afford rent, we neglect to make the necessary investments in social housing and instead build housing for US troops. Meanwhile, we train our young people to build arms instead of building houses. The secrecy surrounding AUKUS shows that its proponents have no faith in their ability to convince Australians that this appalling decision is in our interests. Any reasonable person can see that it's not.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Diane, very much. And that was a very cogently presented argument, and we appreciate hearing that clarity. So thank you for that. I'll just see whether we have some questions from any of the commissioners. And whilst I'm waiting to see whether we do, I certainly do have a question, and it's more of a personal nature, really. You've obviously given it a great deal of thought. Is this a discussion that happens amongst your family, amongst neighbours, amongst other parts of the community, and to the level of description of your views that we're hearing? Is there some common language there that's spreading out when you interact with others?
Yes, quite right. Speaking of my family, my husband came from Chile, so he directly experienced a US intervention. It was perhaps it wasn't an open military intervention, but there was certainly that involvement, and so getting to know his family, his community, the grief that they went through at the loss of their democratic government and their dreams, the pain of people who were tortured, who disappeared.
Was this in the Pinochet era?
That's right, that's right. And then later on, we had friends who were coming from El Salvador, and so they were experiencing the bombing there. So that perspective is certainly part of my perspective as well, and watching what the United States is doing militarily around the world and trying to understand that.
I see. Thank you for that. Chris, do you have a question or a comment?
Well, I'd just like to follow up. I mean, I understand that comment about South America. You got any American friends? United States friends?
Not close personal friends, no.
Because I think one of the issues that we need to deal with here. I've lived 5 years in the United States. I have friends who are American citizens. Most of them don't want to live there. They'd like to come here. But no, the point I'm trying to make at home level, a lot of Australians go to America and they deal with Americans and they think they're just like us. Well, actually, they're not like us. Theirs is a country founded in revolution. I understand about using force. I understand about solving problems on Boot Hill. And we're seeing that played out now in the current performance by the United States. And it represents a very great problem for countries like ours, instrumental in setting up the United Nations, believing in rules and laws of behaviour. And I don't know where America's going to end up, but I don't think it's going to be in a nice place unless something really significant happens after Trump finishes.
Just to comment on that, interestingly, my husband does follow a lot of Americans, independent journalists, people like Scott Ritter, who was very much involved in the whole disarmament process, and there is certainly a strong critical layer there.
Well, Carmen.
Chris really asked the question that I was going to ask you, so I won't do that, but just to thank you, because I think what you did was to very clearly lay out a whole perspective, bringing together a lot of the material that we've heard over several hearings now, and in a cogent way that is persuasive, and I thank you for that, and I hope you have the opportunity to give similar presentations to many other people and groups, so that that those ideas are given currency, because what seems to me to underpin it is a very different view, and Chris touched on this, of what Australia is and might be, including our use of diplomacy and soft power and collaborative relations with our near neighbours. These are the alternatives to the sort of perspective that we're encouraged to adopt through an uncritical embrace of AUKUS. So thank you for that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Diane. David Noonan is the next of our presenters, and I should declare not so much a conflict of interest, but the fact that some years ago when I was ACF President, David worked and was what was your role? And you were instrumental in all sorts of things, Dave, at the time. So just try and remind me if we can think back that far.
Well, I started on Arab land work and inland rivers and progressed to do a lot of uranium mining and public interest nuclear waste issues.
That's right. Well, it's very good to see you again. And the floor is yours.
Okay, look, I'd like to make some overview points. look at two key scenarios. What does the storage of nuclear waste look like in South Australia? AUKUS nuclear waste. And what does a potential nuclear submarine accident look like at Osborne, Port Adelaide? First, I'd like to start with a cause for some confidence. When, rare perhaps, when civil society has actually focused on nuclear waste dump agendas, civil society has always prevailed in Australia. Over 2 international nuclear waste dump agendas, Pangaea, that targeted WA but had options on SA, and Premier Jay Weatherall's proposal, who held a Nuclear Royal Commission to bring the equivalent of a third of the world's high-level nuclear waste to South Australia. Both headed off, those international high-level proposals, and 4+ federal government proposals to impose ANSTO nuclear waste wherever in Australia, all headed off by civil society when we really did focus on the cause at hand. AUKUS is, in addition to the nuclear war fighting, to the potential war fighting versus China, AUKUS is essentially, in the first instance, a proposal to impose US origin high-level nuclear materials without even having a process to deal with it. Minister for AUKUS Miles wants to put an Australian flag on US origin high-level nuclear material and call it our own. He wants to nationalise the obligation toward it. The federal government has already passed legislation to override state and territory legislation, and they specifically named the Nuclear Waste Storage Prohibition Acts from WA and SA in that federal move to have no effect on AUKUS in the future. It's a highly undemocratic move on their behalf. We have the will of, we sit in the City of Adelaide. It's a declared nuclear-free zone from an earlier contest against the Howard government attempt to impose a nuclear waste dump here. We sit in a state where the will of the Parliament of the People has passed legislation to prohibit the storage of nuclear waste in our state. The import, transport, storage and disposal of the nuclear waste involved in AUKUS are against the law. They're illegal acts to carry out in our state. But already we've seen federal Labor pass legislation to override that will and the power of the people of the Parliament of South Australia. And we have to face up, civil society now has to face up to what does that mean for our democracy. When we faced these nuclear waste dump agendas before, we had 3 public themes, tests for government essentially. One was the right for community to decide its own future. Well, that's been negated by the AUKUS agenda by both Morrison and Albanese, saying we intend to do this and the consequences will follow. They already intend to impose the obligations to AUKUS nuclear waste. If we take a single second-hand US Virginia submarine, the AUKUS deal says we will keep that US origin material forever. Every future generation of Australians will be obliged to that material. The second key test that they've negated is the public's right to know. You've heard from Rex Patrick how that's going, trying to get transparency and accountability from federal Labor colleagues. We've seen Minister Miles, in a key breach of trust, break a commitment that he gave to the Australian people. In March 2023, when they were announcing the so-called optimal pathway, Minister Miles gave a commitment to announce a process to deal with a location to store AUKUS nuclear waste. He said at that time, within a year, we will announce this process. Well, we're now over 3 years late and there is no public process, and what there is legal attempts at secrecy to prevent any public knowledge of what the federal government has figured out in the last 3 years in regard to siting of AUKUS nuclear waste. And it's not a problem that can wait till the 2050s, as they often claim. Best practice would have agreement, consent, including from traditional owners, a site, a process that leads to a site. You'd have that up front before you take on a forever burden imposed on all future generations of high-level nuclear material, both the high enriched uranium from the US that is effectively fissile material, atomic bomb fuel, that every generation will have to safeguard in the future, and also then the high-level nuclear waste that requires perpetual storage and management. And we really are talking about storage. That there's no foreseeable expectation that Australia will figure out the disposal of high-level waste, a globally unprecedented task that no one else has ever done so far. That Finland is spending 40 years to get to the stage where they may first put some waste underground for storage and monitoring and testing. When Australia has spent decades failing to deal with ANSTO's nuclear waste, the onus, the implication that Morrison and Albanese can intend and decide on all Australians' behalf that every future generation will sort out this problem that they make in the future and leave it to them, and not even publicly announce a process is really quite an affront to civil society and to democratic values. And the third key test that we had back facing the Howard government in the 90s, it was recognition of a human rights issue for traditional owners, that they should have a right to be respected for how their culture protects their country, and that they have a right of say over the imposition of any nuclear waste against their rights and interests. Now, these days that's under the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, Article 29.2, which states that governments have to take every measure to ensure that hazardous materials are not imposed upon the country of traditional owners without their free, prior and informed consent. Unfortunately, I'd say that not only will the AUKUS agenda make Australia signing a nuclear weapons ban treaty far less likely, but the AUKUS agenda will also make Australia properly recognising and enacting the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People far less likely, because the federal government is unwilling to give anyone else in the country a decision-making say on what they may do with that nuclear waste in the long term. The legislation they passed gives effectively a right to declare by decree a zone anywhere in Australia to potentially store and manage this nuclear waste. And it's not restricted to. Minister Miles likes to talk about existing or future defence lands, and what he means is that if in the last 3 years we haven't found a suitable piece of defence real estate, we'll simply compulsorily acquire and declare any other site in the country. In the scenario of what does nuclear waste storage look like in South Australia, we could well envisage that the works being undertaken at Osborne may well make parts for US or UK submarines, but they may never actually complete a submarine down there again, certainly not a nuclear submarine. What they may get to do, though, is it's been designed to put, as it has equally been designed to put our nuclear submarines into the water, it can take them out of the water for decommissioning. Decommissioning of nuclear subs could well happen at Osborne. That would involve the interim storage of high-level nuclear materials alongside the Port River. Have the local community been told about these things as the potential long-term consequences of claiming to build nuclear subs down there? It might well involve the shipping of that nuclear waste from Osborne across to Whyalla to be taken north, to transported to North and South Australia. And the Woomera area has been mentioned repeatedly in the national press, at first by the Australian Financial Review, as said to be understood to be a favoured location where the federal government may seek to conduct storage of this high-level nuclear material. Now, whether it's in the broader Woomera area that was targeted by the Howard government before, that's contested in some respects, one could envisage siting around the Woomera area slightly to the east of the existing Woomera prohibited area. They fire rockets in the trajectories out to the west, so they might prefer that a site for nuclear storage would be on the eastern side of their interests. It could, for instance, be on Arkuna Station, just east of that area that has been envisaged by the federal government before for nuclear siting. It could also be that the waste would be decommissioned at Osborne, shipped across to Whyalla and go further north into the Northern Territory. Because I think that in the federal laws passed, there are no set criteria or preconditions on where they may site a zone for the storage of nuclear waste. And in political terms, it may well go to the weakest, most compliant or most complicit political team on the block. Now, that's not necessarily to say something negative to the Northern Territory government. It may well be that the South Australian government, again, as the Jay Weatherill government was, complicit in wanting to bring high-level nuclear waste to South Australia. We may well find that the South Australian government in the future may be equally complicit in wanting to accept that part of AUKUS as well, apart from the claims that the economic claims that they make around jobs and economic benefits to accrue from supposedly building submarines in 10 or 15 years or 20 years down at Osborne. We are on the cusp of these long-term decisions, but it's really long-term implications from AUKUS, but it's really hard to get civil society to have the momentum to focus on any particular aspect of it, to get enough momentum together to head that off. And that's a really positive contribution that your inquiry is making, that more people are finding out what's involved in this path that we're heading down. Federal Labor's nuclear decisions are putting us on a path to become a high-level nuclear waste dump. Now, this isn't necessarily just for AUKUS. There are international nuclear advocates around the world who would wish Australia to again take up one of the agendas, one of the proposals for us to broaden and become an international nuclear waste dump. And Labor in normalising high-level nuclear waste, normalising its imposition against our democratic rights and interests, normalising an agenda where we don't even have a right to know what they know so far about how they might deal with those wastes in the long term. Normalising an imposition against state laws, but also an imposition against regional communities and traditional owner communities. Like, which state, is it just SA? Realistically, I think it would be just SA or the Northern Territory who would end up in the target range for the federal government for the storage of this nuclear waste. It may be that WA is more influential as the mining state, as a high GST paying state. The WA government has already said they don't want the waste. They've already put on the record, they said, well, if SA is going to build the subs, why don't you take the waste to Woomera? They've named Woomera already from WA. So we need an organisational level around civil society where we can engage with specific aspects of AUKUS and with enough momentum to head them off. Now that's a high bar to be realised, and your inquiry is a really good first instalment, an early instalment to be able to do so. So the second scenario that really does have relevance for South Australia is, what does a potential nuclear submarine accident look like down at Osborne at Port Adelaide? Well, the civilian nuclear regulator, APANSA, they have a process that they go through. Even for the visit of a nuclear-powered submarine, APANSA require a port-specific study as to the suitability of the port for the visit of a nuclear submarine, and to have commensurate emergency response measures in place. As I'm aware, there has been no site-specific study of Osborne Port Adelaide for the potential presence of nuclear-powered submarines. And I got the opportunity to ask Minister for Health, the Federal Minister for Health, Mark Butler, this in a meeting joint with representatives of PCOA. And I put to him that this work has not yet been done. And his answer to me was, well, in the 1980s, Port Adelaide was proposed as a port for nuclear sub-visits. So I was asking, well, are you, like apparently the Morrison government, accepting on whatever work inadequate of its day was done in the 1980s now for what would satisfy our APANSA to say that Port Adelaide is a suitable port? And he didn't have an answer for that. And correspondence sent to his office doesn't get an answer around that sort of a question. Your inquiry might be able to get the specific from the federal government. Do they or don't they have this site-specific work required by APANSA to use Osborne Port Adelaide as a site for nuclear submarines? Not just for a visit, but to potentially construct and have them coming in and out for testing and work on reactors to get a submarine at an operational phase through sea trials and return to its port of construction. We have had opportunity to get a sense of the scope of the problems that come through AUKUS. That they're undemocratic, that it's by imposition, that it's an untenable nuclear waste imposition onus on all future generations that no other country has yet been able to take up a disposal solution for. So we have a reasonable grounds to consider that the conduct by both our federal and state Labor governments, SA and WA, is really not fit for purpose in terms of democratic action involved in such a highly important public interest issue. We would need to be able to bring enough focus to bear on the feds so that they might come up with answers. Now that's a really hard task, but perhaps your inquiry will raise the bar of inquisition to a stage where they may have to answer some of these questions in advance. And some of the ones that particularly apply to South Australia in taking on having nuclear submarines down at the port, it involves what's involved in a nuclear accident, and some of the aspects of that are set out by our APANSA. These are already existing guidelines and requirements from the Federal Australian Nuclear Safety Agency, is that they set out urgent protection response zones, and they've set that to be up to 2.8 kilometres radius from the site of a nuclear submarine accident, reactor accident. And that's an evacuation zone. In that zone, community and designated emergency service workers can be exposed to far higher ionising radiation exposures than are permissible in occupational activities or for the public. For instance, the annual limit for, in terms of millisieverts, is 1 millisievert a year in terms of the protection of the public. In occupational terms, it could be up to 20, but rarely ever that high. in these emergency response measures, the AUKUS authorises that not only emergency service workers, but members of the public who are to be evacuated could be exposed to 50 millisieverts a year in that one event, 50 times the annual maximum exposure that a member of the public could receive through health treatment or occupational exposure if they worked in the lab or university or some such similar thing using isotopes. How is it that that can be what's intended for Port Adelaide without the South Australian Government taking an interest in that? The South Australian Labor Government had nothing to say when the federal Labor passed legislation to override our State Nuclear Prohibitions Act. They've so far had nothing to say about what is involved in the required emergency response measures to deal with a potential nuclear accident. And these are requirements that already exist in our PANZS guidelines. It's not something to be sorted out in 10 years or whenever when a first reactor might turn up at Port Adelaide. These are requirements to be demonstrated now. We've seen, in talking about labour dynamics, the draft of the ALP National Platform, perhaps in response to community concerns, has a little piece added to it to say that, I think it's a deferring accountability. It says at an appropriate time, that's the wording, at an appropriate time, there will be a process established and made public for dealing with the siting of nuclear storage. Well, we think that the appropriate time is now. We want answers now, and that's partly why your inquiry exists. We have put questions to the Premier repeatedly since September last year, so far without response. I got a response in March to say that, you know, this is just ahead of our state elections, so perhaps there was some sensitivity on their behalf. The Premier's office has an office for AUKUS, that's what it's called, the Office for AUKUS, sort of says what it means. We will respond as soon as we can. Now, I haven't heard back from them since March, although I've contacted them again since. Some of the things that we would want to know is, well, in requiring an evacuation zone, essentially, this urgent protective action zone, it's a zone in which our PANZS envisages you could have such a severe nuclear accident that in calling for emergency workers to be involved, they will call for volunteers among the emergency workers. They'll have designated emergency workers at the port and in the response agencies, but depending on the severity of the accident, only volunteers would be intended to go in to the accident zone. And they are workers who will choose to put their own health at risk through ionising radiation exposure to potentially prevent what is stated, this is a quote, catastrophic conditions that could result from a nuclear submarine accident. Catastrophic conditions is a quote from a PANZS, the Federal Nuclear Safety Agency. Yet, why does South Australian Labor have nothing to say about the potential for evacuation and catastrophic conditions down at the port through their intention to have nuclear subs down there? You could have the public evacuated, their children required to receive stable iodine tablets as soon as possible to try and reduce the risk of thyroid cancer. You could have the public and emergency service workers subject to medical treatment, subject to decontamination potentially, subject to medical treatment and subject to required ongoing monitoring of their health. Without federal Labor, the state Labor having anything to say about that, without the Federal Minister for Health, the local MP, being willing to have anything to say about that, why is it the local community finds out whether they live inside or outside of those overlaid evacuation zone boundaries by local community, by PCOA going out and letterboxing them? Why do they have to find out that way rather than through their federal or their state Labor government and their federal or their state Labor MPs? Thanks.
Thanks very much, Dave. Given the time, I'll see whether commissioners have any follow-up questions. You've certainly raised a number of legitimate questions that communities would be entitled to ask, and you've put this commission on notice as to the extent of those questions, so thank you for that. I'll move from left to right. Leanne.
We heard a lot of the same concerns when we were in Fremantle around the absence of an emergency plan for nuclear accidents. Have communities here talked to communities over there at all? And I'm wondering if, I know I could Google this, but you're here, Dave. So who should be responsible for a nuclear emergency response? Is it the federal government? Is there an overall plan that could be put out in Fremantle and in Adelaide? In an ideal world, how would that work, just briefly?
The communities do talk to each other, but there are national guidelines that apply in both cases. At least there were up until now when it was run by the civilian authority. We know that the new military nuclear safety regulator that reports to the Defence Minister, they've said they're reviewing emergency response measures in regard to the Sterling US proposed base, to base nuclear submarines there. You might expect that they'll downgrade the existing expectations and requirements. They may look to the lowest common denominator that may exist in the US or the UK as to how they claim that more modern nuclear submarines shouldn't have to have the extent of emergency response planning as what has been the case in Australia through, for decades. Requirements for these zones, for evacuation planning, for stable iodine treatment for children, etc. So there are existing federal guidelines, civilian guidelines at least. We just can't get them actioned. Like, there are plans that says you will have the tablets, you will have the evacuation zones, you'll have the training for emergency services workers, but if you ask even the local doctors around the WA sites, they don't know how that would happen or who would coordinate that or where the tablets are or how anybody finds out at no notice that there's just been a radiation accident, you know, over the fence or 1 kilometre or 2 kilometres. And as we know that ionising radiation pollution plumes that move on prevailing winds don't stop at the designated boundary zones. They talk about the urgent protective action zone at up to 2.8 k's, but they accept there's another boundary, unspecified boundary, they say maybe some kilometres, in which the public may be exposed to hazards. Well, in the UK, that's taken as up, at some sites, as up to 5 kilometres. We know that at another level, in the port-specific study that our PANs are required, they actually do a demographic study out to 15 kilometres from the site where the nuclear submarines would be docked in port. Now that covers, you put a loop of 15 kilometres around Port Adelaide, and you've got a really big piece of Adelaide involved in a zone that our PANs in existing guidelines already says they should run a study on and know about in terms of demographics, climate wind movements, potential exposure and medical and emergency response capacities. And none of that work has been done, even though, you know, it's years since Morrison and Albanese agreed that the nuclear subs are going to be down the port, yet the locals can't even find out the most basic parameter around these things.
Thanks.
Thank you for that. Chris, any questions?
I think it's what I would call a preparedness issue, which is having plans, testing them, rehearsing them, make sure the emergency services are all up to speed. It's something that in this country are always pretty slack about, as we see it with our emergency services on bushfires and other things, floods. We're not real good at it. And it does sound to me like there should be a push for scenario planning in order to make this right. Now, I come from a Navy where when I first went to sea, we did nuclear fallout planning all the time. And we had systems in our ships to try and protect ourselves from fallout and things like that. So I do get the complexity of it. And if you look at the Chernobyl accident and plenty of other accidents, you see that no matter how well you plan, when it happens, it's going to be different. But that's not an excuse not to plan. I think the principal thing I got out of your talk is the push from civil society to make this real to the point where we could put a tick in the box if we were to go down that pathway.
Thank you. Carmen?
Thanks very much for illuminating us here about the risks. I think it can't be said often enough how dangerous some of these possibilities are, and the absence of planning and consultation then becomes a very serious question for everybody. But one of the things that you're aware of my former involvement as well in West Australia is the question of waste disposal, and the fact that in South Australia you've had a Royal Commission, you've had citizens' juries, you've had a lot of discussion, and yet that is now being overturned as if it hadn't occurred. How is that kind of being received, if you like, in the wider South Australian community? Because it's not that long ago that discussion was held. You know, what sense are people of making of the fact that all of that work, all of that consultation is being effectively overturned by the current arrangements?
I think many people see this as a breach of trust, an undemocratic breach of trust by federal and state governments, regardless of which party may be in office or think they be in office in the future. It's it's so undemocratic for our elected representatives to do this to us. It's an affront to our civil society sensibilities that each time these nuclear waste dump agendas are brought up and community point out what's wrong with them, and the outcome may be that it doesn't go ahead, each time, no matter what level of protections of state law or other understandings that we have put in place, the next time around is though all of that counts for nothing from the proponents. But this time around, the proponent is a federal Labor government and a state Labor government. In theory, with bipartisan political support, the other side started it in terms of AUKUS. It's very hard to see how you rely on the normal protections in your society to be able to even defend yourselves in these cases. And that's a key issue for traditional owners. People have a right to know which states or territories, which regions are being targeted by the feds in the 3 years of study they've already done on what they think they will do about storage of nuclear waste. The regional communities involved, the Aboriginal traditional owner groups involved, they have a right to know what's being considered and intended for their country, because only when they get some level of notice can they organise themselves and get enough focus by which they may be able to represent their rights and interests to turn some of this back around.
Look, thank you for that question, Carmen and Dave. Karina.
Thank you, David, for your wealth of knowledge on this topic. I know I think my face changed as you kept speaking about this override of federal legislation over the state. Did I hear, I'm just asking for clarity, did I hear that there is no set criteria for identifying future lands? So when the Commonwealth come in or the feds come in and say we can identify, there's no criteria around that?
Yes, the federal laws that were passed don't place any preconditions on them over where or how they declare a future designated nuclear zone. They leave it up to themselves. You could say in the old parlance, effectively by decree, to decide where and what bounds and to what criteria. That they haven't put any of that material into law or regulation. They've left it to political discretion or imposition to occur in the future. So no one knows by what criteria they may be looking or deciding. That they haven't even set out the sort of parameters that would make sense in terms of security or access or logistics or any of the sort of matters that Finland spent 40 years working through with community. They're not even willing to talk about it in Australia.
Was there a recent review of the Woomera prohibited area, and was South Australians involved in any of that, or the South Australian government involved in any of those conversations?
Yes, South Australian government's heavily involved in that. We made submissions to that recent review of the Wimmera area, pointing out that it's been named and is a candidate to become a high-level nuclear waste store in the future, and we got no response from any level of government or any agency in regard to that input.
All right, thanks for that question. When we've had a really big day of submissions, and we did start with a former Defence Minister who now is a strong proponent of AUKUS. And I think for those of us that were in the room, and I certainly know commissioners took careful note of the fact that he did speak very positively and enthusiastically about Woomera on more than one occasion. Thanks very much, Dave.
Thank you.
So the last of the longer presentations, although Melanie, I'm exercising my Commission lead role to unfortunately contain you to about 10 minutes if we can possibly, from the South Australian Greens. When we've heard from Melanie, and if we have any questions, we'll ask those. And then I have a list of people who have sought the opportunity to speak. That's 5 minutes only, I regret to say, because of the time availabilities. And I'll give you a little wind up when you have a minute to go. So thank you, Melanie.
Thank you. I'd like to start by acknowledging that we are on Kaurna country, and I also want to acknowledge that there have been generations of First Nations people who have fought to keep South Australia nuclear free. I also want to acknowledge there's been a number of community members that have made submissions and come and spoken today, and it does take a lot of time and work to stay informed and to take time out of their lives to represent what's best for their communities. My name is Melanie Selwood. I'm a Greens member of the South Australian Legislative Council. I'm appearing today on behalf of the Greens and hundreds of South Australians who participated in our recent survey because they wanted a voice to shape in the decisions that shape our communities, our security and our future for decades to come. We conducted this survey because we kept hearing the same thing from people across our communities. People are feeling like the decisions that affect their lives are increasingly being made without us. Across South Australia, we're doing our best to build decent lives, support our families, contribute to our communities, and create a future that is secure, fair, and hopeful. We want affordable housing, strong public services, good jobs, healthy communities, and opportunities for future generations. But too often, major decisions are shaped by powerful interests rather than the people who are going to have to live with the consequences. For many people, AUKUS has become a symbol of that wider problem. This is one of the largest and most consequential public commitments in Australian history. It will shape Australia's foreign policy, defence policy, national security, industrial priorities, public finances, and strategic relationships for decades. It will influence what kinds of communities we build, what public investments are prioritised, and what responsibilities we will pass on to future generations. Here in South Australia, those consequences are equally real. Communities in Adelaide's western suburbs, Port Adelaide, Osborne, and the Lefevre Peninsula are expected to host major parts of this project. We are being asked to accommodate industrial expansion, major infrastructure, and long-term nuclear stewardship responsibilities that may persist long after today's political leaders have left office. It is entirely reasonable that our communities want a meaningful say in decisions of this scale, yet many people feel like those opportunities have not been provided. I've attended numerous community meetings on the Lefevre Peninsula where community have raised concerns that have been ignored. Last year, I joined community members at a session labelled as consultation by the Department of Defence, where community concerns were rebutted, refuted, or ignored. It was a heated meeting, and it was clear that it was a checkbox exercise rather than meaningful engagement. AUKUS was announced in 2021 by Scott Morrison alongside Boris Johnson and Donald Trump. One of the most significant strategic and financial decisions in Australia's modern history was effectively presented to the public as a decision that had already been made. When Labor formed government in 2022, there was an opportunity to reassess this agreement. There was an opportunity to review the assumptions behind it, examine the alternatives, and engage Australians in a genuine national conversation about security, sovereignty, and risk. There was an opportunity to have real engagement with the local communities that would be directly impacted. Instead, the project has been embraced and accelerated. Hundreds of billions of dollars have now been committed before Australians have had anything close to approaching a meaningful national discussion about whether this is the right path. That democratic deficit was one of the reasons we undertook our survey. What we found was striking. More than 93% of participants said Australians have not been given enough information about AUKUS. More than 94% said that there has not been enough public consultation and democratic oversight. More than 90% said Australia should be actively examining alternatives to AUKUS. These are extraordinary figures. Regardless of where any of us stand on AUKUS itself, they suggest that many people feel excluded from the decisions that are being made in our name and are concerned about the process that has brought us all here. But what emerged from the survey was not simply concern about consultation. It was also concern about priorities. When asked what aspects of AUKUS mattered most personally, respondents were more likely to identify impacts on housing, healthcare, education, and climate priorities than traditional defence considerations. People repeatedly asked why the government can find hundreds of billions of dollars for AUKUS while communities continue to face housing stress, pressure on public services, growing climate impacts, and the rising cost of living. For many participants, the question was not whether Australia should invest in security. The question was what kind of security are we trying to build? Throughout the survey, people consistently framed security in broader terms than military capability alone. Again and again, people reminded us that security is about accessible healthcare, secure housing, quality education, climate resilience, strong communities, and democratic participation. Many saw these as not separate from community, but as the foundations of security. We also heard strong concerns about Australia's independence. More than half of participants identified Australia's independence in foreign and defence policy as one of the issues that matters most to them. Many questioned whether AUKUS would make Australia more dependent on the United States and able to make decisions in our own interests. Others worried that deeper military integration could increase the risk of being drawn into future conflicts that Australians have not chosen. Nuclear issues were also another recurring concern. Participants repeatedly raised questions about radioactive waste, long-term storage, environmental impacts, and intergenerational responsibility, and I think we've heard a lot of those concerns come through today. In South Australia, we have legislation which bans nuclear waste in our state, and this act was a result of relentless campaigning over decades by First Nations communities and anti-nuclear campaigners. The objects of that act are, and I quote, to protect the health, safety and welfare of the people of South Australia and to protect the environment in which they live by prohibiting the establishment of certain nuclear waste storage facilities in this state. The decades of advocacy that have led to this act have been ignored by our federal government, and they have overridden the wishes of the state of South Australia and the community who fought for these protections. The state government has also passed legislation to give a newly appointed Coordinator General, an unelected bureaucrat, sweeping powers to call in the functions of 31 other acts of Parliament, including the Local Government Act and the Work Health Safety Act. These should raise alarm bells for South Australians in how they reduce transparency and democracy, but unfortunately many are unaware that these powers have been granted. Taken together, what emerged from our survey was not simply opposition to defence procurement project. What emerged was a broader conversation about democracy. Who gets a say? Whose priorities matter? Who bears the risks? And who receives the benefits? And how do we ensure that communities expected to live with the consequences have a genuine voice in shaping the decisions that affect them? The message that we heard again and again was very simple. We want a say, we want transparency, we want alternatives examined. We want decisions of this scale to be made openly, democratically, and in the interests of our communities, not simply presented as a done deal after the fact. That is the message we've sought to bring before the inquiry today on behalf of the people that filled out our survey. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thanks very much, Melanie. And we will go to questions. And I shall, as I've done already, head across to Leanne on the far left.
I'm just wondering if you can, if that survey is up online, so we can see the survey.
So I've provided that as a submission to the inquiry.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Sorry,
Yeah.
I've got everyone's down to yours. I haven't got yours.
That's okay. And the full breakdown of the survey results are at the back, but there is some analysis at the start.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah.
Chris.
Just, Melanie, I wonder if you have a view about the non-proliferation treaty and how that might interfere with the AUKUS project.
Yeah, we've been continually committing to the non-proliferation treaty and calling on the government to do so. There was a motion before Parliament last year to look at this, but I don't think it was dealt with before the election. But I do think we're not seeing that considered as part of this discussion, and I do think we need to continue to consider it.
Yeah, my understanding is that nothing can proceed unless there's a clearance from the IAEA about Australia and the NPT, because as you may understand, all the nuclear-powered submarines in the world today are operated by nuclear weapons states who have an exemption, but we don't.
Yeah, and we have heard from various commentators and people in the government that these aren't intended to carry nuclear weapons, but the nuclear risk is still there regardless. Yeah.
Carmen?
Thanks very much, and thanks for your presentation, appreciate it. One of the things that struck me in the conversation we just had with David Noonan as well as your presentation is the Commonwealth overriding state legislation. And I really hadn't appreciated the extent of that, I suppose, until sitting down and thinking about it. I mean, I knew it was the case, but I hadn't really appreciated the extent of it. And I'm wondering whether within the South Australian Parliament, you've asked the question about whether that's constitutional or not.
Well, I wasn't elected at the time that happened. I've only been elected since March, but I do have really serious concerns about the State Development and Coordinator General Act that was passed. That Act does pull in 31 other acts, including Environmental Protection Acts, including Water Acts, And these are huge powers that are given to the Coordinator General. When the Greens asked questions in Parliament around that bill, the government told us it wasn't meant to deliver AUKUS. However, one of the members of that Coordinator General's office must have experience in AUKUS. So it is clear to us that that was the reason for that bill to pass Parliament. We have since seen that the Lefevre Peninsula will be declared a state development area under that Act. And what that does is give the Coordinator General huge powers to do whatever they like without the consultation of local government. It calls in the functions of local government, and that takes away that democratic layer of government. So there are serious concerns about the legislative levers that are being pulled to make AUKUS happen.
Thank you for that. Karina?
Thank you. I was just mumbling to Matilda saying I'm a bit rattled by all of this. This is overwhelming for me today, just hearing that there is this override and this behaviour that is going on. My question is around our first, because we're the only state here in South Australia, in Australia, that has put together our First Nations voice to Parliament. I'd love to hear your insight into how that is working in government in our state, and are they being engaged the way that they should be? As we are part of that as well, First Nations mob, that sort of thing.
I don't feel like they are being engaged in the way they should be around issues like AUKUS. My personal belief is that the First Nations voice is not well resourced enough to do the work that they're trying to do, and so they're having to be very selective in the issues that they're choosing to take up. And a lot of the issues that they're choosing to take up are issues that are directly impacting First Nations communities on the ground in their lives. And some of these bigger, broader issues like AUKUS are not able to be tackled by them in the same way. So I deeply respect the work that the First Nations Voice are doing, but I do think that they are limited in their capacity to deal with every issue before them. I don't think there's been sufficient consultation with First Nations groups around the implications of AUKUS. As we heard from David Noonan, there's issues around where this waste could end up. And we know that it's not only where that waste ends up, but where the waste transports through and all of the implications of that. I really feel like First Nations have been at the forefront of anti-nuclear campaigning in South Australia, all the way from Maralinga through to the Bangala people winning the court case about the nuclear waste only a few years ago. So it is First Nations communities that are at the forefront of this fight, and they are continually not listened to when it comes to AUKUS.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Melanie. And I think we've really appreciated what we've heard from everybody in the substantial submissions and presentations, and we're now looking forward to hearing the snapshots from other speakers who are going to speak. And I'll call out and just ask you to come up to the desk, bring that microphone. Our microphones are starting to die a bit, we've had a long day, but bring that microphone down there as close as you can, and I'll give you a please finish up within 1 minute call, but we'll start with Leanne Minshull. And apologies for the pronunciation of Leanne.
The identification sheet that you put up.
I'm here today because I believe that AUKUS has the power to sink Australia, and that the safest path to national security for small countries has been shown to be armed neutrality. Citizens throughout the West have been ideologically programmed to believe that we are privileged to live in a democracy. However it is administered. In reality, facts on the ground paint a vastly different picture. Virtually every survey confirms precisely the opposite. Public priorities carry little weight. Under the US Anglo-Colonial Alliance, Australian officials, the public's supposed representatives, have been dutifully led by the nose into a never-ending stream of costly wars in terms of lives, injuries and devastating debt. None of these debacles, Korea, Vietnam, Gulf, Iraq, Libya and Syria, and probably others, all of which we have lost, have been undertaken with the informed consent of the public. As happened with COVID lockdowns and mandates, the Australian COVID response was managed by executive government on advice from vested interests, while respected credentialed experts were marginalised, censored and silenced worldwide. The fast-track AUKUS deal appears to be no exception to this process. Does Australia actually have any seasoned diplomats. I cannot name one. Instead, we are permeated with a bevy of foreign-funded US, UK think tanks, none of which appear to be registered under the Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme, whose primary role is undoubtedly to advise and instruct all prevailing Australian representatives, in inverted commas, of their subordinate responsibilities. To date, no plausible response from government has effectively mitigated the valid concerns raised in relation to this AUKUS deal. Instead, we are treated to an official narrative. We are instructed that we live in a democracy, that our values are paramount and must be imposed on the rest of the world. Well, my values do not extend to our involvement in foreign wars on the say-so of said representatives without the expressed informed consent of the public. Representatives, it should be pointed out, who are apparently unable to discern between an offensive hostile war of aggression versus a country's defensive response. 800 military bases surrounding our declared adversaries is definitely being perceived as a threat by these countries. Understanding the global response to resistance at the level of government can be understood by an alarming position which surfaced under the COVID management worldwide, and that is that the truth is what we say it is, and that when elected we have the right to make decisions on behalf of the public. So no correspondence will be entered into. Sorry?
1 minute, please.
Right. A warning to all. The first line of government defence to any dissent against government policy appears to be ignore the outreach of citizens raising legitimate concerns, control of narrative, censorship and control of process, silence dissent by questioning the citizens' patriotism or loyalty, and the hopeful fail-safe portraying dissent and the people involved as a threat to national security. Finally, if the current US-UK-EU model is adopted, the coup de grace is debanking. Sadly, there appears to be wholehearted executive support for the AUKUS deal on both sides of the political aisle. I am convinced there is little value in drawing attention of government to the inherent risks Australia faces by the adoption of this deal. I believe that government fully comprehends these risks and will choose not to respond. I also do not expect that any request for a government review, public hearing, debate or inquiry will provide any opportunity to stay the proceedings. Instead, I anticipate that the only way forward is to flesh out the Australian Constitution or some other viable legal mechanism that will compel an actualisation of our right to be heard on this matter. Is that?
That's fine. Yeah, no, I think that's the full 5 minutes plus. Thank you, Leanne. Michael Dowling.
I want to focus on one particular aspect of the AUKUS deal, the potential for corruption within the primary decision to proceed and within the procurement process. I share the story, the unlikely story of a champion against the corruption associated with the global arms industry, a chap called Andrew Feinstein. The story speaks powerfully of the corruption that is rife within the arms industry and by implication the corruption risk posed by the AUKUS deal. Andrew Feinstein was born in South Africa in 1964 to Austrian Holocaust survivors. Remarkably, despite being born into the white privilege of apartheid South Africa, in his teens he began involvement with the black African resistance of the ANC, becoming involved in political activities within black townships. His activities became known to the apartheid regime, and in 1985 he fled the country to the US, to the UK, got degrees in politics and economics. On Nelson Mandela's release from prison in 1990, Feinstein returned to South Africa and legally joined the ANC, becoming part of the group that transitioned to power when Nelson Mandela became president in 1994. Feinstein was later elected as an ANC Member of Parliament. He began working in multiple roles and became known as the ANC's Mr. Clean. In 1999, shortly after the end of Mandela's term as president, a scandal arose involving a major arms deal to South Africa. Feinstein was relentless in pursuing the allegations of corruption within the deal, but faced immense pressure not to do so. Eventually, in 2001, he resigned in protest at the government's handling of the arms deal and investigation, saying that the ANC had lost its moral compass. Subsequently, Feinstein has devoted much of his life to campaigning against the corruption in the arms industry and bringing it to public attention. He's written a book, Shadow World, Inside the Global Arms Trade. He argues that at least 3 factors contribute to making major defence procurement decisions fertile grounds for corruption. Number 1, the defence deals often involve huge sums of money, tens of or hundreds of billions of dollars. 2, they're highly specialised decisions requiring highly rarefied technical knowledge to which only very few people are privy. 3, they involve national security matters which make secrecy paramount and oversight very problematic. This means that very few people are involved in decisions sometimes involving hundreds of billions of dollars. The decisions are made behind closed doors without external oversight, the perfect environment for corruption to occur. We know that corruption can take many forms. It can be a bag of cash, or it can be something much more legal, such as a very cushy consultancy or lobbying job. Feinstein cites the example of the 1985 £40 billion Al Yamama UK arms deal with Saudi Arabia, which has been dogged with allegations of corruption. In a podcast interview, he said that there was something like, in that $40 billion deal, $6 billion worth of graft included. A 1992 Ministry of Defence audit of the deal was so explosive it was suppressed, believing it would enrage the Saudis and cost thousands of jobs. A subsequent investigation by the UK's Special Fraud Office was shut down by Tony Blair in 2006, citing national security concerns. With this kind of history of corrupt practice within major defence deals, how will the Australian government ensure that $386 billion AUKUS decisions, including the widely questioned decision to even proceed in the first place, are in no way being influenced by corruption?
Michael, thank you. Thank you very much for your succinct presentation and from drawing our attention to Andrew Feinstein's work. And we now have that on the record, and we'll take the opportunity to follow that up. Thank you. The next person I have on my list, Richard Bentley. Richard Bentley in the room. Thank you, Richard. I've got timers and all sorts of things happening here, so your time starts now.
Thank you very much, Commissioners, and I just wish to thank all the people who preceded me for the wonderful presentations they've made, and I know that what I've got to say will pale into somewhat lesser significance, but I'll do my best. I don't have a lot to say, but like most of us, we've been faced with this AUKUS thing since it was first announced, and it's been threatening. You shout at the television, you abuse individuals that are involved, and all the subject matters that have been discussed about corruption, risk and everything come into our minds. So there's just 2 or 3 issues that come to my mind. One of them was that it was announced when we knew that submarines were due to be built here. Our Premier said that this was the most complex machine in the world and how proud we should be of that fact. My thoughts are, with Rex Patrick and risk, that if it's complex, it's sure to go wrong. I've also, like most people who've thought in this area and read in this area, concerned about the American military-industrial complex and all of the corruptions and the fact that it's inefficient and sucks money out of the taxpayers of America, and now it's looking to suck money out of the taxpayers of the world almost, or certainly the Western world. And the urge that we spend, I think it was 3% or 3.5% or more of our GDP And to his credit, our Prime Minister pushed back against that at the start and said, you know, we should be deciding what we're spending the money on, not how much money we're going to spend, because someone will find out how to spend it if we announce how much we're going to spend. Maybe we've worked out we're actually going to spend more than 3% already with what we've announced, so that seems to have gone off the discussion in recent times. But interoperability of our stuff also seems to be all about linking us into the American defence industry, that we're all going to be buying into the American defence industry if we're spending more money, and that seems to be very much at the heart of it. My final point is the announcement in recent days by Marco Rubio about the abolishment of the International Criminal Court. This is our senior or most important ally, apparently, someone who's prepared to look at abolishing an International Criminal Court. Now, this is something that's a proud achievement, I think, that Australia's been involved in. You know, we've been involved in this developing the world order for decades and decades. We have a proud history there, and to know that this group are prepared to abolish an International Criminal Court says so much about the nature of those people. People here may not be prepared to say it, but I can see we're dealing with criminals. Thank you.
Your submission is noted, Richard, and I just make the observation that the Americans have never accepted the standing of the International Court of Justice and have not legislated for it in their own domestic legislation. So Mr. Rubio's comments seemed, I'll leave it at that. Colin Mitchell, up next, please. Thank you, Colin.
Thank you. I'm a member of the Labor Party and a member of Labor Against War. However, this is my own personal submission.
Thank you.
My main concern is the risk of nuclear war. I think we should be talking much more about nuclear war in relation to AUKUS and the FBA. Because AUKUS and the Force Posture Agreement, I believe, make war in the Pacific, including nuclear war, more likely. Professor Hugh White says that a conventional war in the Pacific between China and the US will be highly likely to become a nuclear war. Here is one way that could be precipitated. The Virginia-class attack submarines, they have a number of roles, but their primary role is to seek and destroy Chinese submarines which carry ICBMs. Those Chinese submarines are China's assured nuclear deterrent. Their land-based missiles are vulnerable to a first strike by the US. If those Chinese subs can be tracked and shadowed by attack submarines, in a crisis situation they could be taken out by the attack subs. They used to be called hunter-killer subs. In that situation, China will be under pressure to launch them or lose them. So I think the attack submarines that Australia and the US will be operating under AUKUS are inherently destabilising and could precipitate nuclear war. There are many other scenarios in which a conventional war could go nuclear. One is the limited use of a tactical nuclear weapon, as nukes are increasingly being seen as usable additions to conventional weapons. Such a weapon may be used at sea against a naval asset. As numerous simulated war games show, the limited use of a few or even one nuclear weapon rapidly spirals out of control to a full-blown nuclear war. In a situation where either China or the US was losing a conventional war, neither nation could realistically be seen as willing to back down and concede defeat. The military pressure to use one or more tactical nukes would be great, bargaining that the other side will be unwilling to escalate. China could use a nuke on a US ally such as Australia, The US may use one on the Chinese mainland or against a naval vessel. Because AUKUS and the FPA make war more likely, the Australian government should withdraw from these agreements, but this is unlikely to happen in the short term. Therefore, I think the Labor government, the best thing that they could do should be to once again become proactive in the area of promoting nuclear war risk reduction measures by supporting and promoting risk reduction guardrails such as no first use policies. No first use policies for nuclear armed nations. By helping to reinforce the nuclear taboo, Australia can help to prevent a conventional war from going nuclear. Labor was active in that area when Garrett Evans was Foreign Minister. He has been constantly urging Australia to declare its support for the adoption of no first use policies by nuclear armed nations for decades and is still doing so. Such policies have a significant real effect, including on the military. They lower the global temperature and reinforce the nuclear taboo. China and India already have declared no first use policies. The US considered doing so under the Obama and Biden administrations, but ultimately hawks prevailed. It is still an option in play. Australia would play a significant role in moving the world towards no first use policies if it just simply announced its support for the adoption of such policies. It would be a very big deal. We would be implying that our ally, the US, should declare a no first use policy. With both the US and China under no first use policies, the risk of a conventional war between them going nuclear would be reduced. Pressure would then come on Russia to follow suit.
1 minute, thanks.
With those policies in place, the hands of the doomsday clock will be moved significantly back from their present position near midnight. This step by Australia would be easy to make, just an announcement by Australia, yet it would have an outsized effect. It would be easy for the Labor government to do this by comparison for withdrawing from the AUKUS and the FPA, and also easier than joining the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Unfortunately, the TPNW, because in its present form it entails interfering with the operation of Pine Gap and North West Cape, no Labor government will move in that direction. The chances of Labor joining the TPNW in its present form are zero. So I submit that the easiest, most practical, urgent and immediate response the Australian government could take, given that they're not going to pull back from AUKUS very easily, to mitigate the dangers that AUKUS is presenting by supporting nuclear risk reduction measures.
Thank you very much for that, Colin. And I'll just make one quick observation and then open for questions. Your comments are very well timed, because I've noticed in my reading that this is now becoming something which is being discussed pretty widely in the Northern Hemisphere amongst North American thinkers and Americans on this matter. I'll just see whether there are any other comments or questions. Chris is going to make a comment or two.
Right, I have to say something. Have you read Anne Jacobson's book on nuclear scenario?
I haven't.
You should. Never count your nuclear weapons by ones. Hundreds is a lot better.
Thanks very much for that presentation, Colin. Could I ask Tracy Smallwood if she's here? If she isn't, then I will go to Alan Kelly. Is Alan Kelly here? Thanks, Alan. Come on up. And we're shouting into the mic there as our microphones are running out of batteries and the day's getting longer. We're all yours.
No problem. I'd like to thank the original people for looking after, and their elders for looking after the land, and also like to thank the Multicultural Society of Australia in assisting the original people in looking after the land as well. So here we go. Scott Morrison, the dud deal, got him a cushy military industrial complex job. And who knows what he signed with his 5 ministerial positions he kept secret. And indeed, I like to ask, when the lease for Pine Gap came out, I remember the Liberal people complaining that they couldn't even see, I think, 4 to 2 parts of the lease agreement for Pine Gap, and therefore that's the reason they wouldn't sign it. At the time they did eventually, didn't they? Anyway, pumping up the Australian production of Ghost Sharks and Spear-Tooth drone subs and loaded them up with the latest smart torpedoes ready for asymmetric sea warfare, designed to protect Australia, is a quick technical software upgrade of the remaining Collins-class manned subs so they can coordinate and control large swarms of Ghost Shark and Spear-Tooth drones, and you have sealed your naval defence gap, created by 2027 and ready for the Chinese invasion of Taiwan if you like. But anyway, 10-year-old nuclear subs are better than none, but consider when the Yanks will provide them, probably late. So the stopgap is to invite via AUKUS the partners that already have nuclear subs to station more in Australia straight away. But of course, we've got sovereignty problems, we've been talking about that. The UK military will not run away from a fight, but based on the Yankee actions amongst the Gulf states, they will probably run away. So please consider the AUKUS deal benefits those that do not have the latest drone subs. This is part 2 of the AUKUS agreement. The Spartan Mark 12 missiles, which is the fastest missiles, and secret radar technology that Australia has. So supply the leverage and pursue the art of the deal in our favour. Long live the Commonwealth Alliance. And I'd like to point out, we often refer to, when we're referring to reactors, we're talking about uranium reactors, but I think we should be thinking about thorium reactors, because a thorium reactor is safer because it can technically be turned off, offering better stealth ability and also a lot more safety. And although it is not being built as a reactor site in Australia, there is, I believe, South Korea, the Republic of Korea, is looking at building a nuclear submarine, but they may be interested in a thorium-based one. And I believe that this would be not so lethally. It's better for the environment because it's actually safer. It's safer because it has 99% less waste produced, and what waste is produced is considered to be medium grade. And I believe we've actually got a lot of technical ability in thorium reactors, since the forefather of nuclear physics was actually our own Professor Sir Mark Oliphant, who set up the Australian National University and made sure they had a good curriculum on nuclear physics. Other options are, of course, hydrogen fuel cells, which is, of course, an Australian invention. And better still would be to adopt the Malcolm Bendall Vajra Thunderstorm device, which is a recent device. It's a plasma reactor that is non-radioactive and simple to fit on an existing diesel or fossil fuel engine, enabling a submarine to remain submerged while recharging its batteries. Maybe BHP will retrofit its existing diesel engines, meet its environmental dreams, while gaining a 65% reduction in diesel costs. We really do not need uranium reactors because they still have a waste issue and a shutdown problem. But a thorium reactor is 99% different when it comes to dangerous waste and shutdown ability. So thorium reactor technology is what we should invest in, the development in Australian institutions of invention and manufacture. If we crack that ability, we will have the world market for future safe reactor technology that has no, or virtually no, only medium level radiation. Defence of Australia from ever aggressors manifested in the future is still the military issue, but decisions underway have already covered most of this problem. The Ghost Shark, the Spear-Tooth drone submarine, I think will improve.
1 minute, thanks.
Will improve far more lethally than presently realised, as will the Spartan hypersonic missile. I like to think that the Spartan hypersonic missile may be able to be used for I call it a Diamond Dome missile defence system over Australia, and I believe that might be the intentions in the future. The Speartooth, the Ghost Shark submarine is produced at around about 5 units per month, of which the money the government gave to it was to double that, so that's 10 units per month. So we've actually already produced 7 times 5, 35 of those already. And the Americans, when they tested it, they didn't say anything in relation to it. All they said was, when can we get them? So what I'm saying is we could make, might be $2.68 billion from sales to the United States and the UK just on our own military technology, but we do need a proper ATIA agreement to make sure that they don't use them without asking us, which is what I was concerned about, well, Mr. Pine said. Any questions?
No, that's very comprehensive. Thank you very much, Alan. Thank you. We've got 2 more before we finish our day. And if Kathleen Payetsis is in the room. I beg your pardon. I should have my glasses on. We're all yours, Kathleen.
Thank you. Look, I haven't got much to say, but to me it's crucial as a member of Australia, of South Australia, a member of the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, that we consider alternatives to war. And I don't think AUKUS provides not only a plan B, but it also doesn't provide any diplomatic parallel, if you like, that would act positively against war, such as opening a more friendly dialogue with China about such issues and Southeast Asia as a whole. So that, you know, we're already being criticised by countries such as Malaysia and Indonesia. But my main point is that I see that this development strategically is in Port Adelaide is a direct threat to South Australia and Australia by making us a target. But because it's putting the main nuclear submarine building capacity and at Osborne, which is stuck between the normal Adelaide ship construction facilities, the Flinders container terminal, which is where we ship in our produce for South Australia, and also the main passenger terminal in North Haven for passengers arriving in South Australia by ship. So not only have you put all these together right next to this highly controversial Osborne shipyard, but you've also got them all on this very narrow peninsula, Lefevre Peninsula, which to me seems dreadfully unstrategic, because it wouldn't be difficult to cut them all off. There's one main road through the peninsula, but you've got every opportunity, it seems to me, to just completely make a target of that peninsula and put it out of action in no time in any one of a number of ways. Now, Chris would know more about the military side of it, but it seems to me that you don't have to be very smart to see that that is very unstrategic. So I'm worried as a grandmother, as a living human being, as an artist, and as I say, a pacifist, about all of these issues, and I don't think they've been heard very much. At least I'm sorry I couldn't be here this afternoon due to grandmother responsibilities, but I do, so I didn't hear anything this morning said by women or about the, women here, at this part of the process, and about the pacifist views of this, and the diplomatic attempts to prevent war, which AUKUS seems to be totally just bulldozing. You know, there doesn't seem to be any opposition from that philosophical point of view, and no debate about that philosophical point of view, that whether we should be, or very little debate about what other things the money could be spent on, and whether we should be actually providing opportunities for a different view of the world. It's been mentioned a little bit that we could shape the world differently, but not really, to me, enough. And I think that we should be focusing much more on developing friendly relationships with China, with our direct neighbours in the South Pacific, which this government has been working on lately, but it seems to be slightly more for strategic reasons rather than for for friendship as such. I just despair at the lack of discussion or debate in this society about building a non-lethal approach to the rest of the world, a way, and not just trade-oriented, but actual genuine friendship. We have, I don't know the numbers.
Running short now.
I don't know the numbers of Chinese in Australia, but we certainly have a lot of people living here who are Chinese, and we can be we could be a big source of friendship with China if we wanted to be, but we just don't seem to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. And Kathleen, can I just assure you, for when you weren't able to come to the earlier sessions, that we did actually have quite a few presentations that addressed some of these issues that you've raised.
Thank you.
And in particular,
over your left shoulder.
yes, there they are. The Mothers for a Sustainable South Australia did a great job.
I did see them on the list now that you mention it. Thank you. But I just didn't.
Thanks very much for that.
Thank you very much.
The last person to speak I have here on my list is Brett Murrell. If Brett is in the room, then he should come forward. If Brett's not in the room, a very big thanks to everybody who has been here for the whole of the day. Some people have been here for the whole of the day, and it's been an incredible day and very important for the commissioners to hear all of the people that have presented and for the submissions that have been made. I do want to thank Kaylee and Matilda, who are part of the Secretariat, that have helped make all this happen, and our volunteers that have been at the front there on the door, and up the back as well, Phil too. Thanks to everybody that's come along. We will continue to have hearings. We will go to Sydney, where we'll have hearings in both Wollongong, Newcastle and in the City of Sydney. We're hoping to get to Brisbane as well. We will finalise our hearings in Canberra. We will then consider what we've heard from the public and from those people that have made submissions, and we will produce a report which we also hope to launch before the end of the year. So many thanks to everyone that's come, and I've now closed these proceedings.